Dialectics of the Ideal. Evald Ilyenkov and Creative Soviet Marxism. Edited by Alex Levant and Vesa Oittinen. Contents. Foreword. 7 Alex Levant and Vesa Oittinen. Part 1, Dialectics of the Ideal. EV. Ilyenkov and Creative Soviet Marxism, Introduction to Dialectics of the Ideal. 3 Alex Levant. Dialectics of the Ideal. 25 Evald Ilyenkov. Part 2, Contexts. Ilyenkov in the Context of Soviet Philosophical Culture, an interview with Sergei Mariev. 81 Alex Levant and Vesa Oittinen. Prospects for a Cultural Historical Psychology of Intelligence. 97 Berger Siebert. Evald Ilyenkov, the Soviet Spinozist. 107 Vesa Oittinen. Part 3, Commentaries. Reality of the Ideal. 125 Andrei Maidensky. 6 Contents. Metamorphoses of Meaning, the Concept of the Ideal from a Semiotic Perspective. 145 Tarjan Udala. Evald Ilyenkov's Dialectics of Abstract and Concrete and the Recent Value-Form Debate. 165 Vesa Oittinen and Paula Rauerhala. Emancipating Open Marxism, E.V. Ilyenkov's Post-Cartesian Anti-Dualism. 183 Alex Levant. Part 4, Supplementary Material. Bibliography of Evald Ilyenkov's works. 203 References. 211 Index. 219. Foreword. Alex Levant and Vesa Oittinen. This volume offers a window into the subterranean world of creative Soviet Marxism 1, a body of thought that developed prior, alongside and sometimes in opposition to official Soviet Marxism, the state-sanctioned doctrine of Diamat. 2 While much of Soviet theory from the pre-Stalin period of the 1920s is well known in the West, the post-Stalin period remains quite poorly researched. The aim of this project is to introduce some of the most innovative and relevant ideas from this body of thought to readers of English in the West. Evald Ilyenkov stands out as the leader of an intellectual current that sought to break with official Diamat during the Khrushchevite thaw. Widely recognized as the most important Soviet Marxist philosopher of the post-Stalin period, his activity approach has been read as distinct from both crude materialism, which understands human thought as essentially a biological phenomenon, a product of the physical brain, and idealist conceptions, which understand thought as something independent of matter, whether conceived of as a deeply individual phenomenon, as one's soul or individual self, or grasped as a social product, as language or discourse. In contrast to the reductionist truth claims of vulgar materialism and the relativistic malaise of idealism, Ilyenkov's innovative concept of the ideal, which draws on classical philosophy, as well as the cultural historical school of Soviet psychology, posits thought not as a product of the activity of the human brain, but rather as a product of human activity. Here, individual thought, like the individual self, is understood in its essence as a social phenomenon, that is to say, it does not arise spontaneously from the biological development of an individual child, but only in the context of a set of social practices that are internalized by the child. These social practices give rise to a world of meaning, an ideal world, but one that nevertheless confronts the individual with the full objectivity of a police baton. Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal offers an original way of understanding the objectivity of immaterial phenomena. But, more fundamentally, it challenges what we see as the truth value of knowledge, where knowledge appears as both social and objective. In this way, Ilyenkov's approach shares common concerns with contemporary anti-postmodernists like Slavoj Zizek and Alain Badiou, as well as with the tradition of Western Marxism more broadly, particularly in its effort to articulate an anti-reductionist Marxism. Ilyenkov's focus on activity closely aligns him with other recent thinkers, such as John Holloway, and open Marxism more generally, specifically in terms of its anti-scientism and anti-positivism. There are also some affinities with Walter Benjamin. 3 There are many other connections as well, However, like most of creative Soviet Marxism from the post-Stalin period, his work remains largely outside the orbit of contemporary Western theory. Our hope is to make a contribution toward addressing the state of affairs, to help bring this body of thought to bear on current debates in the West. Creative Soviet Marxism from the post-Stalin period remains largely hidden, located as it is in a blind spot between the side view mirror of Soviet Marxism and the rear view mirror of Western Marxism. The latter defined itself against the former, and in the process excluded creative Soviet theory, despite the two sharing substantive common features. Meanwhile, Soviet Marxism, which was hegemonic for a period only from the early 1930s to the mid-1950s, effectively erased its prehistory, and produced a generation of theorists who identified Marxism with Diamat, and who became part of the establishment with whom creative theorists, like Ilyenkov, entered into polemics. This was the context for Ilyenkov's famous declaration in 1954 to the chair of dialectical materialism, in which he claimed that, in Marxism, there was no such thing as dialectical materialism, but only a materialist conception of history for, a bold intervention, on account of which he was promptly removed from Moscow University. The Marxian Renaissance that followed shared many traits with the simultaneous Western Marx revival, for example, both Ilyenkov and such Western Marxists as Louis Althusser insisted on a close reading of Marx's Capital in order to find answers to the questions of philosophy. But it was a parallel phenomenon having an originality of its own, with only few if any direct influences from abroad. The Soviet revival occurred in the milieu of the Shestidozhyatniki, and expressed the optimistic spirit of their aspirations. After Khrushchev had condemned the crimes of Stalin in his famous speech at the party's 20th Congress in 1956, it seemed for a while that the road to a more humanistic and democratic form of socialism had been paved. During this time, the influence of Ilyenkov's ideas was at its height. In this period, multiple schools of thought that challenged the validity of Diamat emerged, offering original approaches to questions of epistemology, the nature of consciousness, identity, and the self. This research was highly theoretical, but it quickly resonated with practical concerns, such as real-world developmental work with deaf-blind children, to give but one example. Some of this material has been translated into English, but much of it remains sealed in an opaque set of debates, if not altogether in another language. Ilyenkov's first book, Dialectics of the Abstract and the Concrete in Marx's Capital, written already in the mid-1950s but published first in 1960, immediately aroused interest not only in the Soviet Union, but even in the West. The Italian translation was swiftly launched the following year by the well-known leftist publisher, Feltrinelli. The book aimed at a reconstruction of the dialectical method of Marx by analyzing such conceptual pairs as abstract/concrete and historical/logical. Soon after his book, Ilyenkov was involved with the editing of the new Soviet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. This was quite an ambitious project, starting with the first volume appearing in 1960 and the fifth and final volume coming 10 years later in 1970. Ilyenkov contributed several important entries, such as the articles on the ideal and substance. However, he had serious differences with the editors-in-chief of the Encyclopedia project and was excluded from the position of editor of the section on dialectical materialism for the third volume of the work, published in 1964. In these 1960s works, Ilyenkov had already formulated all of the main ideas of his philosophy. The other important book, Dialectical Logic, actually contains much material that was omitted from the published version of Dialectics of the Abstract and the Concrete. In his later years, Ilyenkov wrote some more popular philosophical texts, or rather pamphlets, on various subjects, for example, on the philosophy of education, where he criticized the technocratic currents in Soviet life and culture that he cursorily labeled positivism. In the late 1960s, the impulse of Khrushchev's thaw began to wane and the atmosphere of Soviet society changed for the worse as the Brezhnev years, later called the era of stagnation, commenced. As a result, the Soviet intelligentsia, which in the 1960s had believed in the possibility of a new and better form of socialism, grew increasingly cynical and turned away from Marxism. In the 1970s, Ilyenkov found himself in a situation of growing isolation, one that in the long run must have been unbearable. He committed suicide in his Moscow apartment in 1979. Of all the Soviet philosophers, Ilyenkov is perhaps the one who has left the most indelible trace in the thought of posterity. The Ilyenkovians still exist today as a movement in contemporary Russian philosophical culture. The relative vitality of the movement can be seen in the annual or biennial Ilyenkov readings, which feature as many as 200 papers. Despite this persistent interest in Ilyenkov's legacy, his literary heritage has yet to achieve the level of attention that it deserves. A critical edition of Ilyenkov's collected works in the original Russian is urgently needed, but, unfortunately, at this time no such project is in preparation. Much remains unpublished in Ilyenkov's archives. One reason for this deplorable situation is, of course, that the present-day Russian scientific and cultural administration is not interested in an author it regards as a remnant from the Soviet period. This volume focuses on a specific text, Ilyenkov's Dialectics of the Ideal, which was written in 1974, but published for the first time in its complete form only in 2009 in the Russian philosophy journal Logos, and in English translation in 2012 in Historical Materialism. This text is introduced by the translator with a substantial commentary, which provides the reader with some of the relevant contexts that give this piece its significance, including its relationship to classical philosophers, as well as Soviet and Western Marxists. The commentary also gives a sense of the main debates in which Ilyenkov was engaged, as well as the history of the previous publication and translation of the text, and some technical aspects of the translation. The translation, together with the translator's introduction, comprises Part I of the book, Dialectics of the Ideal. Part 2, Contexts, probes deeper into the various influences on Ilyenkov's thought. An interview with Sergei Maryev paints a vivid image of the Soviet philosophical culture in which Ilyenkov's ideas developed. One of the most important contemporary Russian theorists who continues to develop Ilyenkov's activity approach, Maryev discusses a wide range of issues, including Ilyenkov's reception in the Soviet Union, his connection to the Zagorsk experiment, and the nature of alienation under socialism. In the second piece, Birger Siebert explores the connections between Ilyenkov's work and the cultural historical school of Soviet psychology, specifically discussing the cultural historical understanding of the concept of intelligence. Completing this part of the book is Vesa Oittinen's Evald Ilyenkov, the Soviet Spinozist, which analyzes Spinoza's influence on Ilyenkov. Although Ilyenkov can be called one of the most prominent Soviet Spinozists, he actually reads Spinoza in a very selective manner. Part 3, Commentaries, consists of 4 interventions from specialists on specific aspects of Ilyenkov's work. In Reality of the Ideal, Andrei Madinsky examines the concept of the ideal in the context of a heated controversy between 2 main trends in post-war Soviet philosophy, practical and somatic materialism. In Metamorphoses of Meaning, the concept of the ideal from a semiotic perspective, Tarjan Udala discusses the concept of the ideal in relation to Umberto Eco's semiotic theory and his notion of the encyclopedia. Evald Ilyenkov's Dialectics of Abstract and Concrete and the Recent Value-Form Debate is an intervention by Paula Rauerhala and Vesa Oittinen in contemporary debates on the monetary theory of value using Ilyenkov's work on abstraction. The final commentary, Emancipating Open Marxism, E.V. Ilyenkov's Post-Cartesian Anti-Dualism, by Alex Levant, aims to bring Ilyenkov's ideas to bear on contemporary theoretical problems in Marxist theory in the West, critically following the journal/current Open Marxism, and more specifically John Holloway. The articles of Siebert and, in part, Oittinen, have been previously published in the Ilyenkov issue of the journal Studies in East European Thought. Levant's translation of Ilyenkov's Dialectics of the Ideal and his introductory piece appeared in Historical Materialism. Part 1. Dialectics of the Ideal. E.V. Ilyenkov and Creative Soviet Marxism. An Introduction to Dialectics of the Ideal. Alex Levant. Dialectics of the Ideal was written in the mid-1970s, but remained unpublished in its complete form until 2009, 30 years after the death of its author, Evald Vasilyevich Ilyenkov. It is a pivotal intervention in Soviet philosophy, and one of the most insightful examples of the subterranean tradition of creative Soviet Marxism. It provides an important window into the highly contested, yet poorly researched, intellectual history of Marxist theory in the Soviet Union in the post-Stalinist period. But perhaps even more significantly, it offers original insights into the nature of consciousness, which challenge both idealist and crude materialist forms of reductionism. E.V. Ilyenkov is the Soviet philosopher most closely associated with the attempt to break with official Diamat following the Khrushchevite thaw. After Stalin's death in 1953, a new group of theorists began to challenge the hegemony of Diamat. The first to emerge as leading figures in this new movement were Evald Ilyenkov and Alexander Zinoviev, Rytgasanov, and Lektorsky, who identify this period as a philosophical renaissance in the Soviet Union. 1 Similarly, V.I. Tolstoy writes, the end of the 1950s begins the crisis of official Soviet ideology, and is among other young philosophers together with Alexander Zinoviev, Gregory Shchedrovitsky, Merab Mamardashvili and others enter into polemics with philosophers of the type of Molodtsov and Mitin. 2 In 1954, as a junior lecturer at Moscow State University, Ilyenkov famously declared to the chair of dialectical materialism that in Marxism there was no such thing as dialectical materialism or historical materialism, but only a materialist conception of history. 3 This view put him on a collision course with the Diamachiki and cost him his position. He managed to relocate, for a time, to the Institute of Philosophy, but his opponents eventually succeeded in isolating him and preventing him from teaching. He was denounced as a revisionist, and in March of 1979 he took his own life. However, over a period of more than 2 decades, his original development of Marxist thought challenged the neopositivism of Diamat, and inspired a critical current of creative Soviet Marxism, which continues to this day. It is to him that my generation owes the conscious break with dogmatic and scholastic official philosophy. Writes Vadim Mezhev, who is considered to be one of the most interesting post-Soviet Marxists in Russia at the moment. 5 Soviet Diamat was the official interpretation of Marxist theory sanctioned by the state. It was codified in a text called Dialectical Materialism and Historical Materialism, which was written by Stalin and published as part of 1938's Short History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 6 This text became the Bible of Soviet philosophy. 7 As philosophy in the Soviet Union changed from argument to referencing Stalin's writings and speeches. According to David Backhurst, analytic philosopher and author of the only major book on Ilyenkov in English, Consciousness and Revolution in Soviet Philosophy, From the Bolsheviks to Evald Ilyenkov, it became the definitive work on the subject, came to define the parameters of all Soviet philosophical discussion. 8 As Mezhev writes, to be a creative, thinking Marxist, in a state at the head of which were Marxists, was the most dangerous thing of all. This is where the state had its monopoly. It preferred to recognize its opponents, rather than rivals within the sphere of its own ideology. You could be a positivist, study the Vienna School. But to write a book about Marxism, that was dangerous. This is the paradox, you see? That is why all the talent began to leave. It was impossible to work here. One had to rehearse dogma, and nothing else. 9. Ilyenkov's creative output challenged Diamat's interpretation of Marxist theory. In contrast to the crude, mechanistic materialism of Diamat, which reduced consciousness to a reflection of matter, he reasserted the central role of human activity in the development of consciousness. This approach had consequences far beyond philosophy and directly impacted upon the field of psychology as well as early childhood education. Most significantly, he challenged Diamat's validity as an interpretation of Marxism and Leninism, and insisted that his interpretation was much closer to Marx's own view and consistent with Lenin's reading of Marx. Although articulated in the language of classical philosophy, his ideas had far-reaching political consequences. The concept of the ideal. What principally distinguishes Ilyenkov's philosophy from Diamat is his understanding of the nature of the ideal. How do they arise? Where do they exist? What is their relationship to the material world? What is the objectivity of knowledge? 10. This is a question of fundamental importance to Marx's understanding of socialism as self-emancipation and to Lenin's conception of the party, as both place the development of consciousness at the center of their theories. 11. Ilyenkov begins Dialectics of the Ideal with a critique of idealist conceptions of the ideal, which identify it with consciousness, thought, creativity, the mind, the soul, spirit, and so on. However, Ilyenkov's chief target is crude materialism that understands the ideal as a purely physiological phenomenon, as a cerebral neurodynamic process. 12. From this perspective, the ideal appears as a reflection of the material world produced by the physical brain of an individual. In contrast, Ilyenkov argues that the ideal is neither purely mental nor purely physiological, but rather something that exists outside the individual, and confronts her as a special reality with a peculiar objectivity, as all historically formed and socially legitimized human representations of the actual world. Things, in the body of which is tangibly represented something other than themselves. 13. In essence, he reframes the question from the relationship between the material world and how it appears in the mind of an individual, to a relationship between the material world and its representation in the intellectual culture of a given people, that is, the state. 14. Ilyenkov situates the problem of the ideal in the context of its development in Western philosophy, crediting Plato with posing the problem of this range of phenomena, as the universal norms of that culture within which an individual awakens to conscious life, as well as requirements that he must internalize as a necessary law of his own life activity. 15. He notes how in the empiricist philosophy of Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, the ideal took on a different meaning, as something that does not really exist, or as something that exists only in the mind of an individual, and how this meaning was challenged by German classical philosophy, returning to it an objectivity outside the individual mind, albeit idealistically. The real materialist solution to the problem in its proper formulation was found, as we know, by Marx, who had in mind an entirely real process, specifically inherent to human life activity, the process by which the material life activity of social man begins to produce not only a material, but also an ideal product, begins to produce the act of idealization of reality, and then, having arisen, the ideal becomes a critical component of the material life activity of social man, and then begins the opposite process, the process of the materialization of the ideal. 16. Ilyenkov's review of the concept of the ideal through the history of Western philosophy illustrates the achievements of intelligent idealism, as well as the poverty of what Lenin called silly materialism. Most significantly, it demonstrates Marx's distinct solution to the problem of the ideal, how it differs from idealist, but also from crude materialist conceptions. The essence of Marx's breakthrough in philosophy is illustrated using his critique of the concept of value in political economy. According to Marx, the value form of a commodity is purely ideal, it has no material properties, and it bears absolutely no relation to the material properties of the commodity itself. Ilyenkov writes, this is a purely universal form, completely indifferent to any sensuously perceptible material of its incarnation, of its materialization. The value form is absolutely independent of the characteristics of the natural body of the commodity in which it dwells, the form in which it is represented. 17. But the value form is not a myth, something that exists only in the minds of individuals, expressed in market price. 18. Rather, it has an objective reality. This mystical, mysterious reality does not have its own material body, the fate and movement of all those individual bodies that it inhabits, in which it temporarily materializes, including the human body. 19. This objective reality is, of course, for Marx not some mystical force, but human activity itself, as we see in his labor theory of value. Ilyenkov argues that Marx's concept of value is an illustration of a deeper philosophical insight. The relationship between the value form and the material form of the commodity is an example of the relationship between the ideal in general and the material in general. Just as one cannot locate value in the material properties of a commodity, one cannot locate the ideal form of a material object in the object itself. However, the ideal is not something that exists only in the minds of individuals, any more so than value. The ideal has an objective existence in human activity, in the process of creating ideal representations of the material world, and the reverse process in which these representations inform human activity. The ideal form is a form of a thing, but outside this thing, namely in man, as a form of his dynamic life activity, as goals and needs. Or conversely, it is a form of man's dynamic life activity, but outside man, namely in the form of the thing he creates, which reflects another thing, including that which exists independently of man and humanity. Ideality as such exists only in the constant transformation of these two forms of its external incarnation and does not coincide with either of them taken separately. 20 Just as Marx was able to grasp value as neither a property of the commodity nor a mental projection onto the commodity, but rather as labor, Ilyenkov grasps the ideal as human activity, that is, as the process of the human transformation of the material world. In contrast to this dialectical materialist understanding of the ideal, Ilyenkov identifies several examples of reductionist theories in the Soviet Union and in the West. Although his chief opponents reduced the ideal to a property of the physical brain, Ilyenkov also includes among neopositivist theorists those who identify the ideal with language, dismissing the whole tricky Heideggerian construction, according to which being is revealed and exists only in language. 21 as another form of reductionism. Neopositivists, who identify thought with language, with a system of terms and expressions, therefore make the same mistake as scientists who identify the ideal with the structures and functions of brain tissue. 22 Similarly, Ilyenkov takes aim at Karl Popper's concept of World 3, the world of human social constructions, which on the face of it appears quite close to his own concept of the ideal. 23 However, there is a significant difference between the two. As Gasanov and Lektersky write, the substantive difference lay in the fact that, for Ilyenkov, ideal phenomena can exist only within the context of human activity. 24 His understanding of the role of human activity distinguishes him from theorists who identify the ideal with the brain, or language, or with the world of social constructions in general. For Ilyenkov, the ideal is not a thing, but part of a process that involves the human representation of things in the body of other things. As Maidansky writes, the term ideal denotes a relation between at least two different things, one of which adequately represents the essence of the other. 25 The question of the truth value of knowledge must, then, be reframed to acknowledge that the ideal content of a thing is always represented in another thing, and not in the thing itself. In other words, things assume significance only as they are reflected in other things and in their relationship to other things. This reflection of things in other things is not a mental projection onto the material world, rather, it exists objectively in the same physical space as the matter it reflects, namely in the actual activity of human beings. Consequently, the ideal representation of a material object always involves the activity into which that object is incorporated. Since man is given the external thing in general only insofar as it is involved in the process of his activity, in the final product, in the idea, the image of the thing is always merged with the image of the activity in which this thing functions. That constitutes the epistemological basis of the identification of the thing with the idea, of the real with the ideal. 26 Ilyenkov illustrates this point with the example of how the stars are idealized as they are incorporated into human activity. Thus at first he directs his attention upon the stars exclusively as a natural clock, calendar, and compass as means and instruments of his life activity, and observes their natural properties and regularities only insofar as they are natural properties and regularities of the material in which his activity is being performed, and with which he must, therefore, reckon as completely objective components of his activity. 27 The ideal, then, is not a purely mental phenomenon, which tries to grasp the real as an object of contemplation. 28 Rather, it is part of the same reality. In this way, knowledge is objective. This approach overcomes the various impasses that arise from both idealist and crude materialist forms of reductionism, as it does not proceed from the Cartesian two worlds approach, which grasps thought and the body as two distinct objects. Cartesian dualism cannot resolve the question of the relationship between these objects, and inevitably it results in reductionism, either idealism, which privileges thought, or crude materialism, which privileges matter. In contrast, Ilyenkov overcomes these dualist dead ends by drawing not only on Hegel's Dialectics, but also on Spinoza's monism. As the contemporary Finnish philosopher Vesa Oittinen notes, Ilyenkov stresses the methodological value of Spinoza's monism, which means a change for the better compared with the dualism of two substances in Descartes. The Cartesians had posed the whole question of the psychophysical problem in a wrong way. They desperately sought to establish some kind of a causal relation between thought and extension, although such a relation simply doesn't exist. Thought and extension are simply two sides of the one and same matter. 29 Oittinen quotes Ilyenkov's essay Thought as an Attribute of Substance from Dialectical Logic. There are not two different and originally contrary objects of investigation, body and thought, but only one single object, which is the thinking body does not consist of two Cartesian halves, thought lacking a body and a body lacking thought. It is not a special soul, installed by God in the human body as in a temporary residence, that thinks, but the body of man itself. 30 This body, however, is not the physical body of the individual, but is what Marx called man's inorganic body. As Maidansky writes, Ilyenkov insisted that Marx had in mind not the bodily organ of an individual Homo sapiens, growing out of his neck at the mercy of Mother Nature, but precisely the human head, a tool of culture, not of nature. The ideal is not concealed in the heads of people. Its body does not consist only of the brain, but also of anything that is created by people for people. Products of culture are nothing but the organs of the human brain created by the human hand, the reified power of knowledge. Marx writes in the Grundrisse. 31 In other words, the thinking thing is not the individual with her brain, but the collective as it idealizes the material and materializes the ideal. Some theorists in the West, like Althusser, Deleuze, and Negri, have likewise attempted a Spinozist reading of Marx. However, these are largely efforts to articulate an alternative to Hegelian Marxism. 32 What sets Ilyenkov apart from these theorists is the fact that he does not turn to Spinoza as an alternative to Hegel, but instead reads Marx through both Hegel and Spinoza. Far from Hegelian Marxism, Ilyenkov's target is neopositivism. According to Oittinen, it seems that the role of Spinoza in his attempts to develop a humanist, that is, an anti-positivistic and anti-scientistic form of dialectics, was greater than hitherto has been assumed. 33 There is a considerable amount of work to be done in order to bring the full weight of Ilyenkov's insights to bear on Western theory. Ilyenkov in the context of Soviet and post-Soviet theory. Situating Ilyenkov in his intellectual context is not a simple task. Soviet philosophy has not received much attention in the West, partly because it tends to be associated with Diamat. In fact, English-language accounts of Soviet philosophy often begin with an apology and a justification for studying something that has long been tossed into the rubbish bin of history. As we saw above, Ilyenkov was certainly no Diamatic. On the contrary, he was part of a group of theorists that sought to break with Diamat. This is part of the legacy of creative Soviet Marxism, which has remained largely out of sight, hidden in the shadow of Diamat inside the USSR, in post-Soviet Russia and in the West. However, the history of Soviet Marxism is much richer than Diamat. It is a history whose lineages continue to be contested in current scholarship, one that is genuinely worth recovering and that includes pertinent insights for contemporary theoretical problems in the West. Diamat dominated Soviet philosophy for most of its history. However, it remained virtually unchallenged for only a relatively short period. Its ascendancy can be pinpointed with a remarkable degree of accuracy. On January 25, 1931, the Central Committee of the CPSU endorsed the platform of Stalin's new philosophical leadership and demanded a working out of the Leninist stage in the development of dialectical materialism. 34 However, the true focus of the Leninist stage was not Lenin, but Stalin. 35 Whom Oittinen called Lenin's best pupil, the greatest Leninist of our epoch, Lenin today, and so on. In this way, a new philosophical establishment took control of the philosophy departments and academic journals, the means of intellectual production of Marxist philosophy. In fact, state control over the development of Marxist theory extended beyond the discipline of philosophy. For example, the well-known Marxist developmental psychologist L.S. Vygotsky was blacklisted in the Soviet Union for 20 years following the Central Committee's resolution of June 4, 1936 against pedology. 36 The state of affairs continued until the mid-1950s when a new generation of theorists led by Ilyenkov and others challenged the hegemony of Diamat. However, prior to 1931 the state did not exercise complete control over the development of Marxist theory. 37 Before the so-called Leninist stage of Soviet philosophy, philosophy in the Soviet Union was the site of vigorous debates, which by the mid-1920s coalesced into two schools, the Debernits and the Mechanists. Their rivalry dominated Soviet philosophy for much of the 1920s and constitutes the prehistory of what we know as Soviet philosophy in the form of Diamat. Only in the 1930s did Soviet Marxism take the form of Diamat and effectively erase its own prehistory. It is widely acknowledged that Ilyenkov's work revives and develops certain themes from the pre-Diamat period. 38 However, the specific lines of continuity remain a subject of scholarly debate. In dominant Western accounts, Ilyenkov appears as an heir of the Debernits. 39, the group of philosophers that coalesced around A.M. Deborin, most of whom were involved in his seminar at the Institute of Red Professors. Between 1924 and 1929 the Debernits conducted a vigorous intellectual and political battle with the Mechanists, a more eclectic group of theorists that included Bolshevik Party activist II. Skvortsov-Spanov, former Menshevik Lyubov Axelrod, the early Bolshevik philosopher Alexander Bogdanov, and that was supported by Nikolai Bukharin. Uniting this diverse group was the view that the explanatory resources of science are able to provide a complete account of objective reality. 40 In contrast, the Debernits dismissed the mechanists' optimism about the global explanatory potential of natural science and held that the mechanists were committed to blatant reductionism. 41 Deborin argued, in our opinion, thought is a particular quality of matter, the subjective side of the objective, material, i.e., physiological processes, with which it is not identical and to which it cannot be reduced. 42 This debate, however, remained unresolved and was muted in 1929 when, at the Second All-Union Conference of Marxist-Leninist Institutions of Scientific Research, the mechanists were officially condemned. Mechanism was defeated not by new philosophical arguments, but by the charge that it was a revisionist trend and, as such, a political danger. 43 Deborin and his followers accused the mechanists of gradualist politics, a charge that resonated at a time when the party was in the midst of a campaign against right deviationism, which was associated with Bukharin. 44 Similar strong-arm tactics would be used against Deborin in the not-too-distant future. Although they had tackled the mechanists, the theorists of right deviationism, the Debernits had failed to realize that the party now fought a battle on two fronts. Consequently, they had ignored the party's other enemy, Trotsky's left deviation 45, with which they were associated by their opponents. Deborin was attacked for previously having been a Menshevik, and in December 1930 Stalin called the Debernits Menshevizing idealists. 46 Deborin's defeat was a turning point in Soviet philosophy, ending its prehistory and beginning the era of official Soviet Marxist philosophy, which we know as Diamat. In Bakhurst's account, the philosophical debate between the Debernits and the mechanists reappeared in some ways during the thaw of the 1950s, with Ilyenkov expressing the anti-positivism of the Debernits. He writes, although contemporary Soviet philosophers may not see themselves as recreating the early controversy, the continuity is undeniable. This is particularly so in the case of Ilyenkov, who can be seen as heir to the Dvorinides project. 47 The Dvorinides' effort to develop a theory of the relationship between thought and matter, without reducing thought to the physiological properties of matter, appears to be echoed in Ilyenkov's own conception of the ideal. In contrast, Sergei Maryev, one of the principal representatives of Ilyenkov's legacy in contemporary Russia, denies this continuity, and challenges this reading of the development of Soviet philosophy, which has become dominant in Western scholarship. In Maryev's account, Ilyenkov represents not a revival of the Dvorinite interpretation of Marxism, but rather a sharp break from it. According to Maryev, the positivism and reductionism that define Diamat were already present in the main currents of the 1920s. He locates the roots of Diamat not only among the Mechanists but also in the work of the Dvorinites. 48 In fact, he traces its development back to Dvorin himself. This tradition in Soviet philosophy began with Dvorin's book, Dialectical Materialism. 49 However, it was Dvorin's teacher G.V. Plekhanov whom he credits as the originator of this approach. Plekhanov, widely seen as the father of Russian social democracy, is also largely known as Lenin's opponent who ultimately sided with the Mensheviks and lost. However, despite his defeat in the political sphere, he exercised considerable influence on the development of Marxist theory in the Soviet Union. He died on May 5, 1918, only a few months following the October Revolution. However, his followers, who eventually coalesced into Mechanists and Dvorinites, occupied practically all key positions in the newly created Soviet ideological apparatus and the system of higher Marxist education. D.B. Ryazanov headed the Marx-Engels Institute a.m. Dvorin became in 1921 the editor-in-chief of the journal under the banner of Marxism. They determined the character of Marxist philosophy in the 20s and 30s. 50 These students of Plekhanov, many of whom would soon lose their positions in the Soviet academe, inherited a mechanistic reading of Marx, which continued to dominate Soviet philosophy during the reign of the Diamachiki. Thus, there appears to be a line of continuity from Plekhanov to Dvorin to the Diamachiki. Paradoxically, Lenin's line won in politics, but Plekhanov's line won in philosophy. 51 Although Ilyenkov does not appear to be taking up the Dvorinite project, there are undeniable continuities between his anti-positivism and other figures. From pre-Diamat Soviet Marxism of the 1920s. In the preface to Ilyenkov's posthumously published book Art and the Communist Ideal, Mikhail Lifshitz, close associate of Lukács who helped publish Marx's early works in 1932, writes, "By some miracle the seeds that were then sown on a favorable ground began to grow, although in a different, not immediately recognizable form." Evald Ilyenkov with his living interest in Hegel and the young Marx stood out as an heir of our thoughts. 52 Rather than Dvorin, there appears to be a much greater affinity between Ilyenkov and thinkers like Lifshitz and Lukács. 53 Dvorin proceeded from Plekhanov and in part from Engels, whom it is common to blame for Diamat. The only Marxist who spoke out against the doctrinal Diamat expression of Marxist philosophy, and even personally against Engels, was George Lukács. 54 Lukács, who is largely seen as one of the founders of Western Marxism, was also a pivotal figure in the development of creative Soviet Marxism, specifically as a precursor to Ilyenkov. The polemics between Lukács and Dvorin are well known. In 1924, Dvorin published a scathing critique of Lukács's history and class consciousness, dismissing it as idealist. 55 Dvorin's critique was part of a broad attack on Lukács, Korsch and other professors. 56 Who were denounced by Zinoviev at the 5th Congress of the Comintern. This theoretical revisionism cannot be allowed to pass with impunity. Neither will we tolerate our Hungarian comrade Lukács doing the same thing in the domain of philosophy and sociology. We cannot tolerate such theoretical revisionism in our Communist International. 57 While Lukács recanted, his 1925 book, Taylism and the Dialectic, a defense of history and class consciousness, was written in response to these charges. In fact, Deborin's reductionism comes into sharp relief when examined against Lukács's history and class consciousness. Taking aim at the determinism inherited from the Second International, Lukács posited a theory of subjectivity that afforded a much greater role to human agency in the development of class consciousness. Lukács's central argument was that activity is organized in bourgeois society in a way that not only facilitates the development of class consciousness but also blocks its development, primarily through the effects of the transformation of activity into the commodity, labor power. He argued that the role of the Communist Party is to intervene in this dynamic in various ways, including counter-organizing the activity of its members, by creating what he called a world of activity. 58 In Taylism and the Dialectic, Lukács tried to demonstrate that this view was consistent with Lenin's organizational approach over the determinism of the Second International and the Mensheviks. In broadening the notion of activity from the labor process to political practice and organization. 59 He went beyond Deborin's reductionism, prefiguring Ilyenkov's work by several decades. Ilyenkov's proper context in the development of Soviet Marxism continues to be a subject of debate. The role of Deborin and Lukács is contested 60 as is the role of Lenin. Ilyenkov considered himself a Leninist, although his Leninism may confuse the Western reader who might associate Leninism with the notion of the vanguard party. In fact, Ilyenkov did not adhere to the Leninist principle of partynost, as can be seen from various examples of his breaking ranks. 61 He considered himself a communist, a Marxist, and a Leninist, but he was not a typical Marxist-Leninist. 62 His self-understanding as a Leninist can be observed in the way he mobilizes Lenin in support of his concept of the ideal. In Dialectics of the Ideal, Lenin appears primarily as a critic of crude materialism. Ilyenkov reminds the reader of Lenin's appreciation of the insights of intelligent idealism, and of his dismissal of crude materialism as silly materialism. 63 He also invokes Lenin when arguing that the brain does not think, but that people think with the aid of the brain, returning human activity into the process, which otherwise becomes biologically reductionist. 64 He draws on Lenin on two other occasions when discussing the distinction between the material and the ideal, identifying Lenin's view with Marx and Engels, as against a crude materialist reductionism. 65 For Ilyenkov, Lenin's great contribution lay in his rejection of empiricism and positivism. 66 In this way, Ilyenkov mobilizes Lenin against those who claim to take up the mantle of Leninism in Soviet philosophy. Using Lenin's authority against one's intellectual opponents is not new in the history of the Soviet philosophy. For instance, Lenin's philosophical notebooks, which were published in 1929, were used by the Debornists against the Mechanists to demonstrate the latter's crude materialism as anti-Leninist. 67 Similarly, the Diamachiki used Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism in their battle against the Debornists. There is no consensus as to whether Ilyenkov invoked Lenin for philosophical or political reasons. However, his interest in Lenin's philosophy appears to be more substantive than a matter of mere political expediency. Lenin is largely known more as a political actor and political theorist than a philosopher. His philosophical work tends to be overshadowed by his political achievements, and it is often dismissed as crudely materialist and identified with the reductionism of Diamat. It is sometimes acknowledged that his ideas developed beyond crude materialism, particularly in his reflections on Hegel's logic in his philosophical notebooks, which were written during a time when he was seen to have diverged from Koskei and the fatalism of the Second International. 68 In fact, some scholars have noted a similar break in his philosophy. For instance, Oittinen writes, "It is rather obvious that there are many points of divergence between Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism, written in 1909 against the Machist subjective idealist current which at this time was widespread among the Bolshevik intellectuals, on the one hand, and the philosophical notebooks, which is essentially a conspect of Hegel's logic with Lenin's own commentaries which Lenin wrote down in the library of the canton of Bern in 1914 to 1915, on the other. 69 Lenin's attempt to break with the Marxism of the Second International, on the question of organization during his Switzerland years, appears to have a counterpart in the sphere of philosophy. Oittinen writes, Lenin's philosophical notebooks can be seen as an attempt to find an adequate formulation for a Marxist philosophy that would avoid the deterministic and objectivistic worldview of the Second International. 70 In contrast, Ilyenkov denies this break in Lenin's philosophy, and identifies a critique of positivism not only in Lenin's later work, but in his early work as well. In Leninist Dialectics and the Metaphysics of Positivism, the last book published during his lifetime, Ilyenkov writes, "The conception of dialectics as the logic and theory of knowledge of modern materialism, which permeates the entire text of materialism and empirio-criticism, was formulated a bit later, in the philosophical notebooks. But implicitly it is the essence of Lenin's position in 1908 as well." 71 Ilyenkov's interest in Lenin requires further research, as does Lenin's influence on Soviet philosophy, which remains a subject of debate in post-Soviet Russian philosophy. 72 A major figure from the pre-Diamad period, whose influence on Ilyenkov is acknowledged by all parties, is the creative Soviet Marxist psychologist Lev Semenovich Vygotsky. The work of L.S. Vygotsky has received significantly more attention in the West than that of Ilyenkov. In his brief 10-year career, he left behind an entire school of thought, often referred to as the Vygotsky School or the Cultural Historical School of Soviet Psychology. This school of thought is distinguished by its activity approach to the study of the development of consciousness, or what has been referred to as activity theory. Ilyenkov developed his main ideas independently of Vygotsky. However, he became attracted to this school and its practical applications in pedagogy and developmental psychology, and came to be known as the philosophical mentor 73 of the Vygotsky school. Vygotsky's focus on activity, language, and intersubjectivity in the development of consciousness strongly resonates with Ilyenkov's views. Both theorists have an anti-essentialist approach to human consciousness, in the sense that consciousness does not develop spontaneously along with the development of the human brain in the body of a child, but rather consciousness is in its essence a social product. In Vygotsky's account, children develop higher mental functions as they develop the ability to speak, that is, as they internalize the system of signs they inhabit. Vygotsky writes, "The system of signs restructures the whole psychological process and enables the child to master her movement. This development represents a fundamental break with the natural history of behavior and initiates the transition from the primitive behavior of animals to the higher intellectual activity of humans." 74 A new type of perception develops with this break, which Vygotsky calls meaningful perception, as opposed to natural perception. 75 Natural perception is the perception of animals and humans without speech. It involves a passive response to stimuli in one's immediate visual field. Meaningful perception, on the other hand, involves an active response to stimuli that has been organized by language. It is active because one is not simply responding to reorganized stimuli, but is instead engaged in organizing stimuli through the use of speech. 76 From the perspective of this activity approach, the higher mental functions and meaningful perception associated with human consciousness do not arise from the brain itself, but must be acquired by the child with the help of her brain, and that in the absence of this acquisition the child will not develop a genuinely human consciousness. Vygotsky describes this process of acquisition using his concept of internalization, a term Ilyenkov adopts in his later work. Vygotsky argues that internalization, the internal reconstruction of an external operation 77, is an active social process. He illustrates this with the example of a child who learns the significance of pointing. What begins as a child's attempt to grasp something out of its reach is seen by another person who brings the out-of-reach object to the child. Consequently, the child recognizes her own attempt at grasping as a meaningful gesture for someone else, and repeats the gesture for another person, rather than for the thing itself. In this way, pointing is internalized by the child as a significant gesture through an active process between herself and another. We can observe the same anti-essentialist conception of consciousness in Ilyenkov's activity approach in Dialectics of the Ideal. For Ilyenkov, the consciousness of an individual 78 likewise does not develop naturally, but only by means of acquiring the universal norms of that culture within which an individual awakens to conscious life, as well as requirements that he must internalize as a necessary law of his own life activity. These are the cultural norms, as well as the grammatical syntactical linguistic norms on which he learned to speak, as well as the laws of the state in which he was born, as well as the rules of thinking about the things around him since the world of his childhood, and so on and so forth. He must internalize all of these normative patterns as a special reality that is clearly distinct from himself. 79 In fact, Ilyenkov directly draws on Leontiev and Meshcheryakov, both followers of Vygotsky's cultural historical school, to support his claims. He writes, psychology must necessarily proceed from the fact that between the individual consciousness and objective reality there exists the mediating link of the historically formed culture, which acts as the prerequisite and condition of individual mental activity. This comprises the economic and legal forms of human relationships, the forms of everyday life and forms of language, and so on. 80 He goes on to quote Leontiev at length, thus, meaning refracts the world in the consciousness of man. Although language is the bearer of meanings, it is not their demiurge. Behind linguistic meanings hide socially produced methods of activity, in the course of which people alter and cognize objective reality. In other words, meanings represent the ideal form of the existence of the objective world, its properties, connections, and relations, transformed and folded in the matter of language, which are disclosed in the aggregate of social practice. This is why meanings themselves, that is to say, abstracted from their functions in individual consciousness, are by no means mental, as is that socially cognized reality, which lies behind them. 81. In this way, the individual awakens to conscious life by actively acquiring the ideal form of the existence of the objective world, and this ideal form is not language itself, but human activity. This activity approach forms an unmistakable line of affinity between, on the one hand, cultural historical psychologists like L.S. Vygotsky, A.N. Leontiev, A.R. Luria and A.I. Meshcheryakov, and, on the other, philosophers who in the 1960s used this method in an attempt to revitalize Soviet philosophy. These latter theorists are not as well known in the West as the cultural historical school of Soviet psychology. They include G. Batashchev 82 FT. Mikhailov 83 VV. Davidov, philosophers of the Kiev school and, most importantly, Ilyenkov himself, who sought to develop a philosophical foundation for activity theory, and who began to play the role of the philosophical spokesman of the Vygotsky school. 84 This approach continues to be developed by contemporary Russian philosophers like S. Mareev and A. Maidansky among others. 85 This group of theorists includes some of the current representatives of the activity approach in post-Soviet Marxist thought. Ilyenkov and the Western world. This body of thought has much in common with Western Marxism. The term Western Marxism is broadly associated with Perry Anderson's influential work of 1976, Considerations on Western Marxism, where it is understood as a body of theory emerging in the wake of the defeat of classical Marxism and is chiefly associated with thinkers such as Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Benjamin, Della Volpe, Marcuse, Lefebvre, Adorno, Sartre, Goldman, Althusser and Coletti. 86 According to Anderson, what principally distinguishes this body of thought from classical Marxism is its divorce from revolutionary political practice. However, this tradition is also defined by its shift in emphasis from political economy to problems of culture and subjectivity. As Russell Jacoby argues, these theorists are distinguished not only from classical Marxism, but also from Soviet Marxism, in their concern to rescue Marxism from positivism and crude materialism. 87 In this way, Western Marxism shares a common concern with Soviet activity theory, which could likewise be distinguished from Soviet Marxism for the same reasons. Furthermore, Mareev makes a powerful argument about the role of Lukács in the development of Soviet Marxism, which marks a significant point of contact between the two traditions, as this principal founder of Western Marxism also played a key role in the development of creative Soviet Marxism. Despite these similarities, both in terms of theoretical concerns and certain key figures, this tradition has not received much attention in the West. Unlike the Vygotsky school from the 1920s and 1930s, activity theory from the post-Stalin period has not made much of an impact on the English-speaking world. The same holds true for Ilyenkov. Although he had a profound influence on Soviet philosophy during his lifetime, he has not been as influential outside the Soviet Union. His philosophical insights have to this day remained a Soviet phenomenon without much international influence. 88 There have been several attempts to place Ilyenkov in conversation with Western Marxist thought, and some work has been done in recent years to facilitate this process. The earliest was a failed attempt in the early 1960s, the so-called Italian Affair 89, which reveals an interesting point of contact with the Della Volpe school. Bakhurst's Consciousness and Revolution in Soviet Philosophy remains the only major book on Ilyenkov in English. In 1999, on the 20th anniversary of his death, a symposium was held in Helsinki, the proceedings of which were published in 2000 in Evald Ilyenkov's Philosophy Revisited. Paul Dillon reviewed this book for Historical Materialism in 2005. Some work has appeared in academic journals in the West, including a special issue of Studies in East European Thought on Ilyenkov in 2005, and a special issue of Diogenes on Russian Philosophy in 2009, which includes an article by Avdus Alamgasanov and Vladislav Lektorsky that provides for English readers important insights into the historical context of Ilyenkov's writings. Ilyenkov was not overly prolific, although he published several key books and numerous articles. An archive of his publications can be found at http://cau.ru/Ilyenkov. The archive is maintained by Maidensky and includes a section with all existing English translations of Ilyenkov's work. Many of his writings were published during his lifetime, and some of them have been translated into English. In 2009, Missing in Action published a new volume called The Ideal in Human Activity, which includes much of his work in English translation. Dialectics of the Ideal remained unpublished until 2009, when a special issue of the Russian philosophy journal Logos featured the complete article in its original form. The saga of its publication is worth recounting. In 1976, it was slated to be included as part of a two-volume set of articles written by several authors and prepared by the Department of Dialectical Materialism at the Institute of Philosophy. However, it was blocked from publication at a meeting of the Governing Council of the Institute, which was headed by B.S. Ukraintsev. A decision was taken to publish the two-volume set, but to remove two articles, including Dialectics of the Ideal. Ilyenkov's former PhD supervisor T.I. Oiserman likewise voted for its removal. 90 The text was prevented from publication 6 additional times and remained unpublished during Ilyenkov's lifetime. Shortly after his death in 1979, the Russian philosophy journal Voprosy Philosophiae published The Problem of the Ideal, a truncated version of the original. Two additional abridged versions appeared in the USSR, in Art and the Communist Ideal and Philosophy and Culture. 91 The first English translation of the piece preceded its publication in Russian. In 1977 the concept of the ideal was published in a volume called Philosophy in the USSR, Problems of Dialectical Materialism. It was translated by Cambridge Slavist Robert Daglish and includes a little over half of the original text. It begins approximately one-third of the way into the text and leaves out a number of significant parts, including the entire section on Dubrovsky and two important passages where Ilyenkov cites Lenin in support of his argument. Substantial parts of the article have been summarized and completely rewritten, presumably by the translator. 92. The translation before you provides for the first time the complete, unabridged, and unedited text of Dialectics of the Ideal in English. I have indicated some of the parts that have been entirely omitted from Daglish's translation. However, I have not indicated all of the differences in translation, as there are far too many. I have also included several footnotes to explain nuances with which an English reader may not be familiar. Following the Russian edition, I have kept Ilyenkov's own additional remarks that he included in subsequent versions of the text. These are given in square brackets and initialed accordingly. Alterations to words and phrases are marked with a tilde. At times, I have kept the original Russian term in square brackets to ensure the precision of technical terminology. I would like to sincerely thank Andrei Maidensky and Evgeny V. Pavlov for their invaluable comments on the translation, which helped to reflect with precision Ilyenkov's technical vocabulary and to capture the nuances and humor of his phraseology. As with any translation, something is always lost, for which I bear sole responsibility. Dialectics of the Ideal. Evald Ilyenkov. The thought of the ideal passing into the real is profound, very important for history. But also in the personal life of man it is clear that this contains much truth. Against vulgar materialism. Point 1. The ideal, or the ideality of phenomena, is too important a category to be handled thoughtlessly and carelessly, as it is associated not only with a Marxist understanding of the essence of idealism, but even with its naming. Among idealistic doctrines we include all those concepts in philosophy, which take as their starting point of an explanation of history and knowledge a conception of the ideal that is, as it were, partial, unelaborated, as consciousness or will, as thought or as the mind in general, as soul or spirit, as feeling or as creativity or as socially organized experience. This is precisely why the anti-materialist camp in philosophy is called idealism, and not, say, intellectualism or psychologism, voluntarism or consciousnessism. These are already particular specifications, and not the universal two attributes of idealism at all, regardless of the particular form it assumes. The ideal here is understood in its entirety, as a complete totality of possible interpretations, those already known, and those yet to be invented. Therefore, we must state that consciousness, for example, is ideal, or belongs to the category of ideal phenomena, and in no case, in no sense or respect, to the material. But if one says, on the contrary, that the ideal is consciousness, then one introduces unacceptable confusion into the expression of the fundamental differences between the ideal and the material in general, into the very concept of the ideal. For such an inversion transforms the concept of the ideal from a thought-out theoretical designation of a well-known category of phenomena, into a name for only a few of them. As a result, one always risks getting into a fix. Sooner or later a new, as yet unknown, variant of idealism will inevitably fall into one's field of vision that does not fit into one's overly narrow definition of the ideal, which cannot accommodate the special case. Where would one assign this new type of idealism? To materialism? Nowhere else. Or else one would have to change one's understanding of the ideal and idealism, to tinker with it to avoid obvious inconsistencies. Ivan is a person, but a person is not Ivan. This is why under no circumstances is it permissible to define a general category through a description of one, albeit typical, case of ideality. Bread is food. This is beyond doubt. But even elementary school logic does not permit the inversion of this truism, as the phrase food is bread is not a correct definition of food, and can only appear correct to one who has never tried any food other than bread. This is why one must define the category of the ideal in its universal form, rather than through reference to its particular varieties, just like the concept of matter is not disclosed through enumerating currently known conceptions of matter in the natural sciences. Incidentally, this method of reasoning about the ideal can be found at every step. Too often the concept of the ideal is understood as a simple synonym for other phenomena, namely those that are determined theoretically through an understanding of the ideal in philosophy, most commonly, the phenomenon of consciousness, consciousness in itself. Here is a typical illustration of such an understanding. Ideal phenomena cannot exist beyond and outside of consciousness, and all other phenomena of matter are material. Point 3. Beyond and outside of consciousness there exist, however, such phenomena as unconscious motives of conscious activity. Remaining faithful to elementary logic, our author would have to take them to the level of material phenomena, because all other phenomena of matter are material. And the thinkers who place this category in the foundation of their concepts, Eduard Hartmann, Sigmund Freud, Arthur Koestler, and others like them, would be elevated with the same logical inexorability to the rank of materialists. Confusion, as you can see, turns out to be very far-reaching, and it is no accident that I.S. Narsky, following this logic, identified materialism in the works of R. Carnap because the latter deals with such an impersonal thing as language with its structures, which are in no way reducible to the phenomena of individual consciousness. Below we shall return to what unpleasant and unexpected consequences arise from such an unconsidered understanding of the ideal. In the meantime, it is enough to note that if one defines consciousness as ideal, then to answer the legitimate question, what does one understand by the ideal? With the phrase "the ideal is consciousness, is the phenomenon of consciousness," is in no way possible without imitating a playful dog biting its own tail. I.S. Narsky is not alone. Here is another example: the ideal is information that is actualized by the brain for the self. It is the ability of the self to have information in its pure form and to operate with it. The ideal is a mental phenomenon, though not all mental phenomena can be designated as ideal, but the ideal is always presented in the conscious states of the individual self. The ideal is a purely individual phenomenon, realized by means of a certain type of cerebral neurodynamic process. Point 4 very well. It is clearly stated, of all mental phenomena, only those that represent conscious states of an individual must be related to the ideal. It is self-evident that all other mental phenomena inevitably fall into the category of material phenomena. However, the ideal itself is subtly interpreted as a purely material, cerebral neurodynamic process that differs from all others, only in that it has yet been poorly researched. It is not difficult to see that to concretize the ideal in such a way transforms its meaning into a simple naming of a very specific, cerebral process, and the philosophical problem of the relation of the ideal to the material is replaced by the question of the relation of one neurodynamic process to other neurodynamic processes, a special problem of the physiology of higher nervous activity. The way in which the problem of the great opposition of the ideal and the material was formulated and resolved in philosophy and theoretical psychology is thus safely removed from the sphere of scientific research. In essence, it appears as a pre-scientific, speculative philosophical method of posing the question, which on closer examination turns out to be merely a concrete question of physiology, the science of studying the structures and functions of the brain, that is, facts, localized in the skull of an individual. Naturally, with such an interpretation of the problem of the relation of the ideal to the material, all definitions worked out by philosophy as a special science turn out to be not only too abstract, but also too broad, and therefore incorrect. Consequently, D.I. Dubrovsky must categorically object to all those philosophers and psychologists who understand the ideal as something other than a fleeting conscious state of an individual or the current mental state of an individual or facts of consciousness, by which he understands exclusively the material conditions of his own brain as subjectively experienced by an individual. For D.I. Dubrovsky, it does not matter what these current mental states of an individual are in terms of philosophy, they reflect something objectively real, something outside the human head, or else they are merely his own immanent states subjectively experienced by the brain, namely events physiologically conditioned by his specific constitution naively taken for events outside of the brain. For D.I. Dubrovsky, both are equally ideal because both are subjective expressions, individual reflections of cranial neurodynamic processes 5 and could not be anything else. Therefore, the definition of the ideal does not depend on the category of truth, because a false idea is likewise not a material but an ideal phenomenon. Point 6 Meanwhile, philosophy, as a science, was never particularly interested in the individual operation of cranial neurodynamic processes, and if we understand the ideal in the sense of D.I. Dubrovsky, then this category must have been misunderstood in philosophy, as a result of various but equally illegitimate and unacceptably broadened or unacceptably narrowed uses of the word ideal. Then the scientific monopoly on the interpretation of this term, on the question of what it can and cannot denote, would, according to this position, belong to the physiology of higher nervous activity. Individual operation of cranial neurodynamic processes, period. Everything else, from the evil one. It is well known that the theoretical development of the category of the ideal in philosophy was produced by the need to establish and then understand just that very distinction, which for D.I. Dubrovsky is of no matter to the characterization of the ideal, a distinction and even an opposition between the fleeting mental states of an individual, completely personal, possessing no universal meaning for another individual, and the universal, necessary and, because of this, objective forms of knowledge and cognition independent of one's existing reality. This crucial distinction has a direct bearing on the entire millennial battle between materialism and idealism, to their fundamentally irreconcilable dispute. This distinction can be declared to be of no matter to the characterization of the ideal only out of complete ignorance of the history of this dispute. The problem of the ideal has always been an aspect of the problem of the objectivity of knowledge, that is, the problem of precisely those forms of knowledge that are conditioned and explained not by the whims of individual mental physiology, but by something much more serious, something standing above the individual mind and entirely independent of it. For example, mathematical truths, logical categories, moral imperatives, and ideas of justice, which are things having a certain meaning for any mind, as well as the power to limit their individual whims. This peculiar category of phenomena, having a special kind of objectivity that is obviously independent of the individual with his body and soul, fundamentally differs from the objectivity of things sensuously perceived by the individual, and had once been designated by philosophy as the ideality of these phenomena, as the ideal in general. In this sense, the ideal already figures in Plato, to whom humanity owes the allocation of this range of phenomena to this particular category, as well as its naming. Ideas in Plato are not simply states of the human soul, they are necessarily universal, commonly held image patterns, clearly opposed to an individual soul that directs a human body, as a mandatory law for each soul, with requirements that each individual must consider from childhood much more carefully than the requirements of his own individual body with its fleeting and random states. As Plato himself explained the origin of these universal prototype patterns of all diverse-ranging individual states of the soul, he correctly identified them as a special category, on an indisputably factual basis, as the universal norms of that culture within which an individual awakens to conscious life, as well as requirements that he must internalize as a necessary law of his own life activity. These are the cultural norms, as well as the grammatical syntactical linguistic norms on which he learned to speak, in addition to the laws of the state in which he was born, and the rules of thinking about the things around him since the world of his childhood, and so on and so forth. He must internalize all of these normative patterns as a special reality clearly distinct from himself, and is, itself, moreover, strictly organized. Having allocated the phenomena of this special reality, unknown to an animal or to a person in a primitive natural state, to a specific category, Plato put before mankind a real and very difficult problem, the problem of the nature of these peculiar phenomena, the nature of the world of ideas, the ideal world, a problem that has nothing to do with the problem of the constitution of the human body, all the more so the constitution of one of the organs of this body, the constitution of the brain. This problem and range of phenomena simply do not interest physiologists, be they among Plato's contemporaries or of the present day. One can, of course, call something else the ideal, such as a neurodynamic stereotype of a certain type, which has yet been poorly researched. But such a renaming does not advance, by even a millimeter, the solution to the problem, which was outlined and designated by Plato as the ideal, that is, an understanding of that range of facts for whose clear designation he introduced the term. However, later the word idea and its derivative, the adjective the ideal, once again became a simple collective term for any mental phenomena, for even a fleeting, mental state of an individual soul, and this usage also obtained enough power to maintain quite a stable tradition, which has survived, as we can see, to this day. but this was due to the fact that the narrowly empirical tradition in philosophy simply excluded the real problem demonstrated by Plato, failing to realize its actual significance and simply dismissing it as a baseless tale. Consequently, the word ideal here means, not really existing, but only in the imagination, only in the form of a mental state of an individual. This terminological and theoretical position is closely associated with the notion that in reality there are only separate, particular, sensuously perceptible things, and the universal is but a phantom of the imagination, a mental phenomenon, justified only insofar as it endlessly repeats in many acts of perception of particular things by particular individuals, and perceived by this individual as a certain similarity of many sensuously perceived things, as the identity of mental states experienced by an individual. The dead ends into which this unwise position takes philosophy are well known to anyone even slightly familiar with the criticism of one-sided empiricism by representatives of German classical philosophy, and hence there is no need to reproduce this criticism. Note, however, that the critics of this view were interested in its merits, rather than terminological whims, which forced Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel to reject the empirical explanation of the ideal, and to turn to a special theoretical analysis of this most important concept. The point is that mere identification of the ideal with the mental in general, as was common in the 17th and 18th centuries, did not offer an opportunity to even clearly formulate the special philosophical problem that Plato had already grasped, the problem of the objectivity of universal knowledge, the objectivity of universal definitions of reality, namely the nature of the fact of their absolute independence from humans and from humanity, from the special constitution of the human organism, its brain and its mind with its individual fleeting states. Put differently, it is the problem of the truth value of universal knowledge, understood as the laws of knowledge, remaining invariant in all diverse changes in mental states, and not only individual, but also entire intellectual formations, epochs, and peoples. Actually, it was only here that the problem of the ideal was posed in its entirety and in all its dialectical acuity as a problem of the relationship of the ideal in general and the material in general. There the ideal refers to that, and only that, which has a place in the individual mind, in individual consciousness, in the head of an individual, and everything else belongs under the rubric of the material. To the realm of material phenomena belong the sun and the stars, mountains and rivers, atoms and chemical elements and all other purely natural phenomena. To this classification we must attribute all materially fixed forms of social consciousness, all historically formed and socially legitimized human representations of the actual world, of objective reality. A book, a statue, an icon, a drawing, a gold coin, the royal crown, a banner, a theatrical performance and its dramatic plot, all these are objects existing, of course, outside of the individual head, and perceived by this head as external, corporally tangible objects. However, if on this basis one were to assign, say, Swan Lake or King Lear to the category of material phenomena, one would be making a fundamental philosophical theoretical error. A theatrical representation is precisely a representation. In the most precise and strict sense of the term, in the sense that within it is represented something else, something other. What is it? Cranial neurodynamic processes once occurring in the heads of P.I. Tchaikovsky and William Shakespeare? The fleeting mental states of an individual or individuals? Or is it something more substantial? In response to this question, Hegel would have replied, it is the substantial content of an epoch, meaning intellectual formation in its actual essence. And this answer, despite all of its underlying idealism, would have been much truer, deeper, and most importantly closer to the materialistic perspective on things, on the nature of those peculiar phenomena, which are here being discussed, about things, in the body of which is tangibly represented something other than themselves. What is it? What is this something, represented in the sensuously contemplated body of another thing? From the perspective of coherent materialism, this something can only be another material object. For from the perspective of coherent materialism, there can be nothing other than matter in motion, that is to say, an infinite set of material bodies, events, processes and states. Under ideality or the ideal, materialism must have in mind that very peculiar and strictly established relationship between at least two material objects, within which one material object, while remaining itself, performs the role of a representative of another object, or more precisely the universal nature of this other object, the universal forms and laws of this other object, while remaining invariant in all its variations, in all its empirically evident variations. There is no doubt that the ideal so understood, namely as the universal form and law of existence and change in diverse, empirically perceptible phenomena given to a person, becomes apparent and established in its pure form only in historical forms of intellectual culture, in the socially significant forms of its expression. And not in the form of fleeting mental states of an individual, however it is expressed, as spiritualistic immaterial, in the manner of Descartes or Fichte, or as crudely physical, as the brain, in the manner of Cabanis, Buchner, or Moleschott. This sphere of phenomena, a collectively built world of intellectual culture, an internally organized and disjointed world of historically established and socially established universal representations by people about the real world, as opposed to the individual mind, as a certain special and distinctive world, as the ideal world in general, as the idealized world. The ideal so understood, of course, cannot be presented simply as a repeatedly reiterated individual mind, as it constitutes a special sensuous supersensuous reality within which is discovered much that cannot be found in each individual mind, taken separately. Nevertheless, it is the world of representations, and not the actual world, as it exists prior to, beyond, and independent of a person or humanity. It is the real world, as it is represented in historically established and historically changing social consciousness, in collective impersonal reason, in historically established forms of expression of this reason. In part, it is in language, in its vocabulary, and in its grammatical and syntactical patterns that fasten words together. Further to language, it also exists in all other forms of expression of socially significant representations, in all other forms of representation, including the form of a ballet performance, which manages, as is well known, without a verbal text. This is why German classical philosophy made such a huge step forward in the scientific comprehension of the nature of the ideal, in its actual fundamental opposition to the material in general, including that material organ in the human body, which helps to idealize the real world, namely the brain, imprisoned in the human head. For the first time since Plato, philosophy ceased to understand ideality as narrowly mental, as in English empiricism, and understood well enough that in no way can the ideal in general be reduced to a simple sum of the mental states of individuals, and thus interpreted simply as the collective name for these states. This idea is quite well articulated in Hegel in the form of spirit in general, in the full sense of the concept, as universal spirit, as objective spirit, even more so as absolute spirit, and in no way can it be represented or understood as a repeatedly reiterated individual soul, that is to say, the mind. And if the problem of ideality generally coincides with the problem of the mental in general, then the mental generally confronts the natural not as a separate self against the rest, but as a much more stable and durable reality, which persists despite the fact that individual selves arise and vanish, sometimes leaving a trace in it, and sometimes without a trace, not even touching ideality, spirit. Hegel therefore sees Plato's service to philosophy in that the reality of mind, that is, of mind as opposed to nature, appeared in its highest truth as the organization of a state seven and not as the organization of some single soul, or the mind of an individual, moreover, not as a separate brain. As long as the question of the relationship of the ideal to the real is understood narrowly and psychologically, as the question of the relationship of a single soul with its states to everything else, it simply cannot even be correctly and clearly stated, let alone resolved. The issue is that another separate soul automatically falls into the category of everything else, namely the material, the real. Moreover, the entire set of these souls, organized into a certain unified intellectual formation, the intellectual culture of a given people, the state, or a whole epoch, can in no way, even in the limit case, be understood as a repeatedly reiterated separate soul, because in this case it is obvious that the whole is irreducible to the sum of its parts, and is not simply a repeatedly reiterated part. The intricate shape of the Gothic cathedral is not at all like the shape of bricks, from the set of which it is built. It is also the same here. In addition, for each individual soul another soul is never and in no way directly given as ideal. One soul confronts another only as a set of its own palpably embodied, directly material manifestations, at least in the form of gestures, facial expressions, words, or actions, or, in our time, even drafts of oscillograms, graphically depicting the electrochemical activity of the brain. But this is already not the ideal, but its outward corporeal expression, manifestation, so to speak, a projection on matter, something material. Strictly speaking, the ideal, according to this view, is present only in introspection, in the self-observation of an individual soul, as the intimate mental state of the one and only, namely my self. Hence for empiricism there is the generally fatal, principally irresolvable, and notorious problem of the other I. Does it exist at all? For this reason, coherent empiricism is to this day unable to get out of the impasse of solipsism, and must accept this most foolish philosophical arrangement by deliberately setting out the principle of the methodological solipsism of Rudolf Carnap and all of his, maybe not so frank, followers. Consequently, fully developed empiricism declared the question of the relation of the ideal in general to the material in general, that is, the only correctly posed question, a pseudo-problem. Yes, on such shaky ground as the mental states of an individual, this question cannot even be posed, it cannot even be intelligibly formulated. The very concept of the ideal in general becomes an impossibility, it is construed as a pseudo-concept, as a concept without a denotation, without an object, as a theoretical fiction, as a scientifically interminable mirage, at best, as a tolerable hypothesis, as a traditional figure of speech or mode of speech. Hence, the term the ideal loses all of its clearly defined theoretical content. It ceases to be the designation of a certain sphere of phenomena and becomes applicable to any phenomenon, so far as this phenomenon is perceived, mentally experienced, so far as we see it, hear it, feel it, smell it, or taste it. And we can rightly designate as material this, any, phenomenon, if what we have in mind is that we see it, namely something other than ourselves with our mental states, in so far as we experience this phenomenon as something separate from ourselves. But in itself, that is to say, independently of what we have in mind, no phenomenon can be attributed to one nor the other category. Any phenomenon is in one respect ideal, but in another material, in one sense material, but in another ideal. First and foremost is consciousness in all its manifestations, now its ideal, then material. From whichever side one looks, in one respect it is ideal, while in another respect it is material. Let's listen to one of the most active proponents of this view. Consciousness is ideal in form and in content, if we have in mind first, its mental form, correlated with the known content, and second, the realized content of consciousness. Consciousness is material in form and in content, if we have in mind another pair of the above-mentioned juxtapositions. But apart from that, consciousness is material in form and ideal in content, especially if we have in mind the correlation of the material form in the sense of the neurophysiological processes and the mental content in the sense of the inner world of the subject. Thus, much depends on what is meant by form and content in a given case. The meaning of the ideal and the material change accordingly. Point 8. With this explanation, the concepts of the ideal and the material cease to be theoretical categories expressing two strictly defined categories of objectively distinct phenomena, and become just buzzwords that have in mind one thing or another, depending on the circumstances and depending on what is meant by these buzzwords. Of course, if the word consciousness is used to mean not consciousness, but rather neurophysiological processes, consciousness then turns out to be material. But if one uses neurophysiological processes to mean consciousness, one would then have to define neurophysiological processes as ideal phenomena. Very simple. Of course, if by the word ideal we were to have in mind the material, we would then obtain the same result as if by the word material we were to have in mind the ideal. What is true is true. Only these word games cannot be called dialectics, let alone materialist. We must not forget that the ideal and the material are not just terms to which opposite meanings can be attached, but are instead fundamentally opposite categories of phenomena, rigorously and objectively defined in scientific philosophy, and that to call consciousness material means to carry out an unacceptable blurring of boundaries between one and the other, between idealism and materialism. V.I. Lenin specifically underscored this point. The real problem of the mutual transformation of the ideal and the material occurring in the course of an actual process, that very transformation and the study thereof, whose importance was noted by Lenin, here becomes a verbal problem, which, naturally, is solved by purely verbal procedures, due to the fact that in one case what is called ideal is in the other case called material, and vice versa. The real materialist solution to the problem in its proper formulation was found, as we know, by Marx, who had in mind an entirely real process, specifically inherent to human life activity, the process by which the material life activity of social man begins to produce not only a material, but also an ideal product, begins to produce the act of idealization of reality, and then, having arisen, the ideal becomes a critical component of the material life activity of social man, and then begins the opposite process, the process of the materialization of the ideal. These two actually opposite processes eventually lock into more or less pronounced cycles, and the end of one process becomes the beginning of the other, opposite one, which leads in the end to the motion of a spiral shape with all its ensuing dialectical consequences. A very important fact is that this process, the transformation of the material into the ideal, and then back, which constantly closes in on itself into more and more cycles, spirals, is highly specific to the socio-historical life activity of human beings. To an animal, with its life activity, it is foreign and unknown, and therefore there cannot be any serious talk about the problem of the ideal with respect to animals, however highly developed the latter may be. Although it goes without saying, highly developed animals have minds, a mental form of reflection of the surrounding environment, and therefore, in theory, one could find the scent of the ideal even among animals, if by the ideal one means all mentality, and not only that singular form characteristic only of the human mind, of the socio-human spirit, of the human head. By the way, in Marx, the issue is about this and only this, and by the ideal he does not mean all mentality, but a much more specific formation, the form of socio-human mentality. The ideal for Marx is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. 9 It must be specified that for an understanding of Marx's position this expression can be correctly understood only if one has in mind that it is expressed in the context of a polemic with the Hegelian interpretation of the ideal, and outside of this very specific context its specific meaning is lost. And if one loses sight of this context, namely the principal differences between Marx's and Hegel's respective explanations of the ideal, and turns Marx's position into the definitive concept of the ideal, then this position, having lost its actual specific meaning, will acquire an entirely different, alien one, that is to say, it will be interpreted entirely falsely. It is very often understood in a vulgar materialist spirit, and, of course, one need only understand the human head, referred to by Marx, as an anatomic and physiological organ of the body of the species Homo sapiens, that is to say, as a set of material phenomena, located under the cranial cap of the individual, everything else will then follow automatically. The formal possibility of such an interpretation was quite accurately revealed and subsequently rejected by Todor Pavlov. Sometimes it is read behavioristically, and the transposition and processing are taken as purely physiological or other material processes. With this interpretation of Marx's thought, it could also be related to an automatic device and the operation of various human-made or natural control systems. In this case, mentality, consciousness, thought, not to mention creative thought, truly turn out to be unnecessary concepts. Point 10. As a direct consequence of this reading, the ideal comes to be understood in terms of cybernetics, information theory, and other physical, mathematical, and technical disciplines. It begins to appear as a certain type of code, as a result of coding and decoding, converting some signals into other signals, and so on and so forth. Naturally, an infinite number of purely material processes and events that are observable in blocks of electrotechnical devices, machines, and apparatuses fall within the framework of such an understanding of the ideal, and in the end all those purely physical phenomena, which are in one way or another related by the interconnection of one material system with another material system, producing in the other system some purely material changes. As a result, not a trace is left of the concept of the ideal, and Todor Pavlov rightly criticizes this way of reasoning in that it irrevocably leads away from the subject of discussion of the ideal in Marx, that is to say, toward extreme abstraction and ambiguous terminology. Terms such as isomorphism, homorphism, neurodynamic model and so on, will not be of help in this case. All this is simply not about that subject, not about that concretely understood category of phenomena that Marx denoted by the term ideal. It is simply about something else. In the best case, it is about those material prerequisites, without the presence of which ideality, as a specific form of reflection of the external world by the human head, could not have arisen and come to life. But it is not about the actual ideal. It is not about that kind of product that results from the transposition and translation of the material by the human, and only the human, head. It is not about those concrete specific forms in which the material in general appears in this specific product of human life activity. For a correctly understood category of the ideal includes precisely those, and only those, forms of reflection that specifically distinguish humans, and are completely alien and unknown to any animal, even one with a highly developed higher nervous system, activity, and psychology. Precisely these, and only these, specific forms of reflection of the external world by the human head have always been investigated by the science of philosophy under the designation, ideal forms of mental activity. It retained this term precisely for the sake of their delimitation from all others. Otherwise, this word completely loses its concrete scientific meaning, its meaning as a scientific category. This is exactly the same situation as with the meaning of labor. During the time when political economy, through its classical representatives, seriously tried to solve the problem of value, it clearly understood labor as always being human labor. As soon as bourgeois science discovered its own bankruptcy and became completely lost in contradictions by this ticklish problem, it was forced onto the path of emptying out the meaning from the fundamental concepts of the labor theory of value. And then, having preserved the term labor, it came to understand by this term the labor of an ass, harnessed to a cart, and the labor of the wind, of the rotating spokes of a windmill, and the labor of steam, of the moving piston, and the labor of all natural forces that humans have harnessed to serve them in the process of their labor, in the process of the production of value. And the sun and the wind began to produce value. And human labor, that too is equal to them. But not only it, and not principally it. The same thing with ideality. It is not by chance that Marx returns to the problem of the ideal in relation to the problem of value, the value form. These problems proved to be entangled in a single knot. It was impossible to disentangle one without disentangling the other. For the value form, as demonstrated with indisputable clarity by the most critical theoretical analysis of its features, turned out to be ideal, in the most strict and precise sense of this concept expressing this conception of the term. The fact is that any sensuously perceptible object that satisfies a human need, any use value, can assume the value form. This is a purely universal form, completely indifferent to any sensuously perceptible material of its incarnation, of its materialization. The value form is absolutely independent of the characteristics of the natural body of the commodity in which it dwells, the form in which it is represented. The case is similar with regard to money, which also only expresses, represents with its own specific body this mysterious reality, but is in no way that reality itself. It is always something distinct from every material, sensuously perceptible body of its own incarnation, from any corporeal reality. This mystical, mysterious reality does not have its own material body, which is why it easily changes one material form of its incarnation for another, persisting in all of its incarnations and metamorphoses, and even increasing with this its own incorporeal body, controlling the fate and movement of all those individual bodies that it inhabits, in which it temporarily materializes, including the human body. Virtually all those characteristics, which traditional philosophy and theology attributed to the soul, universality, incorporeality, elusive of the most precise physical and chemical methods of detection, and at the same time an omnipotent power commanding the fate of things and people, all this confronted theoretical thought in the form of definitions of the value form, as undeniable, subject to no doubt, persisting, reality. Objectivity in the sense of Kant, in the sense of Plato, and in the sense of Hegel. But here metaphysical and, moreover, vulgar materialism found itself in an unpleasant situation. Furthermore, it suffered complete theoretical bankruptcy, falling into the vice grip of an insoluble dilemma. Either deny doubtlessly existing objective reality, or bow down to Plato, and then to Berkeley. Take your pick, but value is not the soul of priests and theologians. If priests were barely able to interpret the soul as an entirely material organ of the human body, as a mystical priestly definition, then this explanation did not pass in the case of value. And it will not pass, regardless of the achievements counted among the assets of scientific study of the human brain. The value form is completely ideal. And this in no way means that it exists only in consciousness, inside the physiologically interpreted human head, as a mental physiological phenomenon, as a cerebral, neurodynamic phenomenon, of a definite though still poorly investigated type. Such an explanation would be, precisely, a 100% idealist explanation of history from the perspective of the silliest variety of idealism, physiological idealism, an interpretation of a socio-historical process, and that in its most important commodity capitalist phase. We would very much like to ask D.I. Dubrovsky and I.S. Narsky a delicate question: in what way would they philosophically orient political economy, faced with the mystery of the ideality of the value form, if they continued to insist on their own understanding of ideality, on their own answer to the question, what is the ideal, and where is it to be found? Of course, it is inadmissible and absurd to speak of any ideal without man, with his human head, not only from the perspective of Marx's materialism, but from any materialism that accounts for the words it is using. But this in no way means that it is to be found in the head, deep in the bulk of the cerebral cortex. Although it does not exist without the brain and the head, and theorists who do not understand this difference must be reminded of this indisputable fact, that not only the ideal, but the totality of material relations of production cannot exist without man with his human head. And even the very forces of production. Following from the above, we can see with how much accuracy and acuity V.I. Lenin formulated the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship between thought and the brain. Man thinks with the aid of the brain, that is the Leninist formula. Not the brain itself, as the physiologists and cyberneticists who think one-sidedly on this issue claim and believe. And this is a principal difference. Yes, it is not the brain that thinks, but an individual with the aid of the brain, an individual who is entwined in a net of social relations, always mediated by material objects, created by man for man. The brain is but the material, anatomical physiological organ of this labor, mental labor, that is to say, intellectual labor. The product of this special labor is precisely the ideal. and not the material changes within the brain itself. The relationship here is exactly the same as the relationship between a person and his own hand. The hand does not work, but a person works with the aid of the hand. And the product of his labor is not found in the hand, not inside it, but in that substance of nature that is worked upon, that is to say, the form of substance outside of the hand, and not as the form of the hand itself with its 5 fingers. It is exactly the same here. The person thinks with the aid of the brain, but the product of this labor is in no way the material changes in the system of cerebral structures, but changes in the system of intellectual culture, in its forms and structures, in the system of patterns and images of the external world. Therefore, having drafted a circumference, or, say, a pyramid, man is able to investigate this ideal geometrical representation as a specific object, discovering new properties in it, even though he did not consciously invest these properties in the object. In this way, he investigates not the properties of his own brain, not changes occurring in states of the brain, but something entirely different. The ideal, it is the pattern of the real, object-oriented activity of man, consistent with the form of the thing outside the head, outside the brain. Yes, it is precisely a pattern, and only a pattern, rather than the activity itself in its flesh and blood. However, precisely because, and only because, it is a pattern of real, purposeful human activity with things in the external world, can it be presented and examined as a specific object, entirely independent from the facilities of the brain and its specific states, as an object of specific activity, aimed at changes in the image of the thing, and not at the thing itself presented in this image. And this is the only thing that distinguishes purely ideal activity from immediately material activity. To think that a mathematician investigating the properties of a sphere or a cube in this way examines a representation of the flow of events, flowing through the bulk of his own brain, a representation of neurodynamic processes and so on, means to stand with both feet on the perspective of a specific variety of subjective idealism, physiological idealism, in its understanding of the ideal as well as the material. And D.I. Dubrovsky should not forget that if someone were to put everyone to sleep for 10 minutes, then there would not exist during that period of time on our planet not only the ideal, but also the process of the production of material life with its relations of production. Does it really follow from this ingenious thought experiment that material relations of production exist only in consciousness and only because of consciousness? Based on D.I. Dubrovsky's logic, it does follow. And it follows for the simple reason that he does not draw the main line between ideal and material phenomena where it had been drawn once and for all in the theory of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. When a theorist writes a book with a quill and paper or with the aid of a typewriter, he produces an ideal product, regardless of the fact that his work is established in the form of sensuously perceptible visible curlicues on paper. He accomplishes intellectual labor, and in no way material labor. When an artist paints a painting, he creates an image, not an original. When an engineer drafts his draft, he also does not yet create any material product, he also accomplishes only intellectual labor and produces only an ideal, and not a real, machine. And the difference here is not that the creation of a material product requires physical effort, whereas the creation of an ideal product requires only intellectual effort. Nothing of the sort. Any sculptor will tell you that to carve a statue from granite, to create a sculptural image, is physically much more difficult than to weave a cubit of linen or to sew a coat. The conductor of a symphonic orchestra sheds no less sweat than a digger. Does the creation of a material product not require maximum force of consciousness and will from the laborer? Indeed it does, and the more it does so the less the process of labor and its product makes personal sense to him. Nevertheless, one category of people accomplishes only intellectual labor, creating only an ideal product and altering only people's social consciousness, while the other category of people creates a material product, since it produces alterations in the sphere of their material being. And that makes all the difference. That very difference between social being and social consciousness, between the material and the ideal, which Marx, Engels, and Lenin were the first to draw strictly scientifically, which A.A. Bogdanov, for example, was unable to make out, for whom social being and social consciousness merged into one and the same on the basis that both are independent of individual consciousness, outside of individual mentality, and identically confront the individual mind as forms of socially organized experience, as social stereotypes, completely impersonal, and entirely independent of the whims of individuals. The fact that historically established stereotypes of social consciousness are spontaneously imposed upon individual consciousness, as an external power, and actively form this individual consciousness in its own image and likeness, by no means makes them material forms, forms of social being. They were and remain forms of social consciousness, that is, completely ideal forms. But D.I. Dubrovsky refuses to accept them in general, ascribing them to the category of material phenomena. For him, of course, this also includes syntactical and grammatical forms of language, and legal norms regulating the wills of individuals by means of state institutions designed for this purpose, and much more. All that is not cranial neurodynamic processes of a certain type. Everything, except that. Including, it stands to reason, the value form. We ask the reader to judge if this understanding can be associated with the axiomatic positions of the materialist conception of history, and what conclusions it would produce in the attempt to critically work out the antinomies of value of this sensuous-supersensuous thing, with its mysterious properties of the commodity. According to the meaning that K. Marx attached to the word ideal, the value form in general is a purely ideal form. Point 11. And this is not on the basis that it exists only in consciousness, only in the head of the commodity owner, but on quite opposite grounds. Price, or the money form of value, like any value form in general, is ideal because it is entirely distinct from the tangible corporeal form of the commodity in which it appears, as we read in the chapter Money, or the circulation of commodities. Point 12. In other words, the value form is ideal, although it exists outside human consciousness, independent of it, in the space outside the human head, in things, namely in the commodities themselves, or only in their own heads, as Marx put it. Point 13. This use of the term may confuse the reader who is accustomed to the terminology of popular essays on materialism and on the relationship of the material to the ideal. The ideal, existing outside the heads and consciousness of individuals, as completely objective, entirely independent of the consciousness and will of individuals, invisible, intangible, sensuously imperceptible, and consequently appearing as something merely conceptual, something supersensuous. A reader somewhat better versed in the field of philosophy may suspect Marx of an unnecessary flirtation with Hegelian terminology, with the semantic tradition associated with the names of Plato, Schelling, and Hegel, typical representatives of objective idealism, that is to say, conceptions according to which the ideal exists as a special world of incorporeal entities outside and independent of man. Such a reader would most likely reproach Marx for an unjustified or incorrect use of the term ideal, of Hegelian hypostatization of phenomena of consciousness, and other mortal sins inexcusable for a materialist. However, the matter is not so simple. It is not at all a matter of terminology. But since terminology plays a not insignificant role in science, Marx uses the term ideal in a manner which is closer to the Hegelian interpretation precisely because it makes much more sense than does the popular pseudo-materialist understanding of the ideal, as a phenomenon of consciousness, as purely a function of the brain. The fact is that intelligent idealism, which is the idealism of Plato and Hegel, is much closer to the essence of the matter than a popular, superficial, and vulgar materialism. The fact is that Hegel's system theoretically expressed, albeit in inverted form, the dialectical transformation of the ideal into the material and vice versa, which was never even suspected by metaphysical materialism, which remained stuck in crude, non-dialectical oppositions. The popular meaning of the ideal cannot imagine what subtle traps had been prepared by the dialectics of these categories. Marx, however, having had substantial training in Hegelian dialectics, was not so naive as the popular materialists. His materialism had been enriched by all the achievements of philosophical thought from Kant to Hegel. This explains the fact that in the Hegelian notion of the ideal structure of the universe, existing outside the human head, Marx was able to see not simply idealist nonsense, not simply the philosophical version of religious tales about God, but an idealistically inverted description of an actual relation of spirit to nature, the ideal to the material, thought to being. This was also given expression in terminology. We must, therefore, briefly consider the history of the term ideal in the history of the development of German classical philosophy from Kant to Hegel, as well as the moral that Marx, the intelligent materialist, was able to draw from this history. It all began with the fact that the founder of German classical philosophy, Immanuel Kant, took as his point of departure the popular interpretation of ideal and real, similarly not suspecting what pitfalls he had thereby prepared for himself. The author of Critique of Pure Reason explains his understanding of this distinction with the well-known example of the thalers. It is one thing to have 100 thalers in one's pocket, and quite another to have it only in one's consciousness, only in the imagination, only in dreams, in other words, only ideal thalers. This example plays quite an important role in Kant's philosophy, as one of the arguments against the so-called ontological proof of the existence of God. One cannot infer from the presence of an object in consciousness that it exists outside consciousness. God exists in people's consciousness, but it does not follow from this that God actually exists outside consciousness. After all kinds of things exist in people's consciousness. There are centaurs, witches, ghosts and dragons with 7 heads. Among phenomena of consciousness there exist green devils, 14. However, any average sober person knows full well that, outside of the consciousness of an inebriated alcoholic, they do not exist, and that by green devils he means entirely different objects. If Kant only had known what a subtle trap he had prepared for himself with his imprudent example of real, actual thalers. In a neighboring country, where the currency is not thalers but rubles or francs, it would be popularly explained to him that he had in his pocket not actual thalers, but only symbols stamped on paper, which carry an obligation only for Prussian subjects. Of course, if one acknowledges as actual and real only what is authorized by the decrees of the Prussian king, affirmed by his signature and seal, and discounts all else as otherworldly fictions, then Kant's example proves what Kant wanted it to prove. However, if one takes a somewhat broader view of the real and the ideal, then it proves precisely the opposite. Namely, Kant does not refute, but affirms that very ontological proof of the existence of God, which he declared to be a typical example of an erroneous inference about the existence of a prototype outside of consciousness from its image in consciousness. The contrary is true. Kant's example might have enforced the ontological proof, wrote an author from a much more radical atheistic position with respect to God than Kant. In fact, real thalers have the same existence that the imagined gods have. Has a real thaler any existence except in the imagination, if only in the general or rather common imagination of man? Bring paper money into a country where this use of paper is unknown, and everyone will laugh at your subjective imagination. 15 The reproach formulated here against Kant does not, of course, proceed from the desire to change the meaning of ideal and actual according to Hegelian fashion. It is based on the understanding that a philosophical system that denotes as real and actual everything that man perceives as existing outside his own consciousness, and ideal as that which is not perceived in the form of this thing, such a system is unable to critically distinguish the most fundamental illusions and errors of the human race. Of course, real thalers in no way differ from the gods of primitive religions, from the crude fetishes of a savage who worships a real, actual piece of wood, a piece of rock, a bronze idol or some other similar external object. The savage by no means regards the object of his worship as a symbol of God. For him, this object, in all its crude sensuously perceptible corporeality, is God, God himself, and not his mere representation. And this is how the crudely fetishistic religious consciousness actually finds the argument in Kant's example falling in its favor. For a devout old woman, the prophet Elijah actually exits precisely because she sees him in the bolt of lightning and hears him in the rumble of thunder. She sensuously perceives precisely the prophet Elijah, and in no way his symbol. More accurately, she perceives thunder and lightning as the prophet Elijah, and not as symbols of this person. In lightning and thunder she perceives his actual activities, the actual forms of his sensuous perceptibility. This is the essence of fetishism, that properties are attributed to an object, precisely in all its crude corporeality, in its directly perceived form, that in actual fact do not belong to it and have nothing in common with its sensuously perceptible appearance. When such an object ceases to be regarded as God himself and acquires the meaning of an external symbol of this God, when it becomes perceived not as the immediate subject of the actions attributed to it, but merely as a sign of something other, only as a symbol of this other, which in no way outwardly resembles it, then man's consciousness takes a step forward on the path to understanding the essence of the matter. For this reason Kant himself, as well as Hegel, who is completely in agreement with Kant on this point, considers the Protestant version of Christianity to be a higher stage in the development of religious consciousness than archaic Catholicism, which had not progressed very far from the primitive fetishism of idol worshippers. The very thing that distinguishes the Catholic from the Protestant is that the Catholic tends to take everything depicted in religious paintings and Bible stories literally, as an exact representation of events that occurred in the external world. Seeing idolatry in this interpretation, the Protestant, on the other hand, regards such events as allegories having an internal, purely ideal, moral meaning. Hegelians in fact reproached Kant for playing into the hands of Catholic idolatry with his example of the thalers, for arguing against his own Protestant sympathies and attitudes because the external thalers were only signs or symbols in the common or rather social imagination of man, that is, only representatives of spirit, just as religious paintings hanging on the wall, despite their sensuously perceptible reality, were only images produced by human social self-consciousness, by the human spirit. In their essence they were entirely ideal, although in their existence they were substantial, material, and were located, of course, outside the human head, outside the consciousness of the individual, outside individual mental activity with its transcendental mechanisms. Hegel and the Hegelians declared that gods and thalers are phenomena of the same order, and by this comparison the problem of the ideal and its relationship to the real, to the actual, materially substantial world was posited quite differently to that of Kant. It was associated with the well-known problem of alienation, with the question of reification and dereification, of man's reassimilation of objects created by man, which had through some mysterious processes been transformed into a world of objective formations that were not only external, but also hostile to man. Hence the following interpretation of Kant's problem: the proofs of the existence of God are merely hollow tautologies. Take for instance the ontological proof. This only means, that which I conceive for myself in a real way, is a real concept for me, something that works on me. In this sense all gods, the pagan as well as the Christian ones, have possessed a real existence. Did not the ancient Moloch reign? Was not the Delphic Apollo a real power in the life of the Greeks? Kant's critique means nothing in this respect. If somebody imagines that he has 100 thalers, if this concept is not for him an arbitrary, subjective one, if he believes in it, then these 100 imagined thalers have for him the same value as 100 real ones. For instance, he will incur debts on the strength of his imagination will work, in the same way as all humanity has incurred debts on its gods. 16 In posing the question in this way, the category of the ideal acquired quite a different meaning from that given to it by Kant, and this was by no means due to some terminological whim of Hegel and the Hegelians. It expressed the obvious fact that social consciousness is not simply the individual consciousness repeated many times, just as the social organism in general is not the individual human organism repeated many times, but is, in fact, a historically formed and historically developing system of objective representations, forms and patterns of the objective spirit, of humanity's collective reason, all this being quite independent of the whims of the consciousness or will of individuals. This system comprises all the common moral norms regulating people's daily life activity, as well as the legal precepts, the forms of state political organization of life, the ritually legitimized patterns of activity in all spheres, the rules of life that must be obeyed by all, the strict regulation of the workplace, and so on and so forth, up to and including the grammatical and syntactical structures of speech and language and the logical norms of reasoning. All these structural forms and patterns of social consciousness unambiguously oppose individual consciousness and will as a special, internally organized actuality, as completely external forms of its determination. It is a fact that every individual must from childhood reckon far more carefully with demands and restrictions expressed and institutionalized by means of tradition than with the immediately perceptible appearance of external things and situations or the organic attractions, desires, and needs of one's individual body. It is equally obvious that all these externally imposed patterns and forms cannot be identified in the individual consciousness as innate, transcendental psychological patterns or even instinctive tendencies. They are all internalized in the course of upbringing, education, and rehabilitation, that is, in the course of the individual's assimilation of the intellectual culture that is available and that took shape before him, without him, and independently of him, as the patterns and forms of that culture. These are no immanent forms of individual mental activity, but the assimilated form of another external subject. This is why Hegel sees the main advantage of Plato's teaching in the fact that the question of the relationship of spirit to nature is for the first time posited not on the narrow basis of the relations of the individual self to everything else, but rather on the basis of an investigation of the universal world of ideas in relation to the world of things. With Plato, therefore, begins the tradition of examining the world of ideas as a somewhat stable and internally organized world of laws, rights, and patterns, according to which exists the mental activity of an individual, the individual soul, as a special supernatural, objective reality, confronting each individual, dictating his conduct in particular situations. This external force determining the individual appears directly as the state, which defends the whole system of the available intellectual culture, the whole system of rights and duties of every citizen. Here a completely real fact was clearly stated in a semi-mystical, half-mythological form, the fact of the dependence of the mental activity of an individual on a system of culture entirely independent of him, within which occurs and precedes the mental life of each individual, that is to say, the labor of the human head. The question of the relationship of the ideal to the substantially material was here presented as a question of the relationship of these stable forms of culture to the world of individual things, which included not only external things, but also the physical body of man himself. As a matter of fact, it was only here that the necessity arose for a clear definition of the category of ideality as opposed to the undifferentiated, vaguely undefined notion of the mind in general, which might equally well be interpreted as a wholly corporeal function of the physically interpreted soul, no matter to what organ this function was actually ascribed, heart, liver, or brain. Otherwise, ideality remains a superfluous and completely unnecessary verbal label for the mental. This is how it was before Plato. The term idea denoted, even in Democritus, a completely substantial form, the geometrical outlines of a thing, a body, which was quite physically impressed on man, in the physical body of his eyes. This usage, characteristic of the early, naive form of materialism cannot, of course, be used by contemporary materialism, which takes into consideration the complexity of the relationships between individual mental activity and the world of things. For this reason, in the vocabulary of contemporary materialistic psychology, the category of ideality or the ideal characterizes not mental activity in general, but a certain phenomenon connected but by no means merging with mental activity. Ideality mainly characterizes the idea or image insofar as they, becoming objectified in words, entering into the system of socially produced knowledge, existing for the individual as a given, objective reality, thus acquire a relative independence, separating themselves, as it were, from the mental activity of the individual, writes the well-known Soviet psychologist S.L. Rubinstein. 17 Only in this interpretation does the category of ideality become a specifically meaningful definition of a well-known category of phenomena, establishing the form of the process of reflection of objective reality in mental activity, which is social human in its origin and essence, in the social human consciousness, and ceases to be an unnecessary synonym for mental activity altogether. With reference to the quotation from S.L. Rubinstein's book, it need only be observed that the image is objectified not only in words, and may enter into the system of socially produced knowledge and not merely in its verbal expression. The category of the image is understood quite broadly in dialectical materialist theory. The image is objectified just as well in sculptural, graphic, pictorial, and plastic representations, and in the form of the routine ritual ways of dealing with things and people, so that it is expressed not only in words, in speech and language, but also in drawings, models, and such symbolic objects as coats of arms, banners, forms of dress, utensils, and so on, everything from furniture in the throne room to children's toys, and so on and so forth. As money, including real bars of metal, gold coins, paper money and promissory notes, bonds, or credit notes. Ideality in general is in the historically formed language of philosophy a characteristic of the materially established images of social human culture, that is, the historically formed modes of social human life, which confront the individual possessing consciousness and will as a special supernatural objective reality, as a special object comparable with material reality and situated on one and the same spatial plane. Consequently, purely for the sake of terminological accuracy, it is pointless to apply this definition to purely individual mental states at any given moment. The latter, with all their individually unique whims and variations, are determined in effect by the practically infinite interconnections of the most diverse factors up to and including transient states of the organism and the peculiar features of its biochemical reactions, and, therefore, may be considered on the plane of social human culture as purely accidental. This is why we find Kant discussing the ideality of space and time, but not the ideality of the conscious sensations of heaviness in the stomach or in the muscles of the arm when one is carrying something, discussing the ideality of the chain of cause and effect, but not the ideality of the fact that a rock heats up when the sun shines on it. In Kant, ideality becomes a synonym for the transcendental character of universal forms of sensuousness and reason, that is, patterns of cognitive activity that are inherent in every self and thus have a completely impersonal character, and which display, moreover, a compulsive force in relation to each separate self. This is why space and time, causal dependence, and beauty are, for Kant, ideal, while mental states, which are connected with the unique and transitory physical states of an individual's body, are not honored with such a term. Admittedly, as we have seen in the example of the thalers, Kant does not always adhere rigorously to his usage, although the reason for this is certainly not carelessness, but rather the dialectical cunning of the problems he addresses. But despite the instability of the terminological definition of these well-known categories, their objective dialectical content begins to show through, the very content that the Hegelian school provides with a far more adequate definition. The fact is that Kant did not fully overcome the notion of social consciousness as the many times repeated individual consciousness. In essence, the universal parameters of spirit appear in Kant in one way or another as those patterns, which, being peculiar to each individual consciousness, turn out to be his impersonally invariant determinations. In Hegelian philosophy, however, the problem was presented in a fundamentally different way. The social organism is by no means an abstraction expressing the sameness that may be discovered in the mentality of every individual, an abstract inherent in each individual, the transcendentally psychological pattern of individual life activity. The historically developed and developing forms of the universal spirit, although still understood by Hegel as certain stable patterns within whose framework the mental activity of every individual proceeds, are nevertheless regarded by him not as formal abstractions, not as abstractly universal attributes inherent in every individual, taken separately. Hegel fully takes into account the obvious fact that in the diverse collisions of differently orientated individual wills certain results are born and crystallized which were never contained in any of them separately, and because of this, social consciousness, as a certain whole, is certainly not built up, as of bricks, from the sameness to be found in each of its parts. And this is where we are shown the path to an understanding of the fact that all the patterns, which Kant defined as transcendentally innate forms of operation of the individual mind, as a priori internal mechanisms inherent in every mind, are actually forms of the self-consciousness of social man assimilated from without by the individual, social man being understood as the historically developing ensemble of all social relations. It is these spontaneously arising forms of the organization of social human life activity that exist before, outside and completely independent of the individual mind, that in one way or another are materially established in language, in ritually legitimized customs and laws and, further, as the organization of a state with all its material attributes and organs for the protection of traditional forms of life that stand in opposition to the individual as an organized whole that is in itself. And for itself, as something ideal within which all individual things acquire a different meaning and play a different role from that which they had played in themselves, that is, outside this whole. For this reason the ideal definition of anything, or the definition of anything as a disappearing moment in the movement of the ideal world, coincides in Hegel with the role and meaning of this thing in social human culture, in the context of socially organized human life activity, and not in the individual consciousness, which is here regarded as something derived from the universal spirit. It will readily be appreciated how much broader and deeper is such a positing of the question, despite all the other fundamental flaws of the Hegelian conception, in comparison with any conception that designates as ideal everything that is in the consciousness of the individual, and as material or real everything that is outside the consciousness of the individual, everything that the given individual is not conscious of, although this everything does exist in reality, and thus draws between the ideal and the real a fundamentally dividing line which turns them into different worlds that have nothing in common with each other. It is clear that, given such a metaphysical differentiation, the ideal and the material cannot and must not be regarded as opposites. Here they are different, and that is all. Hegel proceeds from the quite obvious fact that for the consciousness of the individual, the real and even the crudely material, certainly not the ideal, is at first the whole grandiose materially established intellectual culture of the human race, in and through which this individual awakens to self-consciousness. This confronts the individual as the thought of preceding generations realized in sensuously perceptible matter, in language and in visually perceptible images, in books and statues, in wood and bronze, in the form of places of worship and instruments of labor, in the designs of machines and state buildings, in the patterns of scientific and moral systems, and so on. All these objects are in their existence, in their determinate being, substantial, material, but in their essence and origin they are ideal because they embody the collective thinking of people, the universal spirit of mankind. In other words, Hegel includes in the concept of the ideal everything that another representative of idealism, A.A. Bogdanov, a century later designated as socially organized experience with its stable, historically crystallized patterns, standards, stereotypes and algorithms. Common to both Hegel and Bogdanov is the notion that this world of socially organized experience is for the individual the sole object which he assimilates and cognizes, the sole object with which he has any dealings and behind which there is nothing deeply hidden. But the world existing before, outside and independently of consciousness and will in general is taken into account by this conception only insofar as it has already found expression in social forms of consciousness and will, insofar as it is already idealized, already assimilated in experience, already presented in the patterns and forms of this experience, already included therein. By this twist of thought, which characterizes idealism in general, the real material world, existing before, outside and quite independently of experience, and before being expressed in the forms of this experience, is totally removed from the field of vision, and what begins to figure under the designation of the real world is an already idealized world, A world already assimilated by people, a world already shaped by their activity, the world as people know it, as it is presented in the existing forms of their culture. A world already expressed in the forms of existing human experience. And this world is declared to be the only world about which anything at all can be said. This secret of idealism shows up transparently in Hegel's discussion of the ideality of natural phenomena. In his presentation of nature as an ideal being in itself, the discussion is about certain natural phenomena, but in actual fact we have in mind their image in concepts and terms from physics available to Hegel. But there is no empty space between the bodies which are thrusting and pressing against each other, they are in contact, and it is in this contact now that the ideality of matter begins, and the interest lies in seeing how this inwardness of matter emerges into existence, just as the attainment of existence by the notion is always the interesting thing. Point 18. This attainment of existence by the notion, according to Hegel, consists of the fact that in the moment of contact there are two material points or atoms, coinciding in a single point or in an identity. 19. Which means that their being for itself is something other. But being other, while remaining nonetheless itself, this means having not only a real but also an ideal being. Therein lies the secret of the Hegelian idealization of matter, idealization of nature. Here Hegel is really speaking not at all about nature as it is, but exclusively about nature as it is represented in the system of a definite physical theory, in the system of its definitions established by its historically formed language. Incidentally, this fact explains the persistence of such semantic substitutions. Indeed, when we are talking about nature, we are obliged to make use of the available language of natural science, the language of science with its established and commonly understood meanings. This forms the basis of all the sophistry of logical positivism, which quite consciously identifies nature with the language in which people talk and write about nature. And the whole tricky Heideggerian construction, according to which being is revealed and exists only in language, and lives only in language, as in one's house, in its hidden essence, in its immanent power, its invisible organization, and outside language it does not exist. It will be appreciated that the main difficulty is not to distinguish and counterpose everything that is in the consciousness of the individual to everything that is outside this individual consciousness, but rather to delimit the world of collectively acknowledged notions, that is, the whole socially organized world of intellectual culture with all its stable and materially established social patterns, and the real world as it exists outside of and apart from its expression in these socially legitimized forms of experience, in objective forms of spirit. Here, and only here, the distinction between the ideal and the real acquires a serious scientific meaning, because in practice many people confuse one for the other, accept one for the other, with the same ease that they accept the desired for the real, and the form of things for the things themselves. Pointing out the fact that the thing and the form of the thing exist outside individual consciousness and do not depend on individual will still does not solve the question of their objectivity in its serious materialistic sense. And conversely, it is by no means the case that everything that people do not know, are unaware of, do not perceive as the forms of external things, is fabrication, a fiction of the imagination, a notion that exists merely in their heads. Precisely because of this, the sensible person, to whose way of thinking Kant appeals with his example of the thalers, is often deluded into taking collectively acknowledged notions for objective reality, and the objective reality revealed by scientific research for subjective fiction existing only in the heads of theoreticians. It is the sensible person, daily observing the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, who protested that the system of Copernicus was a blasphemous invention that was contradicted by obvious facts. And in exactly the same way the common person, drawn into the orbit of commodity-money relations, regards money as a perfectly material thing, and value, which in fact finds its external expression in money, as a mere abstraction existing only in the heads of theoreticians, only ideally. For this reason, serious materialism, faced with these kinds of situations, could not define the ideal as that which exists in the consciousness of the individual, and the material as that which exists outside this consciousness, as the sensuously perceived form of the external thing, as a real corporeal form. The boundary between the two, between the material and the ideal, between the thing in itself and its representation in social consciousness, could not pass along this line because, if it were to do so, materialism would be completely helpless when confronted with the dialectics that Hegel had discovered in the relations between the material and the ideal. It is a fact that, like the icon or the gold coin, any word is primarily a thing that exists outside the consciousness of an individual, any individual, and possesses perfectly real corporeal properties and is sensuously perceived. According to the old classification accepted by everyone, including Kant, words clearly come under the category of the material or the real with just as much justification as stones or flowers, bread, or a bottle of wine, the guillotine or the printing press. In contrast to these things, what we call the ideal is their subjective image in the head of the individual, in the individual consciousness. No. But here we are immediately confronted with the trickiness of this distinction, which is fully apparent in discussions on money in political economy, and which is fully taken into account by the Hegelian school and its conception of the reification, alienation, objectification of universal representations. As a result of this process, which occurs completely spontaneously, out of sight of the consciousness of the individual, that is to say, quite unintentionally, the individual is confronted by people's common representation in the form of an external thing, which has absolutely nothing in common with the sensuously perceived corporeal form in which it is represented. For example, the name Peter is, in its sensuously perceptible corporeal form, absolutely unlike the real Peter, the person it designates, or the sensuously represented image of Peter that other people have of him. 20 The relationship is the same between the gold coin and the goods that can be bought with it, goods whose universal representation is the coin or the banknote. The coin represents not itself but an other in the very sense in which a diplomat represents not his own person but his country, which has authorized him to do so. The same may be said of the word, the verbal symbol or sign, or any combination of such signs and the syntactical pattern of this combination. This relationship of representation is a relationship in which one sensuously perceived thing, while remaining itself, performs the role or function of representing quite another thing, and in this way acquires a new plane of existence. In the Hegelian terminological tradition, this relationship acquired the title of ideality. Clearly, this is not an arbitrary semantic whim of Hegel and Hegelians, but instead constitutes a very important terminological designation of the actual situation, even if not fully understood by Hegel. Ideality, according to Hegel, only begins where the sensuously perceived thing, while remaining itself, transforms into a representation of something other, where its being for itself is not being for itself. Where this other transforms it into a form of its own being. Behind the scholastics of Hegelian terminology lies a fundamentally important relation, which was fully understood only by Marx in the course of his analysis of commodity fetishism and the money form of value, the money form of the expression of value. In Capital, Marx quite consciously uses the term ideal in this formal meaning as given by Hegel, and not in the sense in which it was used by the whole pre-Hegelian tradition, including Kant, although the philosophical theoretical interpretation of the range of phenomena, which in both cases is similarly designated ideal, is diametrically opposed to its Hegelian interpretation. The meaning of the term ideal in Marx and Hegel is the same, but the concepts are profoundly different. After all, the word concept in dialectically interpreted logic is a synonym for understanding the essence of the matter, the essence of phenomena which are only denoted by a given term. It is by no means a synonym for the meaning of the term, which may be formally interpreted as the sum total of attributes of the phenomena to which the term is applied. It was for this reason that Marx, like any genuine theoretician, preferred not to change the historically formed meanings of terms, the established nomenclature of phenomena, but rather, while making strict and rigorous use of these, proposed a quite different understanding of these phenomena that was actually in opposition to the traditional understanding. In contrast to theorists who accept and pass off as scientific discoveries purely terminological reworkings of old truths, and invent new terms, do not advance by one iota the current understanding, concept, or definition of the concept. Point 21 in capital, when analyzing money, that familiar and yet mysterious category of social phenomena, Marx formulates the following definition: Der Preis oder die Geldform der Waren ist, wie ihr Wortform überhaupt, in von ihrer handgreiflich realen Körperform unterscheiden also nur Ideal oder Vorgestelltform. Point 22. The ideal described here is nothing more or less than the value form of the products of labor in general. Consequently, the reader for whom the term ideal is a synonym for that which is immanent in consciousness, existing only in consciousness, only in people's representations, only in their imagination, will simply misread the thought being expressed and will acquire a false understanding of Marx, one that has nothing in common with his actual understanding. Indeed, in this case the text will be read in such a way that capital, which is nothing other than the value form of the organization and development of productive forces, a form of the functioning of the means of production, also exists only in consciousness, only in people's subjective imagination, and not in reality. Obviously, only someone like Chase, but in no way Karl Marx, could understand the issue this way, that is to say, only a follower of Berkeley, and certainly not a materialist. According to Marx, of course, the ideality of the value form consists not in the fact that this form represents a mental phenomenon existing only in the brain of the commodity owner or theoretician, but in the fact that in this case, as in many others, the corporeally palpable form of the thing is only a form of expression of quite a different thing with which it has nothing in common. The value of the linen is represented, expressed, embodied in the form of a coat, and the form of the coat is the ideal or represented form of the value of the linen. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat; as value, it is the same as the coat, and now has the appearance of a coat. Thus the linen acquires a value form different from its physical form. The fact that it is value, is made manifest by its equality with the coat, just as the sheep's nature of a Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. Point 23. This is a completely objective relationship, within which the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A, or the body of commodity B acts as a mirror to the value of commodity A, the authorized representative of its value nature, of the substance which is embodied both here and there. For this reason, and no other, the value form is ideal, that is to say, it is something quite different from the palpable corporeal form of the thing in which it is presented, represented, expressed, embodied, alienated. What is this other that is expressed or represented here? People's consciousness or will? By no means. On the contrary, people's will and consciousness are both determined by the subjective ideal form, and the thing that is expressed in it, represented by it, is a definite social relationship between people which in their eyes assumes the fantastic form of a relationship between things. In other words, what is represented here as a thing, is a form of human activity, a form of life activity that they perform together, developing quite spontaneously, out of the sight of consciousness, and materially established in the form of the relationship between things, as described above. Through and only through such means is the ideality of such a thing, its sensuous supersensuous character, created. Here the ideal form actually confronts individual consciousness and individual will as the form of the external thing, and is necessarily perceived precisely as the form of the external thing, not its palpable corporeal form, but as the form of another equally palpable corporeal thing that it represents, expresses, embodies, differing, however, from the palpable corporeality of both things and having nothing in common with their sensuously perceptible physical nature. What is embodied and represented here is a definite form of labor, a definite form of human objective activity, that is to say, the transformation of nature by social man. It is here that we find the answer to the riddle of ideality. Ideality, according to Marx, is nothing but the form of social human activity represented in the thing, reflecting objective reality. Or, conversely, the form of human activity, which reflects objective reality, represented as a thing, as an object. Ideality is a kind of stamp impressed on the substance of nature by social human life activity, a form of the functioning of the physical thing in the process of social human life activity. So all the things involved in the social process acquire a new form of existence that is not included in their physical nature and differs from it completely, their ideal form. So, there can be no talk of ideality where there are no people socially producing and reproducing their material life, that is to say, individuals collectively performing labor and, therefore, necessarily possessing consciousness and will. But this does not mean that the ideality of things is a product of their conscious will, that it is immanent in consciousness and exists only in consciousness. Quite the reverse, the individual's consciousness and will act as functions of the ideality of things, as the realization of the ideality of things. Ideality, thus, has a purely social nature and origin, and yet the ideal, in the form of knowledge, reflects objective reality, which exists independently of humanity. It is the form of a thing, but it is outside this thing, namely in the activity of man, as a form of this activity. Or conversely, it is the form of a person's activity but outside this person, as a form of the thing. Here, then, is the key to the whole mystery, the whole mystique, which forms the real basis for all kinds of idealistic constructions and conceptions both of man and of the world. Beyond man, from Plato to Carnap and Popper, ideality constantly slips away from the metaphysically single-valued theoretical establishment. As soon as it is established as the form of the thing, it begins to tease the theoretician with its immateriality, its functional character, and appears only as a form of pure activity, only as actus purus. On the other hand, as soon as one attempts to establish it as such, as purified of all the traces of palpable corporeality, this attempt is fundamentally doomed to failure, and after such purification there will be nothing but transparent emptiness, an indefinable vacuum. And indeed, as Hegel understood so well, it is absurd to speak of activity that is not realized in anything definite, not embodied, not realized in something corporeal, if only in words, speech, or language. If such activity exists, it cannot be in reality but only in possibility, only potentially, and, therefore, not as activity but as its opposite, as inactivity, as the absence of activity. So, according to Hegel, spirit, as something ideal, as something opposed to the world of corporeally established forms, cannot reflect at all unless it preliminarily opposes itself to itself, as an object that differs from itself, as a thing. This is impossible for absolute spirit, much like the desire of a beautiful woman to admire herself in the absence of a mirror in which she can see herself as something other, as an image existing outside herself. The eye cannot see itself, it sees only what is other, even if this other is another eye, its own reflection in the mirror. When speaking of the value form as the ideal form of a thing, Marx by no means accidentally invokes the image of the mirror. In a sort of way, it is with man as with commodities. Since he comes into the world neither with a looking glass in his hand, nor as a Fichtean philosopher, to whom I is sufficient, man first sees and recognizes himself in other men. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by first comparing himself with Paul as being of like kind. And thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of the genus Homo. 24 Here Marx himself unequivocally draws a parallel between his theory of the ideality of the value form and Hegel's understanding of ideality, which takes into account the dialectics of the emergence of the collective self-consciousness of the human race. Yes, Hegel understood the situation with greater breadth and depth than the Fichtean philosopher. He established the fact that before it is able to examine itself, spirit must shed its purity, unblemished by tangible matter, and its transparent nature, and must turn itself into an object and in the form of this object oppose itself to itself. At first in the form of the word, in the form of verbal embodiment, and then in the form of instruments of labor, statues, machines, guns, churches, factories, constitutions, and states, in the form of the grandiose inorganic body of man, in the form of the sensuously perceptible body of civilization, which for him serves only as a mirror in which he can examine himself, his other being, and know through this examination his own pure ideality, understanding himself as pure activity. Hegel fully realized that ideality as pure activity is not directly given and cannot be given as such, immediately, in all its purity and undisturbed perfection. It can be known only through an analysis of its incarnations, through its reflection in the mirror of palpable reality, in the mirror of the system of things created by the activity of pure spirit. By their fruits ye shall know them, and not otherwise. The ideal forms of the world are, according to Hegel, forms of pure activity realized in some material. If they are not realized in some palpable corporeal material, they remain invisible and unknown for the active spirit itself, and the spirit cannot become aware of them. In order to be examined they must be reified, that is, turned into the forms and relations of things. Only in this case does ideality exist and possess determinate being, only as a reified and reifiable form of activity, a form of activity that has become and is becoming the form of an object, a palpable corporeal thing outside consciousness, and in no case as a transcendental mental pattern of consciousness, or the internal pattern of the self, distinguishing itself from itself within itself, as it turned out with the Fichtean philosopher. As the internal pattern of the activity of consciousness, as a pattern immanent in consciousness, ideality can have only an illusory, phantasmal existence. It becomes real only in the course of its reification, objectification, alienation, and disalienation. Clearly, this is a much more reasonable and realistic interpretation, compared to that of Kant and Fichte. It embraces the actual dialectics of people's developing self-consciousness and embraces the actual phases and metamorphoses in whose succession alone the ideality of the world exists. For this reason Marx joins Hegel as regards terminology, rather than Kant or Fichte, since the latter philosophers tried to solve the problem of ideality while remaining inside consciousness, without venturing into the external sensuously perceptible corporeal world, the world of the palpable corporeal forms and relations of things. This Hegelian definition of the term ideality takes in the whole range of phenomena within which the ideal really exists, as activity in the form of the thing, or conversely, as the thing in the form of activity, as a moment of this activity, as its fleeting metamorphoses. Without an understanding of this state of affairs it would be totally impossible to fathom the miracles performed by the commodity before people's eyes, the commodity form of the product, particularly in its dazzling money form, in the form of the notorious real thalers, real rubles, or real dollars, things which, as soon as we have the slightest theoretical understanding of them, immediately turn out to be not real at all, but ideal through and through, things whose category quite unambiguously includes words, the units of language, and many other things. Things that, while being wholly material, palpable corporeal formations, acquire all their meaning from spirit, from thought, and even owe their specific corporeal existence to spirit. Outside and without spirit there cannot even be words, there is merely a vibration of the air. The mystery of this category of things, the secret of their ideality, their sensuous supersensuous character, was first revealed by Marx in the course of his analysis of commodity fetishism, in the course of his analysis of the commodity form of the product, as the typical and fundamental form of this type, as the purely ideal form. A commodity is therefore a mysterious thing, simply because in it the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor, because the relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves, but between the products of their labor. This is the reason why the products of labor become commodities, social things whose qualities are at the same time perceptible and imperceptible by the senses. In the same way the light from an object is perceived by us not as the subjective excitation of our optic nerve, but as the objective form of something outside the eye itself. But, in the act of seeing, there is at all events, an actual passage of light from one thing to another, from the external object to the eye. There is a physical relation between physical things. but it is different with commodities. There, the existence of the things qua commodities, and the value relation between the products of labor which stamps them as commodities, have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. Point 25. Therefore, Marx characterizes the commodity form as an ideal form, that is to say, as a form that has absolutely nothing in common with the real, corporeally palpable form of that body, in which it is represented and by means of which it exists, possesses being. It is ideal because it does not include a single atom of the substance of the body in which it is represented, because it is the form of quite another body. And this other body is present here not corporeally substantially, but again only ideally, and there is not a single atom of its substance. Chemical analysis of a gold coin will not reveal a single molecule of boot polish, and vice versa. Nevertheless, a gold coin represents the value of 100 tins of boot polish precisely by its weight and luster. And, of course, this act of representation is by no means performed in the consciousness of the seller of boot polish, but outside his consciousness in any sense of this word, outside his head, in the space of the market, and without his having even the slightest suspicion of the mysterious nature of the money form and the essence of the price of boot polish. Anyone can spend money without knowing what money is. For this very reason the person who confidently uses his native language to express the most subtle and complex circumstances of life would find himself in a very difficult position if he were to take it into his head to acquire consciousness of the relationship between the sign and the meaning. The consciousness which he may gather from linguistic studies in the present state of the science of linguistics is more likely to place him in the position of the centipede that was unwise enough to ask itself which leg to use. Thank God such things remain outside consciousness. And the whole difficulty which has caused so much bother to philosophy as well lies in the fact that ideal forms, like the value form, the form of thought or syntactical form, have always arisen, taken shape and developed, turned into something wholly objective, completely independent of anyone's consciousness, in the course of processes that occur not at all in the head, but always outside it, although not without its participation. If it were otherwise, the idealism of Plato and Hegel would, indeed, be a most strange delusion, some nonsense quite unworthy of minds of such caliber and influence. The objectivity of the ideal form is no fantasy of Plato's or Hegel's, but an entirely indisputable, obvious, and well-known stubborn fact, a fact over which thinkers of such caliber as Aristotle, Descartes, Spinoza, Kant, Hegel, and Einstein, not to mention thousands of lower-rank thinkers, have racked their brains for millennia. Idealism is not a consequence of some elementary error committed by a naive school kid who imagined a terrible ghost that was not there. Idealism is a speculative interpretation of the objectivity of the ideal form, that is to say, of the fact of its existence in the space of human culture, independently of the will and consciousness of individuals. In the given case, materialism can consist only in the scientific explanation of this fact and not in ignoring it. Formally, this fact appears as an objective form of movement of physical corporeal bodies, despite its obvious incorporeality. An incorporeal form, controlling the fate of entirely corporeal forms, determining if they are to be or not to be. A form, like some immaterial yet all-powerful soul of things. A form that preserves itself in the most diverse corporeal incarnations and does not coincide with any of them. A form of which it cannot be said where exactly it exists. Everywhere and nowhere in particular. And in any case, not in the head of Ivan Ivanovich or Peter Petrovich, although it exists there too. A completely rational understanding of the ideal form in general, purified of all mysticism, as the ideal form of the real, substantially material world, was achieved by K. Marx precisely in the course of his constructive critical overcoming of the Hegelian conception of ideality, appearing in specific form as the solution to the question of the value form through a critique of political economy, namely the classical labor theory of value. The ideality of the value form is a typical and characteristic case of ideality in general, hence, Marx's concept of the value form concretely demonstrates all the advantages of the dialectical materialist view of ideality and of the ideal. The value form is understood in capital precisely as the reified form of socio-human life activity. Directly it appears before us as a corporeal, physically palpable incarnation of something other, and this other cannot be some other physically palpable body, another thing, or matter, or substance understood as matter, as a certain physically palpable matter. It appears the only alternative is to assume some kind of an incorporeal substance, some kind of immaterial thing, and classical philosophy proposed a logical enough solution. This strange substance could only be activity, purely form-creating activity, actus purus. But in the sphere of economic activity the substance was obviously deciphered as labor, as physical human labor, transforming the physical body of nature, and value as realized labor, as the embodied act of labor. So it was precisely in political economy that scientific thought made its first decisive step towards solving the riddle of the essence of ideality. Already Smith and Ricardo, men fairly far removed from philosophy, clearly perceived the substance of the mysterious value definitions in labor. Although understood from the standpoint of substance, value remained a mystery as regards its form. Thus, the classical labor theory of value was unable to explain why the substance expressed itself as it did, and not in some other way. Incidentally, the classical bourgeois tradition was not particularly interested in this question, and Marx clearly demonstrated the reason for its indifference toward this subject. In any event, deduction, that is, the theoretical inference of the value form from its substance, remained an impossible task for bourgeois science. Consequently, the ideality of this form remained as mysterious and mystical as before. Insofar as theorists found themselves in direct confrontation with the mysterious, physically impalpable, properties of this form, again and again they returned to the well-known ways of interpreting ideality. Hence, the idea of the existence of ideal atoms of value, which were highly reminiscent of Leibniz's monads, the immaterial and unextended quanta of intellectual substance. Marx, as an economist, was assisted by the fact that he was not as naive about philosophy as Smith and Ricardo. Having noted in the Fichtean Hegelian conception of ideality, as pure ideality, an abstractly mystifying description of the real, physically palpable labor of social man, the process of the physical transformation of physical nature, accomplished by the physical body of man, he gained the theoretical key to the solution to the riddle of the ideality of the value form. The value of a thing presented itself as the reified labor of man and, therefore, the value form turned out to be nothing other than the reified form of that labor, a form of human life activity, appearing to man in the form of a thing. And the fact that this is by no means the form of a thing by itself, but is instead a form of socio-human labor or the form-creating activity of social man embodied in the material of nature, this fact contained the solution to the riddle of ideality. An entirely rational, factual solution, a materialist interpretation of all the mystical mysterious determinations of the value form as the ideal form. Precisely the understanding of the value form in general as a purely ideal form gave K. Marx the possibility, for the first time in the history of political economy, to distinguish with confidence material forms of relations between people, as relations that bind them in the process of producing their material life, which are entirely independent of their conscious intentions, from the ideal expression of these relations in forms of their conscious, purposeful will, that is to say, in the form of their stable ideal formations, which Marx called objective forms of thought. 26 It was this very same distinction as the distinction between material and ideological relations, on which V.I. Lenin later insisted. In the latter category he included, as is well known, legal, political, and state political relations between people, materialist in the form of corresponding institutions, in the form of the organs of state power, the structures of political parties and other social organizations, and earlier, in the form of the church with its strict hierarchy, in the form of systems of customs and rituals, and so on. All these relations and their corresponding institutions, as the ideal forms of the expression of material relations, exist, of course, not inside the head, not inside the brain, but in that same real space of human life activity as material, economic relations of production. This is precisely why they are so often confused with each other, seeing economic relations where there are only legal forms of their regulation, and confused just as unceremoniously as economists before Marx had confused value with price, that is, a material economic fact with its ideal expression in the material of money. They took a purely ideal form of the expression of a material fact, without hesitation, for the actual material, economic fact, for value as such, for value in general. Though they had no doubt that value as such, independent of its ideal expression in price, is but a fiction, invented by classics of the labor theory of value and existed only in the heads of Smith, Ricardo, and Marx. On this rested, and continues to rest until now, the whole vulgar political economy, starting with Bailey and J.S. Mill and ending with J.M. Keynes. In place of an analysis of the real material, economic relations and their immanent forms, there is groping in the sphere of purely ideal forms of these relations, objectively presented in such self-evident things as money, bonds, stocks, investments, in other words, in established laws and the conscious social relations between agents of capitalist production and the circulation they permit. From here automatically develops a perspective on economic relations as purely mental relations, that is, in their terms, ideal. Thus, for J.M. Keynes, value is a myth, an empty word. In reality, allegedly, there exists only market price. Consequently, the rate of interest and all similar categories are but predominantly mental categories, and the crisis of overproduction is the mere consequence of upsetting the delicate balance of spontaneous optimism. In estimating the prospects of investment, we must have regard, therefore, to the nerves and hysteria and even the digestions and reactions to the weather of those upon whose spontaneous activity it largely depends. Point 27 Here is a consequence of a metaphysical understanding of the relationship between the material and the ideal. This leads to one conclusion: metaphysical materialism, with its naive understanding of the ideal and the material, when confronted with a concretely scientific problem, demanding a properly philosophical distinction between one and the other, unwittingly transforms into the purest subjective idealism in the Berkeleyan Mackian sense, the inevitable and just punishment for a metaphysical materialist, disregarding dialectics. Fighting against dialectics as Hegelianism, he inevitably falls into idealism, infinitely inferior and more banal than Hegelian. Exactly the same thing happens when he confronts the so-called problem of ideal, or abstract, objects in mathematical knowledge. In mathematics in general, but especially in essays on its epistemological rationale, the expression ideal object has for some time now been given widespread usage. Naturally, the following question arises: how legitimate, in this case, is this expression from the perspective of materialist philosophy, from the perspective of the theory of reflection? What is being called here the ideal? What in general is being meant by this word? Obviously, this concept embraces all objects of mathematical thought. This fact serves as the basis for a widely known assertion, according not only to mathematics, but all contemporary science, unlike the natural sciences of previous epochs, that it examines specifically the ideal, that the ideal is its only specific object. Representatives of neopositivism, it goes without saying, did not miss the opportunity to discern in this fact an extra argument against materialism, against the thesis that mathematics, like any science, nevertheless investigates the real material world, even though it examines the world from its own special perspective, from its own specifically mathematical point of view. It must be acknowledged that non-dialectical, spontaneous materialism clearly proves to be unfounded, and finds itself in a difficult position, in a no-win situation. And the fault lies with its naive interpretation of ideality, the category of the ideal. In fact, if you understand the ideal as that which exists in consciousness, in the human head, namely some purely mental or psychophysiological mental phenomenon, then you have already found yourself to be helpless before a subjective idealist understanding of the object of contemporary mathematical knowledge, forced to capitulate before the combined force of neopositivism, Husserlism and similar doctrines. For the syllogism here turns out to be fatal, if it is true that contemporary mathematics studies ideal objects, and ideal objects, by your own account, exist in consciousness and nowhere else, then it automatically follows that contemporary mathematics examines only events that occur in consciousness and only in consciousness, only in the human head, and in no way in the real, existing world outside consciousness and outside the head. Of course, you can always make a feint that mathematicians, in considering ideal objects, in fact, unbeknownst to themselves, have in mind something completely other than philosophy, namely the material, objective world of natural and socio-historical phenomena, only expressed, consequently, inaccurately. But this, of course, is only a feint, and in actual fact you would only further entangle yourself in difficulties. This question is not resolved so easily, and you would have to explain to mathematicians what in actual fact is hidden behind this designation. If you answer that, say, a topological structure is in fact a completely material object, and not an ideal one, as they are accustomed to thinking, then you risk causing confusion for anyone skilled in mathematics. It will be explained that a topological structure is still a mathematical image, and not the actual material reality, and, furthermore, that a philosopher should have a more acute understanding of the differences between a material object and a mathematical construction. And the mathematician will be entirely correct on this point, as he knows well that it is useless to look for a topological structure in the world of sensuously perceptible phenomena. For he understands quite well that to declare the topological structure to be exclusively a mental phenomenon means to commit at best an unforgivable sin, to deny mathematical science, and in the end the whole of mathematical natural science, of the objective and necessary meaning of its constructions. Karl Popper would then say that the world of ideal objects in contemporary science is not the physical world or the mental world, but clearly some third world, existing in some mysterious manner alongside and distinct from both. It differs from the world of physical phenomena, observed by means of synchrotrons, oscilloscopes and other ingenious devices, by its obvious incorporeality and intelligibility, and from the world of mental phenomena by its equally obvious organization and independence from the individual mind and from a collective of such minds, that is, by its very peculiar objectivity and necessity. To a representative of contemporary mathematical science this explanation would certainly appear far more convincing and satisfying than the explanation arising from the position of the homegrown, spontaneous, and non-dialectical materialism. It is no coincidence that Popper is quite popular in the academic world. For non-dialectical and pre-dialectical materialism, the situation is genuinely hopeless and treacherous. The only philosophical position that can defend the honor of materialism in this situation consists of decisively rejecting the old, metaphysical understanding of ideality, and of decisively accepting the dialectical materialist interpretation, which was developed by Karl Marx. The first step on the path to a critical materialist transformation of the Hegelian dialectic, proceeds from the acceptance of the ideality of the phenomena of the external world themselves, the world that is outside of and prior to man with his head, and then, more concretely, in the course of the positive solution to the problem of the value form and its fundamental difference from value in itself, this most typical case of the opposition between a purely ideal form and its own material image. This is what is interesting, this is what is actual to this day about capital, where this problem is solved brilliantly, dialectically, and entirely concretely, in general philosophical terms and in specifically economic terms, that is to say, in terms of the properly philosophical distinction between the ideal form of the expression of a real economic fact, as well as its real, material fact. When science, including mathematical natural science, completely understands the full depth and accuracy of the solution to the problem of the dialectical identity and difference between the ideal and the material achieved in capital, then and only then will it stop believing Popper with his interpretation of the world of ideal objects and ideal models as third world, which confronts, as something special, the physical world and the mental world. Then Popper will be understood as a phenomenon, where we find entangled in this tricky problem, neopositivism, the subjective idealism of Russell and Carnap, degenerating into a belated type of archaic objective idealism, closely resembling traditional Platonism. But this requires the dialectical materialist solution to the problem of ideality, that is, an essentially materialist solution, but one enriched by the lessons of Hegelian dialectics, which Popper, like all neopositivists, prefers to dismiss, without comprehending the simple historical circumstance that Hegel's dialectic is much closer to the contemporary scientific view of things than that of Plato. 28 The ideal form of a thing is a form of social human life activity, which exists not in that life activity, but as a form of the external thing, which represents and reflects another thing. Conversely, it is a form of a thing, but is outside of this thing, namely as a form of human life activity, in man, inside man. And since in its developed stages, human life activity always has a purposeful, that is to say, consciously willed character, ideality appears as a form of consciousness and will, as a law directing human consciousness and will, as an objectively compulsory pattern of consciously willed activity. This is why it is so easy to picture the ideal exclusively as a form of consciousness and self-consciousness, exclusively as a transcendental pattern of the mind and the will that realizes this pattern. And if this is so, then the Platonic Hegelian conception of ideality begins to appear as merely an inadmissible projection of forms of consciousness and will onto the external world, and the critique of Hegel is reduced to reproaches for his having ontologist, hypostatist purely subjective forms of human mental activity. This leads to the entirely logical conclusion that all categories of thought are only ideal, that is to say, only transcendental psychological patterns of the subject's activity and nothing else. Marx, of course, had quite a different conception whereby all logical categories without exception are only the idealized universal forms of existence of objective reality, of the external world, which exist independently of man and humanity. In no way are they projections of forms of the mental world onto the physical world. A conception, as can easily be seen, that is just the reverse in sequence from its theoretical deduction. In Marx, this understanding of ideality is based primarily on the materialist understanding of the specific nature of the social, human, relationship to the world. The animal is immediately one with its life activity. It does not distinguish itself from it. It is its life activity. Man makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. 29 This means that the animal's activity is directed only towards external objects. The activity of man, on the other hand, is directed not only towards external objects, but also towards his own forms of life activity. It is activity directed upon itself, what German classical philosophy presented as the specific feature of the spirit, as reflection, as self-consciousness. In the above passage quoted from Marx, he does not sufficiently emphasize the fundamentally important detail that distinguishes his position from the Fichtean Hegelian interpretation of reflection. In light of this, the cited passage may be understood to mean that man acquires a new, second plane of life activity because he possesses consciousness and will. However, just the opposite is the case. Consciousness and will appear in man only because he already possesses a special plane of life activity that is absent in the animal world, activity directed toward mastering specifically social, purely social in origin and essence, forms of life activity, which are therefore not biologically encoded in him. The animal that has just been born is confronted with the external world. The forms of its life activity are inborn along with the morphology of its body, and it does not have to perform any special activity in order to internalize them. It needs only to exercise the forms of behavior encoded in it. Development consists only in the development of instincts, innate reactions to things and situations. The environment merely corrects this development. Man is quite a different matter. The child that has just been born is confronted, outside itself, not only by the external world, but also by a very complex system of culture, which requires of him modes of behavior which are not genetically encoded in his body, and do not appear in any way. Here it is not so much a matter of adjusting ready-made patterns of behavior, but rather one of assimilating modes of life activity that do not bear any relationship at all to the biologically necessary forms of the reactions of his organism to things and situations. This applies even to the behavioral acts directly connected with the satisfaction of biologically inborn needs. The need for food is biologically encoded in man, but the need to eat it with the help of a plate and spoon, knife and fork, sitting on a chair, at a table, and so on, is no more innate than the syntactical forms of the language he learns to speak. In relation to the morphology of the human body, these are purely external conditions, just like the rules of chess. 30 These are purely forms of the external world, forms of the organization of this world, which he has yet to convert into the forms of his individual life activity, into the patterns and modes of his activity, in order to become human. This is the world of the forms of social human life activity that confronts the newborn child as the objectivity to which he is compelled to adapt all his behavior, all the functions of his organic body, as that object towards assimilation of which adults guide all his activity. The presence of this specifically human object, the world of things created by man for man, and, therefore, things whose forms are reified forms of human activity, and certainly not the forms naturally inherent in them, is the condition for the existence of consciousness and will. And certainly not the reverse. It is not consciousness and will that are the condition and prerequisite for the existence of this unique object, let alone its cause. Consciousness and will become necessary forms of mental activity only where the individual is compelled to control his own organic body in answer not to the organic demands of this body but to demands presented from outside, by the rules accepted by the society in which he was born. Only in these conditions is the individual compelled to distinguish himself from his own organic body. These rules are not passed on to him by birth, through his genes, but are imposed upon him from outside, dictated by culture and not by nature. Only here appears the relationship to oneself as to a single representative of another, a relationship unknown to animals. The human individual is compelled to subordinate his own actions to certain rules and patterns which he has to assimilate as a special object in order to make them rules and patterns of the life activity of his own body. At first they confront him precisely as an external object, as the forms and relationships between things produced and reproduced by human labor. By mastering the objects of nature in the forms produced and reproduced by human labor, the individual becomes for the first time human, becomes a representative of the human race, whereas before this time he was merely a representative of a biological species. The existence of this purely social inheritance of forms of life activity, that is to say, a legacy of forms that is in no way transmitted through the genes, through the morphology of the organic body, but only through education, only through assimilation of the available culture, only through a process in the course of which the individual's organic body transforms into a representative of the human race. It is only the existence of this specific relationship that brings about consciousness and will as specifically human forms of mental activity. Consciousness only arises where the individual is compelled to look at himself as if from the side, as if with the eyes of another person, the eyes of all other people, only where he is compelled to correlate his individual actions with the actions of another person, that is to say, only within the framework of collectively performed life activity. It is only here that there is any need for will, in the sense of the ability to forcibly subordinate one's own inclinations and urges to a certain law, a certain demand dictated not at all by the individual organics of one's own body, but by the organization of the collective body, the collective, that has formed around a certain common task. 31. Here and only here there arises the ideal plane of life activity unknown to the animal. Consciousness and will are not the cause of the manifestation of this new plane of relationships between the individual and the external world, but only the mental forms of its expression, in other words, its effect. Moreover, it is not an accidental but rather a necessary form of its manifestation, its expression, its realization. We shall go no further in examining consciousness and will, because here we begin to enter the special field of psychology. The problem of ideality in its general form is equally significant for psychology, linguistics and any socio-historical discipline, and naturally goes beyond the bounds of psychology as such and must be regarded independently of purely psychological details. Psychology must necessarily proceed from the fact that between individual consciousness and objective reality there exists the mediating link of the historically formed culture, which acts as the prerequisite and condition of individual mental activity. This comprises the economic and legal forms of human relationships, the forms of everyday life and language, and so on. For the individual's mental activity, this culture appears immediately as a system of meanings, which have been reified and confront him quite objectively as a non-psychological, extra-psychological reality. The fundamental meaning of this fact is specifically underscored by A.N. Ilyenkov. Thus, meaning refracts the world in the consciousness of man. Although language is the bearer of meanings, it is not their demiurge. Behind linguistic meanings hide socially produced methods of activity, in the course of which people alter and cognize objective reality. In other words, meanings represent the ideal form of the existence of the objective world, its properties, connections, and relations, transformed and folded in the matter of language, which are disclosed in the aggregate of social practice. This is why meanings themselves, that is to say, abstracted from their functions in individual consciousness, are by no means mental, as is that socially cognized reality, which lies behind them. 32 Hence, the transformation of the problem of ideality into a psychological leads materialist science straight toward a dead end, since the secret of ideality is sought not where it actually arises, not in the space where the history of the real relationships between social man and nature is played out, but in the human skull, in the material relationships between neurons. And this approach is just as silly as the attempt to discover the form of value by chemical analysis of the gold or banknotes in which this form presents itself to the eye and sense of touch. It is the same fetishism, the same attribution of properties to natural substance, which in fact do not belong to it as such, but are only forms of social human labor expressed in it, forms of social relations between people. Indeed, fetishism is the most crude, the most primitive and savage form of idealism, conferring all attributes of spirit to a log decorated with shells and feathers. This most crude form of idealism, which in no way differs from the behavior of animals that attempt to lick and eat a light bulb, which serves for them as a signal that it is time to eat. For the animal, as for the fetishist, the light bulb and the log are in no way signals, not designations of something other, but the actual physical part of a physical situation, directly determining their behavior. And so the Chinese mercilessly would beat a clay idol if it did not wish to send rain upon their fields. The riddle and solution to the problem of idealism is to be found in the peculiarity of a mentality that cannot distinguish between two fundamentally different and even opposed categories of phenomena of which it is sensuously aware as existing outside its brain, on the one hand, the natural properties of things, and on the other, those properties owing their existence not to nature but to social human labor embodied and realized in these things. This is the very point where such opposites as crudely naive materialism and no less crudely naive idealism directly merge. That is to say, where the material is directly identified with the ideal and vice versa, arising not from great minds on the scale of Plato or Hegel, but exactly from a lack of such minds, which thoughtlessly regard all that exists outside the head, outside mental activity, as material, and everything that is in the head, in consciousness, as ideal. This is precisely how Marx understands the essence of this confusion, which bourgeois political economy has not been able to resolve. In the draft notes to Capital, he writes, "The crude materialism of the economists who regard as the natural properties of things what are social relations of production among people, and qualities which things obtain because they are subsumed under these relations, is at the same time just as crude as idealism, even fetishism, since it imputes social relations to things as inherent characteristics, and thus mystifies them." 33 Real, scientific materialism, unlike crude materialism, lies not in declaring everything that is outside the brain of the individual to be primary, in describing this primary as material, and declaring all that is in the head to be secondary and ideal. Scientific materialism lies in the ability to distinguish the fundamental borderline in the composition of sensuously palpable, sensuously perceptible things and phenomena themselves, to see the difference and opposition between the material and the ideal there and not somewhere else. This materialism compels one to understand this distinction not as the commonly held one between real and imaginary thalers, but instead as a distinction lying far deeper, namely in the very nature of social human life activity, in its fundamental differences from the life activity of some animal, as from the biological life activity of one's own organism. The ideal plane of reality comprises exclusively that which is created by labor both in man himself and in the part of nature in which he lives and acts, which has been produced and reproduced by his own social human and, therefore, purposeful transforming activity, daily and hourly, ever since man has existed. Hence, one cannot speak of the existence of an ideal plane among animals without departing from the rigorously established philosophical meaning of the term. This is why there can be no talk of any ideal among animals, despite the undeniable existence of mental activity, and even some glimmers of consciousness. Man acquires the ideal plane of life activity only through internalizing the historically developed forms of social life activity, only together with the social plane of existence, only together with culture. Ideality is nothing but an aspect of culture, one of its dimensions, determining factors, properties. In relation to mental activity, it is just as much an objective component as mountains and trees, the moon and the stars, as the processes of metabolism in the organic body of an individual. Idealism is not the fruit of some thoughtlessness, but the legitimate and natural fruit of a world where things acquire human properties while people are reduced to the level of a material force. 34 Where things are endowed with spirit while human beings are utterly deprived of it. Commodity fetishism, and all shades of this phenomenon that arise at a particular stage of economic analysis, is an actually existing product of a real historical metamorphosis. 35 As Mikhail Lifshitz accurately formulates in his book on Marx, the objective reality of ideal forms is no mere invention of insidious idealists, as it seems to pseudo-materialists who recognize, on one side, the external world and on the other, only the conscious brain. This pseudo-materialism, despite all its good intentions, has both feet firmly planted in the same mystical swamp of fetishism as its opponent, principled idealism. This is also fetishism, only not that of a log, a bronze idol or logos, but a fetishism of nervous tissue, a fetishism of neurons, axons, and DNA, which in fact possess as little of the ideal as any rock lying on the street, and just as little of the value of a diamond that has not yet been discovered, no matter how huge and heavy it might be. However, the brain, worked over and reproduced by labor, becomes an organ, moreover, the authorized representative of ideality, the ideal plane of life activity, characteristic only of man, an entity that socially produces his own material life. This is the essence of real scientific materialism that is capable of resolving the problem of the ideal. And when Marx defines the ideal as the material when it has been transposed and translated inside the human head, he means precisely the human head, not the bodily organ of Homo sapiens growing out of the neck of the individual thanks to Mother Nature. Many materialists often forget this difference. Inside the human head, when understood naturalistically, there is no ideal, there never was and there never will be. What exists there are material mechanisms, which provide, with their complex dynamics, for the activity of man in general, including activity on the ideal plane, according to the ideal plane, which confronts the brain as a special object, which is, in one way or another, the reified form of social human life activity, as purpose, as the human meaning of a thing. 36 This is why materialists, who push physiologists on silly adventures after the ideal in the brain itself, in the bulk of the nerve fabric of the cerebral cortex, in the depth of cerebral microstructures and similar things, in the end achieve only one thing, the complete discrediting of materialism as a principle of scientific thought. Since physiologists cannot find the ideal in the skull, therefore, they do not seek it out. Since it is not there, ideality is, indeed, necessarily connected with consciousness and will, but not at all in the way that the old pre-Marxist materialism describes. It is not ideality that is an aspect or form of manifestation of the sphere of consciousness will, but, on the contrary, the consciously willful character of human mentality is a form of manifestation, an aspect or mental manifestation of the ideal plane of relationships between man and nature. The ideal form is the form of a thing created by social human labor, reproducing forms of the objective material world, which exist independently of man. Or, conversely, the form of labor realized in the substance of nature, embodied in it, alienated in it, realized in it and, therefore, presenting itself to man, the creator, as the form of a thing or as a special relationship between things, a relationship in which one thing realizes, reflects another, in which man has placed these things, his labor, and which would never arise on its own. This is why man contemplates the ideal as being outside himself, outside his own eyes, outside his own head, as existing objective reality. It is only because of this that he frequently and easily confuses the ideal with the material, assuming those forms and relations between things that he created himself. Here lies the cause of all idealist Platonic Hegelian illusions. This is why the philosophical theoretical refutation of objective idealism was able to be achieved only in the form of the positive understanding of the actual role of the ideal in the process of social human labor transforming the material of nature. In the process of labor, man, while remaining a natural being, transforms both external things and his own natural body. He shapes natural matter, converting it into a means and an organ of his purposeful life activity. This is why from the start he looks upon nature as the material in which his aims are embodied, as the means of their realization. This is why he sees in nature primarily what is adequate for this role, what plays or may play the part of a means towards his ends, that is to say, what he has already drawn, in one way or another, into the process of his purposeful activity. Thus, at first he directs his attention upon the stars exclusively as a natural clock, calendar, and compass, as means and instruments of his life activity, and observes their natural properties and regularities only insofar as they are natural properties and regularities of the material in which his activity is being performed, and with which he must, therefore, reckon as completely objective components of his activity. But for this very reason he takes the results of his transforming activity as the forms and relations of things as they are. This gives rise to fetishism of every kind and shade, one of the varieties of which was and still is philosophical idealism, the doctrine which regards the ideal forms of things as the eternal, without premises, primordial and absolute forms of the universe, and takes into account all else only insofar as this all else, that is to say, all the actual diversity of the world, has already been drawn into the process of labor, already been made the means, instrument, and material of the realization of purposeful activity, already been refracted through the grandiose prism of ideal forms, is already premised in these forms, already shaped by them. For this reason the ideal exists only in man. Outside man and beyond him there can be nothing ideal. Man, however, is to be understood not as one individual with a brain, but as a real ensemble of real people collectively realizing their specifically human life activity, as the ensemble of all social relations arising between people around one common task, around the process of the social production of their life. The ideal exists inside man thus understood, because inside man thus understood are all the things that mediate the individuals who are socially producing their life, words, books, statues, churches, social clubs, television towers, and the instruments of labor, from the stone axe and the bone needle to the modern automated factory and computer technology. In these things the ideal exists as the subjective, purposeful form-creating life activity of social man, embodied in the material of nature. The ideal form is a form of a thing, but outside this thing, namely in man, as a form of his dynamic life activity, as goals and needs. Or conversely, it is a form of man's dynamic life activity, but outside man, namely in the form of the thing he creates, which reflects another thing, including that which exists independently of man and humanity. Ideality as such exists only in the constant transformation of these two forms of its external incarnation and does not coincide with either of them taken separately. It exists only through the unceasing process of the transformation of the form of activity into the form of a thing and back, the form of a thing into the form of activity. Try to identify the ideal with any one of these two forms of its immediate existence, and it no longer exists. All you have left is the substantial, entirely material body and its bodily functioning. The form of activity as such turns out to be corporeally encoded in the nervous system, in intricate neurodynamic stereotypes and cerebral mechanisms by the pattern of the external action of the material human organism of the individual's body. And you will discover nothing ideal in that body, no matter how hard you try. The form of the thing created by man, taken out of the process of social life activity, out of the process of the metabolism between man and nature, also turns out to be simply the material form of the thing, the physical shape of an external body and nothing more. A word, taken out of the organism of human intercourse, turns out to be nothing more than an acoustic or optical fact. In itself it is no more ideal than the human brain. And only in the reciprocal movement of the two opposing metamorphoses, forms of activity and forms of things in their dialectically contradictory mutual transformations, does the ideal exist. Therefore, it was only dialectical materialism that was able to solve the problem of the ideality of things. Part 2. Contexts. Ilyenkov in the context of Soviet philosophical culture, an interview with Sergei Mariv, Alex Levant and Vesa Oittinen. Sergei Nikolaevich Mariv is professor of philosophy at the Modern University for the Humanities in Moscow and a member of the board of the Society Dialectics and Culture that organizes annual Ilyenkov readings, which are well attended, with 100 to 200 speakers from all parts of Russia. Sergei Mariv is one of the main figures in the Ilyenkovian heritage among present-day Russian philosophers, and he has written several books developing the themes of Ilyenkov's philosophy, such as the Dialectics of the Logical and the Historical and Marx's Concrete Historicism. 1. He has written many presentations of Ilyenkov as a thinker. 2. Mariv's other fields of interest include logics, theory of knowledge and the philosophy of science. Dear Sergei Nikolaevich, you see yourself as a student of Evald Ilyenkov. When did you two first meet? What was the situation in Soviet philosophy at that time, and what position did Ilyenkov assume within it? I first met Ilyenkov in 1972, when I worked in the sector of the works of Marx and Engels at the Institute of Marxism-Leninism under the Central Committee of the CPSU, after graduating from the Faculty of Philosophy at Moscow State University in 1969. At that time, I had given him my text on the dialectics of the logical and the historical in Marx's Grundrisse. He liked my work, and suggested I come work at the Institute of Philosophy at the Academy of Sciences, USSR, which I did with the assistance of the academic Boniface Mihailovich Kedrov, who curated a group on dialectics at that time and spoke highly of Ilyenkov. His support was crucial because other generals of philosophy viewed Ilyenkov either negatively or sceptically. This scepticism was likewise common among ordinary colleagues who expressed their relationship to Ilyenkov with the following formula: we read Ilyenkov for his past accomplishments, but he won't be memorialized. Ilyenkov is credited with understanding Marxist dialectics not only as a general theory of development, but as logic and a theory of knowledge. In other words, he charted a direction of Marxist research into the field of epistemology and methodology. During the thaw, it elicited considerable enthusiasm. It was seen as, and in fact it was, an exit from the frame of dogmatic Stalinist diamat. But after the removal of Khrushchev in 1964, and in particular after 1968, the mood drastically shifted. If previously the struggle with dogmatic, official Marxism was understood as a return to authentic Marxism, to the Marxism of the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 and the Grundrisse, then this struggle was now treated as a shift to other, non-Marxist philosophical positions. And now those who stood together with Ilyenkov against dogmatism, ironized about his preoccupation with Spinoza and the problem of educating deaf-blind children, and who saw names like Popper, Kuhn, and Lakatos as the edge of progress. In this way, Ilyenkov was transformed from a leader of the thought into a philosophical outsider. Many of his former friends, students, and associates began to turn away from him under the pretext that he had exhausted himself, but they wanted to go further. It seems that Ilyenkov produced his best work in the 1960s, that is to say, he was, in some ways, a typical shestidozhyotnik, and expressed the ideals and hopes of that generation. The predominant mood of the following generation of the Soviet intelligentsia was already resignation and cynicism. They no longer believed in socialist perspectives or in the explanatory power of Marxist theory. It is not surprising that Ilyenkov had such personal difficulties with this situation. Here I can only say that the relationship with Marxism was determined by the relationship with socialism, and likewise disillusionment with actually existing socialism led to disillusionment in Marxism. By the way, Ilyenkov knew well that Marx could not be held responsible for the crimes of Stalin, and later Khrushchev and Brezhnev, much like Christ cannot be blamed for the actions of the Inquisition in medieval Europe. For Ilyenkov, Marxism was a method of understanding history, including explaining the failures of building developed socialism, which in the end led to the fall of socialism and the Soviet Union. With regard to the early and the late Ilyenkov, I must point out that his final work, Leninist Dialectics and the Metaphysics of Positivism, if judged by its accomplishments, is in no way worse than his very first work, Dialectics of the Abstract and the Concrete in Marx's Capital. But his final work elicited a wave of criticism, which included some from former friends and students. But not because Ilyenkov had evolved in a poor direction, as they believed, it was they who had evolved. Ilyenkov was a Marxist, but not a diamagic. In your 2008 book, From the History of Soviet Philosophy, Lukács, Vygotsky, Ilyenkov, you defend the notion of the existence of a subterranean current in Soviet Marxism, with Ilyenkov as one of the most important representatives of this current. This is a most interesting thesis. How does your view compare with other historians of Soviet philosophy? For instance, James Scanlon argues that Ilyenkov continues the tradition of the dialecticians of the 1920s, namely the Debrunets. As regards Scanlon's version, where Ilyenkov extends Deborin's line, I am in firm disagreement. And here I would like to begin with the fact that Ilyenkov met with Deborin in the early 1960s. He told me this himself. But they did not develop a friendship or collaboration. They were very different people in terms of ideology and psychology. It was the same situation between Ilyenkov and Evgeny Petrovich Sitkovsky, who supported Ilyenkov up until the point where criticism of Diamat as a particular historical form of Marxist philosophy proceeded. Ilyenkov believed, as did Marx and Engels, that Marxism inherited from all previous philosophy only dialectics, formal logic and a materialist conception of history. This is precisely what Ilyenkov and his comrade Valentin Korovikov declared in the theses of their presentation at the Faculty of Philosophy at MSU, for which they were expelled from the university. Ilyenkov was against turning materialist dialectics into ontology, which is precisely what happened after Gorbachev's perestroika. That which was once called Diamat is now called ontology and theory of knowledge. In essence, the dogmatism of Diamat secured itself with the help of ontology. In truth, these figures, because of their historical philosophical ignorance, are unaware that in this manner Wolffianism triumphed over the critical philosophy of Kant. They went backwards from Kant, to Christian Wolff and the French materialists who sought to construct a system when, after the great scientific discoveries, materialism, in the words of Engels, became impossible in the form of philosophy becoming simply a scientific worldview. Yes, but even Mikhail Lifshitz wrote in his preface to a posthumous edition of Ilyenkov's essays that he renews the best traditions of the 1930s. In agreement with Lifshitz, Ilyenkov continues the current around the journal Literaturny Kritik. However, do you believe such analogies are correct? Is it not perhaps the case that Ilyenkov and other young philosophers of the 1950s started from point zero after the devastation of Stalinism and the World War? It is common to come across this method of understanding Ilyenkov's place, when one seeks to adjust him to fit under one or another type or orientation, school, and so on. But such attempts contradict the dialectical method, which requires that the object be understood in its uniqueness, in its particularities. Ilyenkov does not fit into any paradigm. This is why he was constantly accused of one thing or another. He was accused of gnoseologism for understanding the categories of dialectics as forms of thought. Then he was accused of denying the specificity of forms of thought, instead grasping them as forms of being, namely accusing him of the exact opposite, ontologism. But, in fact, Ilyenkov developed the idea of the identity of being and thought, a central idea, as he demonstrated, in all classical philosophy. Here he departs from someone quite close to him, Mikhail Alexandrovich Lifshitz, with whom he shared an antipathy toward old dogmatic orthodoxies. And here one must say a few words about their differences. They differed first and foremost in their understanding of the ideal, which Ilyenkov understood as a form of specifically human activity, which is objectified in the form of the thing. And in reverse, the form of the thing is de-objectified and becomes a form of activity for others. This is how human activity and culture, including the faculty of judgment, taste and sense of beauty, spread and develop. Lifshitz believed that here, as he puts it, we owe a debt to Plato and Hegel. But what are Platonic ideas if not patterns of human activity, about which Plato himself speaks, albeit ones that are transposed into another world and transformed into disembodied, purely spiritual phenomena? Even there they are patterns of activity, but only now the activity of God Demiurge, which, as the genuine Demiurge craftsman, creates this world. It is the same thing with Hegel. The accusation of Hegelianism was similarly one constantly directed at Ilyenkov, accusations from the right, official Marxism, and from the left, the philosophers of science. But Marx believed that, according to Hegel, humanity produces itself through its own activity. A careful reader of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit could not miss this central concept. Lenin noted in his philosophical notebooks that Marx adjoins Hegel, introducing the criterion of practice into the theory of knowledge. Here, however, the word criterion does not accurately reflect the substance of this junction between Marx and Hegel. The matter is not in the criterion, but in essence. If everything in Hegel is upside down, then it cannot conceal that all intellectual/spiritual formations are one way or another connected to activity, to labor. His absolute spirit is nothing other than that limit and ideal towards which humanity aims, and which form the vector of historical development. Marxism does not simply negate classical idealism, but it sublates it, in the sense of Hegel's term Aufheben, that is, it maintains it by negating it. In other words, Marxism confirms the positive content of Platonism and German idealism, which were worked out over 2,500 years. But Diamat loses all this and interprets the ideal in a vulgar materialist way, mostly in the spirit of physiological materialism. Consciousness, thought and the ideal in general are functions of the individual brain. In essence, this is a return to French materialism of the 18th century. As regards Lifshitz, his position does not propose the elimination of the idealistic understanding of the ideal, it simply adds to Diamat the idealism of Plato and Hegel. But Ilyenkov himself never expressed his relationship to Lifshitz's conception of the ideal simply because he was not familiar with it. We only knew of his published work on the history of culture and his work related to the criticism of modernism. On these matters, Ilyenkov and Lifshitz were one. As regards the tradition of the 1930s, and Literaturny Kritik, it is difficult to judge the relationship between Ilyenkov and this orientation, but I can say a few words. In Gorky's reminiscences about Lenin, the opinion of a worker is cited on the differences between Plekhanov and Lenin. He characterizes Plekhanov as a snob, and Lenin as one of our own. In other words, Lenin was more democratic than Plekhanov. So, some time ago I noted a corresponding parallel. For some reason, Ilyenkov is Lenin, and Lifshitz is Plekhanov. By the way, one of Lifshitz's works is specifically dedicated to Plekhanov. Ilyenkov also specifically wrote about Lenin, but he never specifically wrote about Plekhanov. So, Ilyenkov was more democratic than Lifshitz. He could permit his more junior colleagues to refer to him simply on a first-name basis, as Evald. And it is hard to even imagine that someone would refer to Lifshitz as Misha. Although Ilyenkov was a man of culture and exquisite taste, he was, nevertheless, very tolerant of human frailties and even vices. Lifshitz wrote a harsh satire on the writer Marietta Shaginian, picking on some factual inaccuracies, but mostly for her effusive enthusiasm about the success of our country in the construction of communism, for which, however, he suffered, barely holding on to his party ticket. Regarding Shaginian, she was a woman who was genuinely, if not naively, devoted to the revolution and to Lenin, who, by the way, lived in the same writer's house as Ilyenkov. He recalled that as children they would visit her and she would treat them to candy. Such a kind lady. Ilyenkov would never lift a finger to write something bad about her, although he could point out her mistakes. Lifshitz considered the 1930s as a period of the rise of Soviet culture that ended, as he believed, in 1939. Following this period began the fall, for which he blames primarily Stalin. However, this might instead be related to that snobbery, which elicited the reaction of less talented democratic intelligentsia. Mayakovsky was ruined not by Stalin. Why would Stalin ruin Mayakovsky? Rather, he was ruined by his own brothers by trade with their snobbery. Merab Mamardashvili was a man not without talent, and he wrote at that time apparently good work about consciousness in Marx and transformed forms, but Ilyenkov spoke and wrote about those same things, only more simply and clearly. While their dislike was mutual, they could not accuse one another of anything, they were simply different people. The difference here is that Mamardashvili was a snob, and this is completely foreign to Ilyenkov. Vadim Mezwev, who knew both of them well, wrote about this recently. So, Ilyenkov and other young philosophers of the 1950s did, after all, begin from point zero after the devastations of Stalinism? Or did they attempt to establish a direct connection to classical philosophy, for instance, with Spinoza and Hegel, from whom they took their ideas? In my book on Ilyenkov, I wrote that he discovered Spinoza for us. It is not that we did not know Spinoza. There were debates on him between Lyubov Isakovna Axelrod and Abram Moisevich Deborin back in the 1920s. But their entire debate focused on whether the principle of determinism is maintained in relation to the transition from quantity into quality. Axelrod took Spinoza as an ally, but only as a strict, mechanistic determinist. A collection of essays about Spinoza, where he was interpreted mainly as an atheist and a theomachist, came out in connection to the 300th anniversary of his birth. But Ilyenkov discovered Spinoza for us as the founder of the activity interpretation of thought. In this regard, Spinoza is a forerunner of German classical philosophy from Kant to Hegel, as well as Marxism. Ilyenkov agreed that Marxism was a variety of Spinozism, as Engels had characterized it in conversation with Plekhanov. For Ilyenkov, Marxism was the culmination of the development of all previous intellectual culture, and above all the development of philosophy. All philosophical culture is concentrated in the history of philosophy, and there can be no philosophy beyond the history of philosophy. As Engels remarked, all of the major forms of the philosophical worldview were already present among the Greeks. Windelband said something similar. If one examines Marx's creative output, it is impossible to find one idea that does not have historical roots. Similarly, there is not one work by Ilyenkov that is not in one way or another a work about the history of philosophy. There were some good historians of philosophy in the Soviet Union, Asmus or Chernyshev, for instance, but it is difficult to identify anyone in particular who influenced Ilyenkov in this direction. As regards contemporary history of philosophy in Russia, current historians do not generally write the history of philosophy, but the history of philosophers. A well-known historian of philosophy, Anatoly Fedorovich Zotov, said somewhere that today they mainly write reference books. The discussions around Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal were particularly acute, but it appears that psychologists immediately began to adopt an Ilyenkovian point of view. Here is an interesting line of reception. Here, I must say something about Ilyenkov's article on the ideal in the 5-volume Soviet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which of all his works made the deepest impression, not only on philosophy, but also on psychology, and simply on culture. By the way, it was the well-known and respected psychologist Alexei Nikolaevich Leontiev, with whom Ilyenkov closely collaborated, who contributed to this publication. This conception was more important for psychologists than for anyone else. Psychologists know well that mental forms, such as consciousness, thought, memory, human feelings, and so on, are ideal. Ideal in the simple sense that they are not corporeal, not material. This property of the forms of human mentality is inexplicable from the physiology of the brain, as all the processes that occur in the human brain are material. This property is likewise inexplicable from the mentality of an individual. The mentality of an individual must itself be explained by means of something else. Religion explained this as the divine nature of man, Platonism, ideas as independent spiritual entities. Ilyenkov decisively broke with both physiological materialism and Platonism. As I said, Ilyenkov collaborated with psychologists and educators, including Leontiev and Davidov, who at that time were considered authoritative and whose ideas resonated with what Ilyenkov was doing. Generally the philosophical public and the philosophical authorities related to him negatively, having been raised on Diamat. I have written about the attitude toward Ilyenkov of the director of the Institute of Philosophy USSR, Ukraintsev, for whom the views of Narsky and Dubrovsky, who argued that the ideal was something subjective, inherent only in the individual, and based on neurophysiological processes, were naturally closer. This point of view, in its various modifications, is fully consistent with the structures of officially recognized Diamat. It is worth mentioning here that in the 1930s the work of Ivan Pavlov was placed under Diamat, and they tried to connect Ismat to Darwinism. So, not understanding the philosophical discussions, the party leadership listened to the opinion of the philosophical leadership among the Diamachiki. It is no accident that pedagogical psychology and pedagogical practice more generally were important for Ilyenkov. Here he saw an opportunity to realize and confirm his Marxist theory of consciousness. Following the classics, Ilyenkov believed that the specificity of the human mind is that it constantly exceeds its own borders. It is an infinitely expanding universe. But we become smarter when we make our world smarter. And we are always smarter than that world if we are able to see its flaws. This also applies to machines, including thinking machines. And how does a machine think? That same computer, everyone knows, is so smart that each time I type the word petty, meaning the English economist William Petty, it always corrects petty into the Russian name Petaya. And my command is once again required for it to stop doing that. But seriously speaking, it is necessary to recall Ilyenkov's 1968 book, Ob Idolak I Idealok, in which he strongly opposes the idea of creating artificial intelligence which will be smarter than humans. The border, which a thinking machine cannot overcome, is the ability to think dialectically, that is, to sublate and to broaden contradictions. But people broaden contradictions primarily in practice, in situations of moral choice, in acts of aesthetic contemplation. This is, in fact, the human mind, our intellect, which can be imitated only by becoming human. Many progressively minded philosophers believed that Ilyenkov was retrograde and opposed scientific progress. But Ilyenkov acted in all these matters as a radical democrat because consistent democracy presupposes equal opportunity for all people, and it presupposes education accessible to all, including those who today are described as having limited potential, or as disabled. This democracy is evident in Ilyenkov in relation to his participation in the so-called Zagorsk experiment. Zagorsk, to which its original name has been returned, Sergiev Posad, is a city near Moscow, which had a boarding school for deaf-blind children. With Ilyenkov's informal involvement in this boarding school, they were able to prepare 4 students for admission to Moscow University to the Faculty of Psychology, which they completed in 1976. This was the first time in the world. Prior to this, hardly anyone was able to reach this level of development. For instance, there was Olga Skorokhadova, a student of Ivan Afanasyevich Sokolyansky, who laid the foundations of this method, implemented by his pupil Alexander Ivanovich Meshcheryakov in Zagorsk. Another is the American Helen Keller. The method applied in Zagorsk is expressed in a simple maxim: human behavior forms first, then human speech. The method of Sokolyansky and Meshcheryakov was used deliberately. In the case of Helen Keller, this happened by accident, as she was raised not by professional educators, but by a girl who worked for her parents who taught her those occupations that are related to life and work on the farm. However, Ilyenkov's opponents likewise tried to discredit his participation in this experiment, revealing that the experiment was flawed since these students had residual vision and hearing. But virtually all blind or deaf children have residual vision or hearing. However, in commonly accepted forms of education, these children are unable to complete not only higher education, but even normal schooling. They remain disabled not only in the physical, but also in the social sense. Although Ilyenkov was a Marxist, his ideas were not well received by Soviet philosophy. How do we explain such a strange situation? Who were Ilyenkov's principal opponents? It seems that his main critics, such as Dubrovsky or Narsky, were not party ideologues, but professional philosophers. What is your view? I cannot say that Ilyenkov had no like-minded colleagues. Even in the 1970s, when he was barely tolerated at the Institute of Philosophy, he had friends in the philosophy department at Rostov University, which was then headed by Yuri Andreyevich Zdanov. His former classmate, Alexey Vasilyevich Potemkin, taught in that department. Ilyenkov's student, Alexey Novikotko, also taught there. As did Alexey Shchetov, both of whom educated their students in the spirit of Ilyenkov. This past year, I was at a conference on Soviet philosophy in Bernkastel, Germany, where I met a graduate of that department and immediately recognized the influence of this tradition on her views. However, I understand that today the philosophy department at Rostov is very different. Certainly, the position of Narsky and Dubrovsky in those days was also considered Marxist, but between this Marxism and the Marxism of Ilyenkov there lies an abyss. As regards the ideal, Ilyenkov, as I said above, explained it not from physiology, but from what lies at the heart of social development, from material production, in which humanity produces not only necessary material objects, but also its thoughts, feelings, and ideals, that is to say, it produces itself. In other words, it produces the ideal. As Marx said, humanity directly idealizes reality in its activity. Mikhail Lifshitz said that through its labor humanity still is as reality. But Lifshitz went no further in this direction, but instead went toward Plato and Hegel. People idealize a reality not in their heads, but above all in the same space in which they act. Ideal objects are not our ideas about real objects, but those objects themselves, only resulting from human activity, human labor. Natural clay is a natural object. When a potter makes from this clay a wine jug, it is no longer a natural object, but a human object, whose form is ideal because it is conceived from the perspective of being used as an object in people's lives. It is also ideal because in this form is the materialist and objectified form of human activity in terms of the production of this object. And if we found a similar form in nature, then we would call it ideal only because we already have such a concept, developed in our activity, in our culture. This is the exact opposite of how this issue is understood by proponents of the naturalistic understanding of the ideal, where ideal refers to pure forms of natural objects, such as the form of crystal or a snowflake or a flower, and so on, forms that are transferred into human culture. But, on the contrary, it is precisely because we are beings of culture and have the notion of the ideal that we are able to admire natural forms as beautiful. Animals do not admire nature, because they are themselves beings of nature, they simply consume it. Feuerbach saw the specificity of human sensory perception in ideality. But he could not explain the ideality of human feelings, and simply attributed them to the nature of human anthropology. Here, Feuerbach did not go beyond Hegel and all German philosophy, but stepped back to Rousseau and Herder. People see beauty in nature only because we apply to nature human measure. But this human measure is the universal measure of that nature, which people draw from nature, transforming it with their activity. This is why people are not subjective in their assessment of the beauty of nature, as it is often claimed, but are entirely objective. Ilyenkov never denied that the ideal is associated with the activity of the brain, but the point is that, being associated with the brain, the ideal is not subjective, but has a completely objective meaning, including the meaning of the social ideal that finds its expression in religion, art, philosophy, and other forms of objective spirit. One would never say that religion exists only in one's head, that God is in one's head. The physiological interpretation of the ideal is not able to explain why the idea of the death of God suddenly arose in the heads of so many people. Did something suddenly happen to people's brains? Or did something happen in society? Here we must pay a debt to Hegel, for whom the ideal exists in forms of objective spirit, art, religion, as I mentioned above. It is quite simple to make a materialist reversal, Umstülpung, without any loss of content, by calling all of this culture, which although created by separate heads, nevertheless imposes on our heads tastes, preferences, in a word, our ideals. In Soviet Marxism, all this was called social consciousness. Clearly, according to Ismat, social consciousness had a social character. But that is in Ismat. But in Diamat, consciousness was understood as a function of the brain. And so it appeared that there were two consciousnesses in Marxism, a bifurcation of consciousness. But this is the result of the bifurcation of Marxist philosophy in the Soviet period, which did not exist in Marx or Engels or Lenin. And Ilyenkov, in contrast to the official Diamat-Ismat interpretation, believed that Marxism consisted of nothing other than the materialist understanding of history, and materialist dialectics are first and foremost dialectics of the historical process. One of the targets of Ilyenkov's criticism was those tendencies in the life of Soviet society that he called positivist. Could it be said that while the surface ideology of the Soviet Union was Marxism-Leninism, its secret ideology was scientism? I love to tell my students about Heraclitus of Ephesus, who burst into tears from despair and anguish when he heard from his fellow citizens ancient myths that he regarded as fairy tales because the citizens believed everything they heard. Similarly, Ilyenkov cried when he heard fairy tales about thoughts being material, that one could create artificial intelligence smarter than humans, and so on. It is easy to reason that positivism became the official worldview in the late Soviet epoch, and that in response to official scientism arose anti-scientism, which was founded by humanistically minded philosophers. Yes, there were both the former and the latter among philosophers. But for Ilyenkov this dilemma was false from the start. I recall how he said that cybernetics is a good thing, but there is no need to turn it into another corn. 3 What he meant was that no science, including cybernetics, should be taken as the ideal and as the means of solving all problems. It is precisely from this that positivism and scientism grows. But at the other extreme, where solutions to all problems are sought in religion, morality, and moralism, and most commonly, pure verbiage, these were not for Ilyenkov. He was certainly far from this kind of humanism, which it must be said is popular among our philosophers even today. Humanism was impossible for Ilyenkov without the individual acquiring all the riches developed by humanity, including a scientific worldview and technical accomplishments. A separate matter is the issue of what is possible given certain socio-political changes, which according to Marxism are associated with communism. In this regard, he took seriously the achievements of the socialist revolution for bringing the achievements of world culture to common people. The problem of violence on the path toward this acquisition of culture is a matter for a separate discussion. And the fact that socialism in its early stages resolves common problems, without regard to culture and human problems, is also not exactly correct. We cannot forget about the Cultural Revolution, about cultural centers, museums, and so on, which, in fact, are in a terrible state in today's Russia. So we can talk about alienation under socialism. There were vibrant discussions about this in the 1960s, although the ruling communist parties in the socialist countries sought to drown them out. What was Ilyenkov's position in this dispute? This is a difficult question to answer because one can easily be misunderstood. First, Ilyenkov never used the term alienation. Why? He never explained in great detail. The only thing I heard from him is that Marx in Capital no longer speaks of alienation, but about exploitation. Indeed, if we think about it, alienation in its original juridical sense means the transfer of some goods from one legal entity to another by sale, gift, and so on. According to Marx, capitalist exploitation means a gratuitous appropriation by the capitalist of a portion of the labor of a hired worker in the form of surplus product. But this is what the early Marx calls the alienation of labor, which lies at the heart of all forms of alienation, about which much can be said. Second, I think that he avoided the term alienation because after the publication of Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 there was some speculation associated with this term, including the notion that the alienation of human nature stems from the anthropological nature of humanity, which would mean that it were indestructible, eternal, and so on. This is precisely how alienation was understood by existentialism. In the 1960s, we had an across-board fascination with existentialism, first Sartre and Camus, and then Heidegger. Ilyenkov viewed this enthusiasm with skepticism. Now, with respect to socialism, the crucial difference between Ilyenkov and official Marxism is his view that socialism is a transitional form, that is, something incomplete, not a formation. In general, this is a system, as Marx wrote in the Critique of the Gotha Programme, in which remains the narrow horizon of bourgeois rights. But the morality of such a society cannot be bourgeois. This is the colossal contradiction of actually existing socialism. The principle of to each according to their labor is not a socialist principle, because it also applies to simple commodity production, only there the measure of one's socially necessary labor is recognized by the market. But under socialism, it is determined by a state official, who makes the state, as Marx said, his property. And as any property owner, he wants to extract profit from his property. Stalin resolved this contradiction very simply. This is what the Gulag was for, the inhabitants of which were not predominantly workers and peasants, but mostly officials, directors of factories, directors of stores and other managers. But when Stalinist socialism was replaced by the idea of socialism with a human face, and officials could no longer be sent to Kolyma, they not only took full control of the country, but they ultimately converted their power into property, into something entirely real material, as we saw during so-called perestroika. Ilyenkov understood that if under socialism the narrow horizon of bourgeois rights remains, then alienation also remains. His solution to this problem was to give property rights to those who labor, farmers, barbers, mechanics, workers in small retail outlets, and so on. That is, privatization should have happened from below. But party and state officials did not want to accommodate working people, and so we got privatization from above. Consequently, instead of a layer of small property owners, we got an oligarchy with whom now Putin struggles with little success. To this, I can only add that, for Ilyenkov, the most hated layer of the community was the officialdom, the bureaucracy. But he was not pleased by all the talk about humanism, socialism with a human face, and so on, because he knew well what would follow. And what followed is what we have now, the same bureaucracy but without a human face. It is well known that Marx proclaimed in the Theses on Feuerbach that philosophy, in the old sense, has come to an end. Likewise, you have stated, citing Marx and Lenin, that only formal and dialectical logic remain. And so did Ilyenkov. His position is understandable, as Diamat renews the old metaphysics on the basis of Marxism, which means that criticism of Diamat is, at the same time, criticism of certain metaphysical claims. But was Ilyenkov himself not a philosopher? S.M. Vadim Mezwiv wrote an article that characterizes Ilyenkov as the last classical philosopher, referring to his Spinozist and Hegelian sympathies. Indeed, the question of philosophy in the 20th century, which according to Marx was supposed to come to an end, is quite complex. It appears that Marx's prognosis about the end of philosophy, much like the victory of the proletariat, did not materialize. So the question becomes, how should we relate to Marx? Well, this is the heart of the matter. For Ilyenkov, Marx was neither a futurologist nor a political scientist. What Ilyenkov mainly took from Marx, as has been said, is his method. Marx's method of concrete historicism enables us to understand why Marx's prognoses appeared real in the 19th century, but were not realized in the 20th. The same method of comprehending facts in their relations permits it to be used even today. I spoke with Ilyenkov about Leninism and Stalinism in the analysis of which he never slipped into humanist pathetics. The view that what is most important in Marx is the method, that is, the dialectical method, recalls the young Lukács who, in History and Class Consciousness, argued that orthodox Marxism consists not in adhering to certain concrete claims, but rather adhering only to the method. S.M. What Lukács wrote about the heart of Marxism being its method repeats well-known passages from Marx and Lenin almost verbatim, not doctrine, but method. Lenin believed that Marx's Capital supplied a method of understanding bourgeois society. On the other hand, method is not something external to content, as Hegel said, it is not an external frame into which any content could be squeezed. Rather, it is the soul of the content, or the backbone, the support of the content, as Vygotsky wrote. This is something we do not find in the early Lukács, and even the later Lukács did not understand this well. I believe it is for this reason we find in Lukács the appearance of the ontology of social being. As soon as method was severed, dogmatic content started to appear, and instead of a materialist understanding of history, ontology appears. And now we have ontology anywhere and everywhere. Apparently, according to the nomenclature devised by our philosophical officials, I too am an ontologist, although I have always considered myself a dialectical Marxist. Certainly, Ilyenkov never talked about ontology, rather, he wrote specifically about the identity of being and thought. Here, we can repeat Parmenides' well-known aphorism, being and thought about being are identical. Thought about being, namely logic, is not simply a likeness, it is identical to forms of being. This is the essence of Ilyenkov's position. Only on this basis is the union of philosophy and the natural sciences possible. I must point out that not only psychologists but also physicists and chemists approached Ilyenkov to work out logical methodological questions. Here, Ilyenkov opposed two extreme positions. On the one hand, he opposed philosophy imposing its understanding of logic and the scientific method onto the natural sciences, as Deborin had done, by the way. On the other hand, he was also opposed to philosophy simply generalizing the results of the natural sciences, because then, Ilyenkov believed, it would lose its own subject. He always underscored that there must be an equal union. Let's return to the status of philosophy among the sciences. Ilyenkov was, after all, then a philosopher? Ilyenkov was in agreement with Hegel that philosophy is the highest form of human consciousness because it gives consciousness other forms, which do not have their own consciousness, as it were. An artist, for instance, creates, as Schelling believed, unconsciously. He is guided by feelings, a sense of proportion, a sense of beauty. In this sense, artistic creativity, as Goethe believed, resembles the creativity of nature. It is similar with religion. In religion, as Feuerbach demonstrated, humanity doubles itself and worships itself, as reflected in the mirror of heaven. But consciousness of the very process of doubling, its mechanism, is the business of philosophy and of the philosopher. Feuerbach was one such philosopher. The artist does not have a conception of art, the religious person does not have a conception of religion, the politician does not have a conception of politics. This conception is provided only by philosophy, although nothing prevents the artist, politician, and so on, from becoming a philosopher. In general, it is more difficult for a priest or a religious person to become a philosopher. The whole history of Christianity shows that as soon as a believer would begin to consider his belief, he would fall into heresy. The old materialism, as already mentioned, does not provide a method, as the ideal appears as either a purely subjective phenomenon from which it easily slips into subjectivism and solipsism, or it begins to make debts to objective idealism. It does not have its own method for disclosing the content of the ideal. The same is true of Diomat, which, despite all the talk about dialectics and the limits of the old materialism, was itself a variety of that same vulgar materialism. Diomat was vulgar not only in the sense of crude, but also in the sense of ordinary and the popular, because the view that the ideal exists inside the human head is acquired without much effort by the head of an uneducated person. Such a person might even become offended when told that the ideal is not at all there. Similarly, today's youth easily acquires the thought that the ideal is something subjective and relative. After all, it immediately frees a person from all moral responsibility. This state of affairs is enough to lead one to despair. And our philosophers cannot understand what made Ilyenkov so upset that he no longer wanted to live in this world. And looking at our lives today, it may be a good thing that he did not live to see this. Prospects for a cultural historical psychology of intelligence. Berger Siebert. If we enrich Vygotsky's ideas with Ilyenkov's basic postulates, modern psychology and pedagogy will take a considerable step forward in the study of the genesis and development of consciousness and of the individual subject of activity. 1 Working on problems of psychology, Lev S. Vygotsky became increasingly aware that for scientific psychology, philosophical reaction on its theoretical concepts is of great significance. Problems and contradictions among theoretical concepts often can only be solved if they are placed in a more general scientific context. In the case of the cultural historical theory, Vygotsky demonstrated this in his writings on the crisis of psychology, as well as in his work on a monistic theory of emotions. But whilst Vygotsky took into account the connection between philosophy and the concrete sciences from the viewpoint of psychology and pedagogy, E.V. Ilyenkov approached the same problem from the other end, as a philosopher. He was keenly interested in the methodological problems of psychology and pedagogy, and in this respect he attempted to overcome the formal separation between philosophy and the concrete sciences. It is no exaggeration to say that Ilyenkov's works provide ideas for a theoretical framework of a cultural historical psychology that rejects the dualism of body and mind inherent in many psychological theories. The significance of Ilyenkov's ideas becomes especially obvious in regard to the concept of intelligence. Below I wish to present one possible way of reacting on the concept of intelligence, on the basic scientific ideas underlying it, as well as the prospects for a cultural historical perspective on intelligence. Intelligence as a psychological concept is not only bereft of a general definition but it can also be seen as a classical example of deterministic and dualistic views on thought and the human consciousness. The problem of abilities. Ilyenkov's article on the problem of abilities is an example of a reexhive method for dealing with psychological concepts acted by contradictions. According to him, this problem is primarily due to the fact that no clearly defined concept of abilities has been formulated so far. Instead, diarrhent antagonistic theorems coexist. Ilyenkov writes, by this term one understands, 1. The actual realizable capacity to carry out acts of a certain type, 2. The pure potential to appropriate schemes of these actions, to learn to build one's own actions in accordance to them, and 3. A certain predisposition of the individual to this or that specific activity sphere. In this case ability is a synonym for talent or gift, i.e. for the degree of development of the relevant abilities in the individual. All three aspects are constantly confused with each other, which fact contributes neither to their reciprocal understanding nor to an essential understanding of the problem as such, since they determine both the orientation of investigators as well as the results of the investigation. Point 3. In discussing the concept of abilities, Ilyenkov focuses mainly on the aspect of the social mediation and the social character of human thinking and acting, and, in that connection, describes human abilities as social and historical in nature. In this context, according to Ilyenkov, Hegel's contribution to an understanding of human abilities can be seen as essential even for a materialist approach to the concept. Hegel regarded the human being as a social being and not as an abstract and isolated individual. Here, for the RST time, not the individual as such has been acknowledged as the subject of abilities, in abstraction from everything which it owes to society and history, but just that grandiose ensemble of individuals reciprocally influencing each other that really creates political history, science, art, and technology as well as all the other universal human forms of culture. Point 4. However, Ilyenkov criticizes Hegel with the remark that his philosophy, despite the theory of the social character of human abilities, still legitimate the predominant social and political organization of the society as natural. The lack of higher education amongst the main part of society's members has been attributed merely to the bodily nature of these persons and thereby declared as an absolute necessity. The combination of both ideas, the social nature of human abilities, on the one hand, and the naturalization of social differences, on the other, implies the naturalization of the human at the level of psychology. According to Ilyenkov, Hegel assumes that the factual differences between men are a product of their individual biological nature, instead of regarding them as a result of the differences in the social conditions of their life. Ilyenkov concludes. Thus, Hegel reproduces the main mistake of the traditional concept of abilities by shifting the blame for the inequality of men in regard to their practiced ways of living onto altogether innocent Mother Nature. Point 5. The problem of abilities is a general one affecting all scientific psychology. Even today, naturalist theories separate human thought from its social prerequisites and reduce it immediately to the person's genetic constitution or brain physiology. This kind of approach claims that social differences are in reality quasi-natural psychological differences. Therefore, following Ilyenkov, we could speak of the problem of intelligence in addition to the problem of abilities. Brie, two general points of view can be distinguished within the psychology of intelligence. First, formal theories on intelligence often see this ability as a mental energy or as a result of individual human genetic constitution. In addition, Jean Piaget regards intelligence as a developmental process, starting as an organic or natural fact and becoming socialized in the ongoing development of the child's forms of activity. As both Ilyenkov and Vygotsky see them, these approaches can be ascribed to Cartesian ideas on the relation of body and mind. A critical consideration of the Cartesian dualism of mind and body, and a reaction on Spinoza's philosophy, poses a challenge to this theory of thought and its basic implications. Ilyenkov's Spinozistic theory of thought. Ilyenkov analyses both ideas, the naturalist reduction of human thinking to a bodily state or to the subject's genetic constitution, as well as the theory of thought as a mental energy, with reference to the distinction between philosophical monism and dualism, assigning each to dualism. The basis of this distinction is the Gordian knot inherent in the Cartesian reply to the question of the relation of thought and being. They are seen as substances which exist independently of each other and are causa sui, that is, the causes of their own existence. Thus, thought as a substance is in its existence free of any necessary relation to the bodily or physical world. In his 1996 work, Vygotsky showed a possible consequence of this idea for psychology in his analysis of different approaches to a theory of emotions. On the one hand, biologically oriented models claim that emotions do not exist as psychological facts or as an aspect of consciousness, regarding them instead as purely physical. On the other hand, the theory of thinking as a mental energy is originally a Cartesian idea too. For Descartes, the mediation of the two substances comes into being because they both coincide in the human being. He believed that an organ in the human body, the pineal gland, is the site of this process, assuming it to be a transformation of mind into matter and of matter into mind. According to Vygotsky, James and Lang follow Descartes' idea of esprits animaux. Their theory of emotions implies as well a naturalistic view of the human psyche, because it takes the emotions to be a disembodied psychic energy and thereby a pure form detached from any and every object relation. Ilyenkov subscribes to Spinoza's views on the relation of thought and being. In the Ethics, Spinoza formulates an objection to Descartes' dualism by assuming that there is only one substance. He argues that two substances, providing that both exist, would have existence itself as a common quality and, accordingly, he declares existence, namely God, to be the only substance. Thought and extension, or the world of body, thus become attributes of this only substance, and Spinoza lays down a general basis for philosophy where the question of the mediation of thought and being as substances no longer arises. In his reception of Spinoza, Ilyenkov, on the one hand, emphasizes this negation of the question of mediation as cutting the Gordian knot. On the other hand, he underlines Spinoza's monism with regard to a theory of the subject. The subject is now seen as the unity of the thinking body and not as composed of a spirit and a separately existing body. There are not two different and originarily contrary objects of investigation, body and thought, but only one single object, which is the thinking body of living, real man, only considered from two different and even opposing aspects or points of view. Living, real thinking man does not consist of two Cartesian halves, thought lacking a body and a body lacking thought. 6 Thanks to this turn, the concept of thought acquires a genetic dimension. According to Ilyenkov, thought is not something pre-existing which animates the body separate from it, but develops as a mode of being of the body in the world. He assumes that the genesis of thought in the individual subject consists in the interiorization of the trajectory of the movements of the thinking body. The thinking body is able to relate actively to the surrounding world while the inanimate body is passive. The cardinal distinction between the mode of action of a thinking body and the mode of movement of any other body is that the thinking body actively builds the form of its movement in space in accordance with the form of another body, making the form of its movements agree with the form of this other body and, moreover, with the form of any other body. Therefore, the genuine specific form of the action of a thinking body is universality. 7 At the level of human development, this relation between the subject, its activity and the external world is expressed in the concept of free will, that is, the subject's ability to purposefully create its own activity, an action that overcomes the servile dependence on the surrounding circumstances/conditions, is therefore also an elementary act of freedom, an action in accordance with a purpose. 8 Thus, Ilyenkov's Spinoza's theory of thought refutes the idea of mind or spirit existing as a kind of pure and disembodied form in the world. Above all, he argues that the theory that deems the human psyche as mental energy leaves out the idea of thought as necessarily object-related. Thought as such is the same kind of fallacious abstraction as emptiness. In fact, it is only a property, a predicate, an attribute of that very body which has spatial attributes. 9 Ilyenkov's approach to the philosophical concept of thought is not restricted to the reception of Spinoza's ideas. His theory of the ideal can instead be seen as a philosophical foundation of a theory of consciousness. Beginning with Spinoza's Ethics, Ilyenkov regarded thinking as an activity of the living or thinking body. The interiorization or appropriation of the external world and its Representation in the subject's mind constitute the specific content as well as the genesis of this activity. Ilyenkov addressed these questions in the context of his theory of the ideal. 10 The ideal exists in a double manner. First, it exists outside the individual person as the social meaning of objects and as the purposes of human activity manifested in a variety of forms, for example, in language or in the purposeful structure of objects created by human activity. Ilyenkov contends that in this objectivity the subject confronts the ideal as an entity that exists independently of his or her individual consciousness and thought, but is at the same time the primary object of his or her activity and appropriation. It is a fact that every individual must, from childhood, reckon far more carefully with demands and restrictions than with the immediately perceptible appearance of external things and situations, or the organic attractions, desires, and needs of his or her individual body. 11 Secondly, the ideal exists in a subjective form as the individual's consciousness. As such, it is RST of all the internalization of the external world and, as the consciousness of man, is constituted by the appropriation of external objects and their social meaning. The appearance of these objects in the subject's mind is also ideal, namely representations mediated by the individual's activity. That is why, according to Ilyenkov, thought is not identical with the neural brain processes. These processes are only the bodily precondition for thought as a form of cognitive activity. In the form of thought, the subject appropriates the surrounding world in ideal images or representations. Thus, the development of thought appears as the development of the various forms of representation. Ilyenkov's theory of thinking rejects the views which separate thinking from its object relations and deem it as a mental energy, or which reduce it to the natural and physical processes of the human brain. A psychological theory based on his ideas about consciousness and thinking regards both as object-related. It thus contains at the same time the postulate of development with the assumption that a theory of thought has to take into account its genesis as mediated by the subject's access to the external world. Accordingly, intelligence shows itself to be object-oriented and developing, as well being the result of appropriation. For this reason, Piaget's psychogenetic theory of intelligence is much closer to a cultural historical approach than any formal model of intelligence. However, his idea of socialization as a form of natural development leads to difficulties. Ilyenkov argues that the sensomotoric schemata do not form purely logical or cognitive structures in the consciousness of the child, but are above all social and object-oriented. From the beginning, the child is not confronted with the sheer environment, but with an essentially humanized environment, in which things and their relations have a social historical meaning. Likewise, the sensomotoric schemata that take form in the process of human ontogenesis correspond to it. 12 As with the concept of abilities, a critical interpretation of Hegel's philosophy opens prospects for a concept of intelligence that comes close to Ilyenkov's philosophical, psychological, and pedagogical ideas. For this to be possible, a distinction should be made between the terms thought and intelligence, since Ilyenkov and Hegel use them in different ways. In his reception of Spinoza's philosophy, Ilyenkov characterizes thought implicitly as the genesis of mental or psychic activities that enable the living body to be active in the world, this being the general distinction between the thinking and the non-thinking body. Accordingly, thought in its general form is attributable to non-human life, although it obtains qualitatively new forms of sociality and universality in its particular human form of existence. By contrast, in Hegel's Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, intelligence is deemed as the specific activity of the human mind, whereas thought is deemed as a particular form of this theoretical spirit, that is to say, as a particular form of intelligence. This difference is not a fundamental significance for the discussion of a cultural historical concept of intelligence, because it can be restricted to the examination of human consciousness. Hegel's theory thus treats intelligence, in the Ilyenkovian sense, as the genesis of universality or the freedom of the subject. Prospects for a cultural historical concept of intelligence as regards scientific psychology. Piaget's approach is one of the rare attempts to locate the concept of the intelligence in the development of the psyche. According to Gusbacher, Hegel thought in a similar manner, although the latter's own intentions turned intelligence itself into the acting subject and the subject into its predicate. As a result, the individual became alienated from his/her own activity. Point 13. However, an essential difference between Piaget's genetic epistemology and Hegel's approach is that the latter does not see the development of intelligence as a formal process or as an increase in complexity. He regards it rather as a process of qualitative changes experienced by the subject. These developing forms of intelligence enable the person to have access, in different ways, to the external world. Hegel sets up a concept of intelligence as the psychogenesis of envisaging, imagining, and thinking by reconstructing their formation. Point 14. This corresponds to Hegel's view on the human mind or intellect as active in substance, rather than as resting. Point 15. Since the genesis of these intellectual activities is based on the interiorization and appropriation of the external world, this process can also be described as the origin of intelligence, which is thus not only deemed as active but also as object-oriented. The course of its development is directed towards the universality of acting and thinking, according to Ilyenkov. According to Gusbacher, intelligence does not develop independently of the external living conditions of the subject. For this reason, the genesis of its developed form, conceptual thinking, should not be seen as a necessity in the child's ontogenesis, but as being dependent on the social preconditions of development. It has already been mentioned that Ilyenkov refutes Hegel's thesis according to which social differences among individual subjects result from their bodily differences. Gusbacher's interpretation of Hegel's psychology of intelligence also avoids this conclusion, which legitimates socially produced inequalities as natural. In his view, the school as the institutionalist form of education, the general circumstances under which every single individual has to develop his/her intelligence. Point 16. Thus, the development of the subject's intelligence is related to teaching and learning, that is, the forms of its social mediation. This position is similar to that of cultural historical theory. Vygotsky's theory of the zone of proximal development as well as Davidov's and Elkanen's theory of developmental teaching are based on the idea that teaching can direct or support a child's development. In contrast, Piaget regarded development as a process that is independent of teaching and instruction, a viewpoint that was extensively criticized by Vygotsky, Davidov and Elkanen. According to them, Piaget separates teaching from instruction and by so doing removes the social nuances of learning from human development, regarding the latter as a process of maturation. Teaching, then, is based on development only and is without nuance on it. As a consequence, the subject's intelligence appears as socialized, but not as primarily social or social in its origin. Gusbacher's interpretation of Hegel's philosophy takes a stand on this topic that seems closer to those of both cultural historical theory and Ilyenkov's pedagogical premises. He claims that intelligence is social and the result of the human individual's appropriation of the external world. However, the most important conclusion that can be drawn from this may be that intelligence or intelligent thinking, that is to say, conceptual thinking, can be acquired. Compared to present-day theoretical approaches, this is a rather exceptional position that opens up a new perspective on the concept of intelligence. Following this view, intelligent teaching oriented to the formation of theoretical concepts is a precondition for the development of the subject's intelligence toward theoretical thinking. In this context, Ilyenkov agrees 17 above all with Davidov's theory and supports the idea of teaching theoretical concepts on the basis of practical activity. 18 Gusbacher drew the same conclusions on the basis of his critical analysis of Hegel's concept of intelligence. 19 Two aspects of the conception of intelligence in cultural historical psychology discussed in this article should be emphasized. First, it is a general problem of quantitative approaches that they seek to apply formal categories to developing intellectual activities manifested in a variety of forms of expression. The problem with conceptions of thinking that serve as the basis for particular theories of intelligence becomes obvious as soon as their general conceptions are analyzed on the philosophical plane. Contradictions that are already present within philosophical concepts, for instance Descartes' dualism as a foundation for psychology, are present in particular psychological theories. In aiming to avoid the use of inadequate concepts, Ilyenkov's work provides methodological ideas and even examples for the formation of a reactive theory. Second, in regard to a cultural historical theory of intelligence, both Ilyenkov's Spinoza's theory of thought and Hegel's philosophy open up possibilities for a critical analysis of recent research on and contemporary approaches to intelligence. This is true in the RST place of common misconceptions about genetics 20, including naturalistic concepts of intelligence that attribute social differences to supposed natural differences in the psychology of human individuals. Next to theories that argue for this assumption by reinforcing it with the idea of different kinds of races 21, it applies also to approaches that equate intelligence with social and/or natural success. Both views, for instance, are combined in the theory of Herenstein and Murray. 22 Here an analysis of the conceptual basis of their research against the background of Ilyenkov's and Vygotsky's ideas would be just as necessary as research into its social functions. Evald Ilyenkov, the Soviet Spinozist. Vesa Oittinen. The tricentennial of Spinoza's birth in 1977 was barely noticed in the Soviet Union, one save one exception. In spring that year, in Communist, the theoretical and political journal of the CC of the CPSU, there appeared an article on Spinoza with the ambitious title 3 Centuries of Immortality. 2 The article was signed by I. Vasilyev and L. Naumenko. Lev Naumenko belonged to the redaction committee of Communist and was known as a philosopher who had written an original work on dialectical logic 3, while Vasilyev was entirely unknown. Only much later was it revealed that the name was but a pseudonym of Evald Vasilyevich Ilyenkov. 4 At least to those readers of Communist who were better versed in philosophy, the identification of the man behind the pseudonym was surely not difficult, as the tricentennial article did not contain anything other than views Ilyenkov had expressed previously. Elsewhere, in part in his Dialectical Logic of 1974, and in part already in his works of the 1950s and 1960s. The main reason to write on Spinoza in Communist, an influential journal with tens of thousands copies in circulation, seems to have been pedagogical. Spinoza was an important philosopher for Ilyenkov. One can say that Ilyenkov is one of the most prominent Spinozists in the history of both Russian and Soviet philosophy. Already in the early stages of his career as a philosopher he had substantial impulses from Spinoza. 5 There exist early manuscripts from the 1950s, published only in 1991, in which Ilyenkov relies on Spinoza when seeking an appropriate form of dialectics. Especially interesting among these early works is Cosmology Yatuka, with the telling subtitle of Philosophico-Poetical Phantasmagory based on the principles of dialectical materialism. Here Ilyenkov stresses how dialectical materialism, he does not mean the then really existing diamat, but rather the one he is intending to formulate, revives in a rational form the simple and profound assertion of Bruno and Spinoza, that in the matter, taken as a totality, the development is at every finite moment of time actually consummated, in it are all the stages and forms of its necessary development at the same time actually realized. 6 That is, taken as a totality the matter does not develop. It cannot even for a moment lose no one of its attributes, and cannot as well obtain any new attributes. 7 And because the thinking is one of the attributes of matter, it follows that the thinking is as eternal as matter itself. It is one of the stages in the circulation of cosmic matter. 8 This is a Spinozistic theme with intimations of Spinoza's doctrine of attributes and the concept of facies totius universi. 9 But there is also a pessimistic note: all thinking must sooner or later perish. In the great cosmic cycle, which goes through stages of caloric death and rebirth, in a manner which is more like science fiction than philosophy proper, Ilyenkov imagines how humanity, by sacrificing itself at the peak moment of its development, assists the world matter to gain again its vigorous youth so that the cosmic circulation can begin anew. 10 According to his biographer Novikotko, Ilyenkov proceeds just thanks to his study of Spinoza's philosophy to an area of philosophical investigations, which has been poorly recherched in the dialectical materialistic tradition, an area which he in a condensed form characterizes as the problem of the ideal. In 1962, his article of fundamental importance, The Ideal is published in the second volume of the Filosofskia Encyclopedia, without doubt, one of the most brilliant and original works in the history of Soviet philosophy in general. 11 A little later, in 1965, Ilyenkov has a series of lectures on Spinoza. In the fifth and final volume of the Filosofskia Encyclopedia in 1970, he then published the article Substance, which by returning to Spinoza challenges the concept of matter of the established diomat, despite Ilyenkov always having presented himself as a protagonist of the true Leninist dialectics. These ideas concerning the importance of Spinoza's heritage for Marxist philosophy were then exposed once more in a systematic form in 1974 in the Dialectical Logic, the last book of Ilyenkov to appear in the philosopher's lifetime. Spinoza as guarantor for the concept of the ideal. Where lies the importance of Spinoza for a Marxist dialectics? Undoubtedly, it is just the concept of the ideal, the kernel of Ilyenkov's own philosophical commitment, where Spinoza's influence is strongest. At the same time, however, after taking a closer look at Ilyenkov's work, it becomes clear that he is interpreting the Amsterdam philosopher in an arbitrary manner. Every philosopher is, of course, free to use the ideas of his predecessors to support his own views, but Ilyenkov's use of Spinoza as construction material for his own doctrine deserves, nevertheless, a thorough analysis. In the Encyclopedia article of 1962, the ideal is first defined in terms of Marxist philosophy as not an individual psychological nor physiological fact, but as a social historical fact, which exists only as a form of activity of the social man. 12 But after these initial definitions, Ilyenkov shifts to Spinoza, who, according to Ilyenkov, had defined thinking as an activity of the thinking body, a body in contact with other real bodies in a real space. 13 On Ilyenkov's account, Spinoza connected the adequate ideas, which are expressed by the words of language, with the ability, the capacity to reproduce in a real space the form, the geometrical contours, of the object of this idea, given with these words. Expressly going from this standpoint, he stated the reasons for the differentiation he made between the definition, which expresses the essence of the thing, that is, the ideal shape of the object, and the nominal formal definition, which expresses the more or less contingently snatched property of this object, its external characteristic. According to Ilyenkov, Spinoza had explained this difference between these two kinds of definition using the example of a circle in his early work Tractatus de Intellectius Emendatione. The circle can be defined as a figure, where all the lines drawn from the center to the circumference are equal. However, such a definition does not at all define the essence of the circle, but only some of its properties, and, to cap it all, a secondary, deduced property. The things are otherwise, when the definition contains in itself the proximate cause of the thing. In that case, the circle should be defined in the manner as follows: a figure, produced by a line, whose one end is fixed and the other end moves. This latter definition gives the manner how the thing is constructed in real space. There the nominal definition is brought forth together with the real activity of the thinking body in accordance with the real spatial contour of the object of the idea. In this case man has the adequate idea, that is, the ideal shape of the thing, and not only signs, characteristics which are expressed in words. 14 I have cited the passage in extenso, because it contains the core of the Ilyenkovian interpretation of Spinoza, which is remarkably original. I do not know of any other interpretations quite like it within the expansive range of literature on Spinoza. In the late 1974 work of Ilyenkov, Dialectical Logic, one chapter is dedicated to Spinoza. The treatment of Spinoza's concept of the idea remains almost completely unaltered. In fact, Ilyenkov cites the same passages from Spinoza, but now he adds some important new elements to his interpretation. He stresses the significance of Spinoza's legacy for dialectical thought. Like Leibniz, Spinoza rose high above the mechanistic limitations of the natural science of his time. Any tendency directly to universalise partial forms and methods of thinking only useful within the bounds of mechanistic, mathematical natural science was also foreign to him. 15 True, Spinoza's main work, the Ethics, is Decked out in the solid armor of the constructions of formal logic and deductive mathematics that constitute the shell of Spinoza's system, its defensive coat of mail. In other words, the real logic of Spinoza's thinking by no means coincides with the formal logic of the movement of his axioms, theorems, scholia, and their proofs. 16 On the one side, Ilyenkov stresses the methodological value of Spinoza's monism, which means a change for the better compared with the dualism of two substances in Descartes. There are not two different and originally contrary objects of investigation, body and thought, but only one single object, which is the thinking body. Of living, real man, only considered from two different and even opposing aspects or points of view. It is not a special soul, installed by God in the human body as in a temporary residence, that thinks, but the body of man itself. Thought is a property, a mode of existence, of the body. 17 The Cartesians had incorrectly posed the whole question of the psychophysical problem. They desperately sought to establish some kind of causal relation between thought and extension, although such a relation simply does not exist. Thought and extension are simply two sides of one and the same matter. So Spinoza cut the Gordian knot of the psychophysical problem, the mystic insolubility of which still torments the mass of theoreticians, by a simple turn of thought. 18. The cultural historical school of Soviet psychology on the other side, thanks to his monistic approach, Spinoza becomes an important forerunner of the Leontiev school of Soviet psychology, the so-called cultural historical school. In the 1970s, Ilyenkov tried to establish himself as the court philosopher of Soviet psychologists. He followed with keen interest the experiments with deaf-mute children carried out by the psychologist A.S. Meshcheryakov, interpreting the often spectacular results of the therapy as confirmation of his own theory of the ideal as a form of human activity. In fact, Ilyenkov's influence on the methodological discourses of Soviet psychology remains an unanswered question, although his influence may have been quite remarkable. For example, the educational psychologist Vasily Davidov explicitly relied on him. 19 However, the so-called activity approach, which stresses the role of activity in the development of the psyche and constitutes the idée matrice of the cultural historical school, was already sketched out by Leontiev in the 1930s and 1940s. Thus, the priority of the idea seems to belong to him, and not to Ilyenkov, although the latter has lifted the activity paradigm out of the specific context of methodology of psychology, and developed it into a general philosophical doctrine. 20 The main idea behind Leontiev's theory of activity was that the psychic is seen as the result of the process of assimilation of the social historical production. This process consists of an activity focusing on the products to be assimilated, an activity which responds adequately to the activity which in turn is embodied in those objects and with which the human psyche has become objectivated. 21 In sum, Leontiev's activity approach is an application of the Marxist concept of practice in the field of psychology. At this point, Spinoza returns to the scene. The Spinozistic idea of the real definition of the circle involving the constructive activity in geometric space, which Ilyenkov presented already in his 1962 article for the Filosofskia Encyclopedia, is now put forth as foreshadowing the fundamental idea of the theory of cognition behind the Diatelnostny podcode of the psychologists. In the Dialectical Logic of 1974, Ilyenkov expands the geometrical example found in Spinoza's Tractatus to embrace all fields of human activity. For Spinoza, argued Ilyenkov, thinking is not the product of an action, but the action itself, just as walking, for example, is the mode of the action of the legs. 22 However, a general appeal to the principle of action does not yet suffice, because all bodies must, according to Spinoza, be active at least in some degree, because total inactivity equates to the destruction of the body. Thus, Ilyenkov has to demonstrate of what exactly the specific traits of human activity consist. He formulates his Spinozistic discovery as follows: man, however, the thinking body, builds his movement on the shape of any other body. He does not wait until the insurmountable resistance of other bodies forces him to turn off from his path. The thinking body goes freely round any obstacle of the most complicated form. the capacity of a thinking body to mold its own action actively to the shape of any other body. Spinoza considered to be its distinguishing sign and the specific feature of that activity that we call thinking or reason. Point 23. In a like manner, Ilyenkov interprets Spinoza's theory of truth as a version of activity theory. The activity forms the basis of the process of cognition, as is the case in Leontief psychology. Even when man errs, he is active in a way, which strictly corresponds to the form of the external thing. But in this case the question concerns what the thing was. If it were trivial, imperfect in itself, i.e. fortuitous, the mode of action adapted to it would also be imperfect. And if a person transferred this mode of action to another thing, he would slip up. Error, consequently, only began when a mode of action that was limitedly true was given universal significance, when the relative was taken for absolute. Point 24. The Spinozistic concept of the idea adequata is to be interpreted just from this viewpoint of the activity approach. The activity of the thinking body was in direct proportion to the adequateness of its ideas. The more passive the person, the greater was the power of the nearest, purely external circumstances over him, and the more his mode of action was determined by the chance form of things. Point 25. Consequently, Ilyenkov defines the adequate idea as only the conscious state of our body identical in form with the thing outside the body. Point 26. If man could conform his actions with the infinite aggregate of things in interaction and all their combinations, his thinking would achieve the maximum of perfection, that is, it would be identical with thought as the attribute of substance. Point 27. In the subsequent chapters of the dialectical logic, Ilyenkov reviews Marx's analyses of human labor activity in the production process. Marxism adds to the activity paradigm an important dimension, namely the social character of human life, and thus even the ideality must be seen in this light. To the concept of the ideal as a form of things, but existing outside things. 28. Must be added the social dimension, which is not yet clearly present in Spinoza. Thus, the ideal is in itself the socially determined form of man's life activity corresponding to the form of its object and product, and to try to explain the ideal from the physiological properties of the brain is as unfruitful as to try to explain the money form of the product of labor from the physico-chemical features of gold. Point 29. But while Spinoza lacked the social dimension present in Marxism, he was, however, a materialist who understood beautifully 30 the character of the ideal and how the ideal is created by human activity. With good reason he linked adequate ideas, expressed in the words of a language, precisely with the ability to reproduce given verbal forms in real space. It was just there that he drew the distinction between a determination expressing the essence of the matter, i.e. the ideal image of the object, and nominal, formal definitions that fixed a more or less accidentally chosen property of the object. 31. We have come back to the geometrical example of the 1962 Encyclopedia essay. And, in fact, in the subsequent pages of the dialectical logic, Ilyenkov reproduces the text of his earlier essay. Although Ilyenkov stresses how Spinoza had played an immense role in the development of logic, a role far from fully appreciated. 32. He has only a little more to say about the dialectics of Spinoza than what has already been discussed. It can be said that Ilyenkov's reception of Spinoza is highly selective. As a matter of fact, he takes from the Dutch philosopher only 2 moments, the idea of monism and the concept of activity. Ilyenkov's interpretation of Spinoza is most original just here, in the attempt to fashion out of Spinoza a precursor to the ideas of the cultural historical school of psychology, and, through this, of the Marxist concept of practice in general. True, this Spinozistic link had already been tried in the formative phase of Soviet psychology. In the mid-1930s, Lev Vygotsky wrote an extensive study on the methodological problems of psychology, which, however, remained unfulfilled and was not published until a 6-volume edition of his collected works appeared in 1984. The manuscript was known among his disciples as the Spinoza book, and as copies of it circulated, I think we can be sure that Ilyenkov knew or at least knew of it. But Vygotsky's main concern here was the methodological problem of body-mind dualism, which according to him was of Cartesian provenance and had to be overcome. Thus, Spinoza's monism proved helpful in working out a new kind of psychological science in the USSR. This concern for a monistic viewpoint is shared by both Vygotsky and Ilyenkov. However, Vygotsky did not stress in his manuscript Spinoza's ideas of the activity of the subject in the same manner as Ilyenkov or Leontiev. 33. Spinozistic Marxism or philosophy of identity. At first sight, Ilyenkov's Spinoza interpretation seems rather convincing. In fact, is it not absolutely pertinent to link the Marxist concept of practice with the old tradition of actio and passio with its Aristotelian roots? This is a tradition revived in the 17th century by Descartes and Spinoza. In the beginning of the third part of the Ethics, Spinoza writes, "I say that we are acting, when anything takes place, either within us or externally to us, whereof we are the adequate cause, that is when through our nature something takes place within us or externally to us, which can through our nature alone be clearly and distinctly understood. On the other hand, I say that we are passive as regards something when that something takes place within us, we being only the partial cause." 34. When Spinoza then goes to develop his doctrine of human activity, he indeed is using expressions which seem to come very close to the activity approach of Leontiev and Ilyenkov, and proportion as any given body is more fitted than others for doing many actions or receiving more impressions at once, so also is the mind, of which it is the object, more fitted than others for forming many simultaneous perceptions. 35. The human mind is capable of perceiving a great number of things, and is so in proportion as its body is capable of receiving a great number of impressions. 36. We only act, in so far as we understand. 37. But by a more accurate inspection these resemblances soon reveal their superficiality. The differences between Ilyenkov and Spinoza can be discerned both in their respective concepts of the ideal, and in their versions of philosophical monism. A. Spinozistic vs. Ilyenkovian concept of the ideal. Above all, it is futile to try to find in Spinoza a definition of thought which would correspond to that of Ilyenkov, namely as the ability of the body to move according to the form of another body. In fact, such a definition would have contradicted the whole spirit of Spinoza's philosophy, which emphasizes just the strict parallelism of the attributes of thought and extension and their radical difference. 38. There cannot be any causal relation between ideas as forms of thought and the external forms of things, and Spinoza says this so clearly that there is no room for any misinterpretations. Body cannot determine mind to think. Neither can mind determine body to motion or rest or any state different from these. This is not possible for the simple reason that the modes of thought have God as their cause insofar he is a thinking thing, therefore, which determines the mind to thought is a mode of thought and not a mode of extension. 39. In other words, ideas in the human mind are generated, according to Spinoza, by God's attribute of thought and not by the impressions caused by the forms of external things. Thus, the reproduction of the contours of some external thing by a thinking body cannot cause in the latter any idea of that external thing, be it an adequate idea or not. The point is that, according to Spinoza, the ideas as modes of thought are immaterial, that is, totally non-corporeal. 40. And thus it would be absurd to assert that the ideas should in some way reproduce the corporeal forms of external bodies. Quite the contrary, the essence of the idea is that it is a mentis conceptus, which Spinoza explains as follows: I warn my readers to make an accurate distinction between an idea, or conception of the mind, and the images of things which we imagine. Those who think that ideas consist in images which are formed in us by contact with external bodies regard ideas as though they were inanimate pictures on a panel, and, filled with this misconception, do not see that an idea, inasmuch it is an idea, involves an affirmation or negation. 41. Ideas on the one side, and pictures formed in the imagination on the other, are thus entirely different, which is not grasped by those who mingle the imagination with the intellect. The strict way Spinoza separates the ideas from the corporeal imagination resembles, in fact, very much the manner in which Kant later distinguished the intellectual and sensual abilities of the mind, to the degree that he spoke about the two stems of human knowledge which cannot be reduced to one another. For Spinoza too, the imagination is but a kind of fantasia corporea, that is, consisting of pictures in part aliqua cerebri depicti, and it is the sole source of inadequacy of our knowledge. Thus, when Ilyenkov connects the ideality with the ability of the thinking body to reproduce the contours of external things, he tacitly equates the idea with the products of imagination. In doing this he clearly sins against one of the main principles of Spinoza's doctrine. It seems that this subreptive slip from pure thought to the material pictures of imagination is explained by Ilyenkov's overall tendency towards a philosophy of identity. If spirit and matter are to be reconciled in the Hegelian manner, then the immateriality of the ideal must, of course, be sublated. b. Spinozistic vs. Ilyenkovian monism. In a similar way, it can be said that Ilyenkov's concept of monism differs from that of Spinoza by accentuating the identity of thought and matter. Spinoza's monism was a substance monism. Thought and extension are, for him, not two different substances as in Descartes, but only attributes of one and the same substance. By this move Spinoza could eliminate the real distinction between thought and extension, which was the rock of offense in Cartesianism. But this does not mean that thought and extension become identical in Spinoza's system. On the contrary, even the attributes must be conceived through themselves 42, and although there is a strict parallelism between them, there are no causal relations between modes of thought and modes of extension. As already stated above, the thought cannot determine the body to anything, nor vice versa. Accordingly, the Ilyenkovian expression "the thinking body" is not Spinozistic. In fact, it does not occur at all in Spinoza, although Ilyenkov's use of it in connection with his analysis of Spinoza's texts suggests otherwise. 43 For Spinoza, man of course consists of mind and body, and the mind is idea corporis, but the human mind is constituted as a part of the infinite intellect of God, which means that when man is thinking or having ideas, God himself is having that thought or idea through the nature of human mind. In other words, the origin of thinking is not, according to Spinoza, to be explained by the thinking body of a certain human individual, but by God insofar as he is a residential cogitans. Ilyenkov's theory of the thinking body completely ignores this parallelism of Spinoza of ordo et connectio iderum and ordo et connectio rerum. 44 Instead of a unified thinking body as in Ilyenkov, there is in Spinoza a dualism, or rather a parallelism, on the one side, determinatio corporis, on the other, decretum mentis, and they do not meet but in the substance which guarantees their unity. 45 These differences in the monism conception of Ilyenkov and Spinoza are important. Even in this case it becomes apparent that Ilyenkov is reading Spinoza as a philosopher of identity, as a thinker foreshadowing Hegel. Where Spinoza sublated the Cartesian dualism, so in a like manner Hegel sublates Kant's dualism. It seems that these dualisms can be removed if it is possible to find some mediating instance between the two extremities. In Spinoza this tertium datur, which unites thought and matter, was the substance, in Hegel it was the spirit, and for Ilyenkov it is the concept of activity. He writes, for example, that thinking is not the product of action, but the action itself. 46 Which amounts to the claim that the action of the body is, considered in itself, apart from its bodily substrate, nothing but thought. 47 Bodily movements thus generate thought, and the action is the mediating link between thought and body, rising above their dualism. This reading does not find support in Spinoza, for whom the corporis actio and mentis actio were parallel yet clearly different forms of action which did not exert any influence upon one another in the modal world. On the construction of geometrical figures. The differences between Ilyenkov and Spinoza can be further elucidated if we analyze the example of geometrical construction he gave as early as 1962 in his encyclopedic entry and repeated in the Dialectical Logic. I have already cited the relevant passage above. There Ilyenkov pointed to the differentiation Spinoza made between the definition of the essence of a thing, and the nominal formal definition. The essence of the circle is grasped by a genetic definition, which gives the proximate cause of the definiendum. Such would be the definition of the circle as the figure described by any line whereof one end is fixed and the other free. 48 The latter definition gives the way of construction of the thing in real space, asserts Ilyenkov. here the nominal definition arose together with the real action of the thinking body along the spatial contour of the object of the idea. In that case man also possessed an adequate idea, i.e. an ideal image, of the thing, and not just signs expressed in words. That is also a materialist conception of the nature of the ideal. The ideal exists there where there is a capacity to recreate the object in space. 49 At first glance Ilyenkov seems to have found an ingenious example to illustrate his theory of the ideal. Moreover, here Ilyenkov is not only attempting to create a bridge between Spinoza's and Marx's respective epistemologies. He seems to be trying to connect the Marxist theory of cognition with a further illustrious tradition of philosophical thought, namely the so-called verum factum tradition, which says that we can cognize adequately only what we have ourselves constructed. This train of thought, rooted already in antiquity, has its chief modern protagonist in Guillaume Battista Vico 50, but already Thomas Hobbes had formulated the same principle. Actually, as Ernst Cassirer has shown, Spinoza has taken his geometrical examples directly from Hobbes's critique of Wallace. 51. We can thus say that there is nothing especially Spinozistic in the geometric example from the Tractatus which Ilyenkov cites. On the contrary, the genetic definition of the circle defended by both Hobbes and Spinoza was, as Karl Schumann states in his study on the methodology of these two philosophical contemporaries, widespread already in the antiquity, and its locus clas psychus, like of all genetic and non-genetic definitions of Euclidean elementary geometry, is to be found in the definitions of Hero of Alexandria. 52 A thoroughgoing trait in the whole verum factum tradition, especially as it comes to its application to geometry, is that the figures are produced in the medium of the imagination. Already among the antique authors Proclus named this indispensable medium, in his commentary to Euclid, the intelligible matter. According to him, it was a matter in which the thought construes geometrical figures by an imaginative movement of the point. The geometer has the figures he constructs as if in front of his eyes of the mind. The imagination thus mediates between thought and matter in a manner not unlike the schematism found in Kant's later work. 53 In this respect there is, indeed, a continuity in the verum factum tradition from Proclus to Spinoza. Both assert that the geometrical figures are produced in and by the imagination. Spinoza stresses this very explicitly in another geometrical example of his Tractatus. Here it is the construction of the sphere which is under consideration. Having first remarked that the reality of a true thought must be sought in the thought itself, Spinoza will explain this by investigating a true idea whose object we know for certain to be dependent on our power of thinking, and to have nothing corresponding to it in nature. The geometrical sphere is just such an object. So, in order to form the conception of a sphere, I invent a cause at my pleasure, namely, a semicircle revolving round its center, and thus producing a sphere. This is indisputably a true idea, and, although we know that no sphere in nature has ever been actually so formed, the perception remains true. 54 Spinoza calls this conception of sphere a vera perceptio, that is, something like an image. As such the image of a rotating semicircle is false, but when it is associated with the concept of a sphere, or of some cause determining such a motion, that is, with an adequate idea, it becomes true. In other words, Spinoza admits here, the images formed by the senses can assist the thought, they are, as he elsewhere in the Tractatus writes, auxilia intellectus. Why does the intellect need the assistance of imagination in producing fictitious geometrical figures? The answer is simple. The figures are definite and discernible from each other only in the imagination, because only in imagination the extension is given as finite and divisible. In pure thought, on the other hand, the geometrical relations have no parts nor distances. 55 Even Spinoza pointed to this, when he remarked, in the Corollarium and Scholium to Ethics 2. Prop. 8, how the geometrical figures exist eternally as contained in the infinite idea of God, but receive their concrete geometrical properties only when they step into existence and thus from eternity into duration. Thus, the geometrical ideas must become objectivated in a medium. The idea of a circle in the mind has no spatial properties, it must first receive a perspicuous expression in space, before it is possible to make geometrical operations with it. But, at the same time, one should not forget that the imagination plays here a passive role only, it provides the matter for the eyes of the mind, but the actual construction of figures is done by the intellect, which is the sole active principle. Now it is easy to see in which respect this point of view of the old verum factum philosophers of geometry differs from the Dietelnostny Podcode of Ilyenkov and the Leontiev school. While Spinoza thought that the idea differs so much from material objects, that its application requires a special mediating instance, the imagination, there is in Ilyenkov no third instance between thought and matter. As a consequence, the mediatory role shifts to thought itself. In order to be able to reproduce the spatial contours of the external objects, thought itself must have something in common with these objects. Because the thinking must do even the job of the imagination, ideality cannot in Ilyenkov be purely immaterial. In other words, an Ilyenkovian idea is not the same as Spinoza's mentis conceptus, but is encumbered with that of which Spinoza warned his readers, namely the misconception that the idea is a kind of picture. This confusion as to the role of the third instance in Ilyenkov's interpretation of Spinoza becomes especially palpable when he describes his view of the adequate idea. When I describe a circle with my hand on a piece of paper, my body, according to Spinoza, comes into a state fully identical with the form of the circle outside my body, into a state of real action in the form of a circle. My body really describes a circle, and the awareness of this state is also the idea, which is, moreover, adequate. 56. This passage seems to describe Spinoza's point quite well. After all, had Spinoza not himself stressed in the famous Proposition 7 of the second part of Ethics, in which he establishes the parallelism between modes of thought and modes of extension, that according to this principle a circle existing in nature, and the idea of a circle existing, are one and the same thing? Ilyenkov seems to refer exactly to this formulation of Spinoza. The misinterpretation, however, consists in the fact that Ilyenkov does not note that this idea circuli existentis is the idea of one single circle existing in nature. It is not the idea of the essence of the circle. The essences of the modes are independent of their existence. 57. And we can thus have an idea of the circle's essence even where there would exist no circles in nature. To make the circle perspicuous we need not revert to real circles in nature, but we can construct it in our imagination ad libitum causam, as Spinoza stressed in the Tractatus. The adequate idea of the circle expresses its essence and therefore does not arise from the correspondence of my bodily action with the form of a singular, concrete external circle in nature, as Ilyenkov interprets, but from the fact that I can freely construct it in my imagination. Even here, Spinoza differentiates strictly between thought and matter. The geometrical figures constructed in the imagination are in the last instance nothing but expressions of the non-spatial products of our minds, that is, of the ideas. The intellect uses the imagination only as a medium in order to describe something which ultimately is non-material. In Ilyenkov's conception, this medium drops away, and consequently the thought must cope immediately with the matter and becomes thus burdened with it. Part 3. Commentaries. Reality of the Ideal. Andrei Maidansky. Marxism started with a revolt against its nurse, Hegel's philosophy. In 1845 in Brussels, as Marx remembered, he and Engels decided to settle accounts with our erstwhile philosophical conscience. 1. The radical error of Hegelianism consists in the belief that ideas rule over the world, and the whole history of mankind is some other being of pure ideas. So Marx and Engels intended to turn philosophy upside down, to drive away philosophy, with its drunken speculation, from the science of history, and to depict reality as it is, materialistically. The subject of philosophy had been narrowed down to the realm of pure thoughts. Das Reich der reinen Gedankens is the only thing that falls to the share of philosophy after the expulsion of it from nature and history by positive sciences. Engels declares. 2. To study the laws of the thought process, formal logic and the dialectical method, is all that philosophers could do with profit to the cause. All the other philosophical chattels became useless for a scientific understanding of reality. Very soon after, however, Georgy Plekhanov and his pupils resurrected philosophy as a science about all and everything, the general synthetic view on nature and life. 3 Later, the drawing of a philosophical picture of the world, à la Comte or Eugen Düring, becomes the favorite business of Soviet diplomat. Young Evald Ilyenkov attempted to return Marxist philosophy to its roots, having restricted its subject to the sphere of pure thought. Theses on the subject of philosophy, written by Ilyenkov and Valentin Korovikov, caused a juicy scandal at Moscow University, after which both philosophers were removed from teaching philosophy. For all that, Ilyenkov remained constant in understanding philosophy as the science of ideas, the dialectics of the ideal. It is generally believed that ideas can exist only in the head, in the mind, and not in reality. In ordinary language, the word ideal turned into a synonym of mental, in contrast to the real as tangible, sensuously perceptible reality. Meanwhile, having examined the contents of the human mind, Plato discovered two different kinds of phenomena, alongside the sensual images of things, which are leaky like a pot with holes, or a runny nose, for there is something persistent and universal. Ilyenkov interprets Plato's Ida as the universal norms of that culture within which an individual awakens to conscious life, as well as requirements that he must internalize as a necessary law of his own life activity. 5 Mathematical truths and logical categories, moral imperatives and laws of state, artistic styles and the grammatical order of language, all these phenomena are strictly ideal. They form a peculiar world into which human beings are plunged head over heels since the moment of their birth. It is the world of social relations, embodied in various objective forms, from children's toys to temples and pyramids. The very person, the thinking subject or self, is ideal. In its essence it is, as Marx notes, an ensemble of social relations, 6 represented in an individual natural body and psyche. Ilyenkov, following Marx, looks for clues to the nature of the ideal in the structure of social relations. His Dialectics of the Ideal openly aligns itself with Marx's Capital, especially with the analysis of the value form in the process of commodity exchange given in the first chapter. In Ilyenkov's opinion, the value form is a typical and characteristic case of ideality in general. 7 A commodity can express its value in no other way than in the corporeal mirror of another commodity. 8 This reflective expression of value is called in Marx the ideal or represented form, in contrast to the sensuously perceived real corporeal form of commodities. 9 In the canonical Russian edition of Capital, the expression Vorgestellt form is translated as form, existing only in notion. The translator, I. Skvortsovstpanov, clearly regarded the ideal as a purely subjective, imaginary phenomenon. In the next sentence Marx writes that the relation of commodities to gold exists only in their heads, so to speak. Notice that this is said about the heads of things, the very commodities, and not of their owners, men. Correcting the unfortunate inadequacy of translation, Ilyenkov specifies that we face an economical and not psychological phenomenon. Marx writes about the very real relationship between commodities, and not the subjective perception of their values by the human head. Commodity exchange, of course, cannot happen without the participation of the human head. However, value is represented not in the head, but in gold. The available translation effaces, actually, the objective dialectics that Marx reveals in the relation between value and its money expression, i.e. price. The German word Vorgestellt figures here not in its subjectively psychological meaning, but in that meaning which is associated, both in Russian and German languages, with the word representative, representation. 10 Other examples of the objective ideal representation are given in Dialectics of the Ideal. In this way a diplomat represents his own country, a word symbolically represents a thing, and ballerinas in white vestures represent little swans. All these are representations of the real world in forms of people's collective and social consciousness. But it would be a mistake to think that the ideal as such is a form of social consciousness. 11 Quite the opposite, Social consciousness is a form of being of the ideal. It is the highest form of ideal reality, the ideal as it is, in puris naturalibus. The ideal, by its nature, is infinite and eternal, and therefore it cannot be an attribute of a finite creature, neither a particular person, nor the whole of humankind. For Ilyenkov, the ideal is an attribute of the very nature, or matter, like Spinoza's cogitatio, thought with a capital T. Matter is constantly possessed of thought, it is constantly thinking of itself. As there is no thought without matter, considered to be substance, as also no matter without thought, considered to be its attribute. 12 Man himself, with all his deeds and thoughts, the whole history of human society is a moment and fragment of the eternal being of nature, one of the necessary links, closing the universal circle of the world's matter. 13 Ilyenkov demonstrated this statement in his very first work, Cosmology of Mind. He sees the mission of thinking beings in resisting entropy. Sacrificing themselves, they have to return the freezing cosmos to its initial fire-like state. The death of the thinking mind becomes a creative act as the birth of the new universe and of some new other intelligent life in it. The term ideal does not feature in cosmology, and it plays no important role in Ilyenkov's first book, The Dialectics of Abstract and Concrete in Marx's Capital. Only at the beginning of the 1960s does the philosopher come closer to creating his conception of the ideal. Still, during Ilyenkov's lifetime, a geographer, Igor Zabilin, recalled, "In the course of private conversations I managed to persuade my friend philosopher E.V. Ilyenkov to undertake a broad world-viewing elaboration of the problem of the ideal. He performed this task with depth and originality peculiar to him. As a result, for the first time in Soviet literature, a big article, The Ideal, appeared in the second volume of Philosophical Encyclopedia, having put an end to the encyclopedic conspiracy of silence in this field." 14 Indeed, until this moment the category of the ideal remained practically unexplored in Marxist philosophy, though it may be met in every manual of Diamat, already in the first chapter, narrating the great battle between materialism and idealism. Defining the nature of the ideal, diamaticians contented themselves with the ritual of quoting the afterword to the second edition of Capital: "The ideal is nothing else than the material, transplanted into the human head and translated there." 15 The definition, speaking frankly, is not all that profound. It might easily have been formulated by some sensualist like Lametri or Cabanis. In this formula there is not a trace of the specifically Marxist historicism or the practical materialism along the lines of the theses on Feuerbach. Metaphors transplanted and translated do not promote clarity. Commenting on this definition, Ilyenkov states that one should not interpret the human head naturalistically, and that Marx's definition of the ideal loses its concrete meaning outside the context of his polemic against Hegel. 16 Ilyenkov well understood that the verbatim reading of Marx's definition of the ideal plays into the hands of the naturalists of Pavlov's school and adjoins to them diamaticians. Once, conversing with friends, Ilyenkov projected this definition onto one of the ideal phenomena: love is a sexual appetite, transplanted into the human head and translated there. The joke was appreciated and became popular. A good definition, as Ilyenkov used to say referring to Spinoza, must express the efficient cause of the thing defined. But the human head can hardly be the cause of the ideal, no matter how one interprets that head, either in the naturalistic or in the cultural historical sense. The concrete Marxist definition of the ideal must conceive the act of birth of the ideal from the process of man's objective practical activity. 17 The head is not a subject, but merely a servant and tool in this process of transplanting of the material. The real subject is human labor. All things, having been involved by man into the circle of his labor activity, receive a seal of ideality. With this seal of ideality the concealed essence of things, the causes and laws of their being, are revealed. In order for the expression of essence of a thing to be ideally pure, the natural body of some other thing must become the material for this expression. The thing commends its soul to another thing, and the latter appears as a symbol. The ideal is the very material, only inverted by its essence. The ideal does not admix anything to the essence of things, that is why it is so easy to take up the ideal for this very essence. The absolute transparency of expressing the nature of things is a characteristic form of thought. It is certainly not allowed to include in the category of the ideal just any subjective perceptions, conceiving only external features of things or the fleeting mental states of an individual, completely personal, not possessing any universal meaning for another individual, as Ilyenkov insists. In classical philosophy, since Socrates and Plato, it is the adequate and universally valid forms of thought that are called ideas. However, later the word idea and its derivative, the adjective ideal, once again became a simple collective term for any mental phenomena, for even a fleeting, mental state of an individual self, and this usage also obtained enough power to maintain quite a stable tradition, which has survived, as we can see, to this day. 18 Destroying the watershed between ideas and sensual images, empiricists lose the ability not only to solve but even to pose correctly the problem of the ideal. In his day, Hegel spoke ironically that Englishmen call a simple image, of a dog, for example, an idea of. 19 By doing so, they could hardly deny the presence of ideas in the head of this very dog. The order and connection of ideas like that certainly have nothing in common with the order and connection of things, including that real social tie which Plato called politeia. The former tie is an associative relationship, the passive order of perceptions, while the latter one is a logical, active, cause-effect relationship. The duality of the contents of our mind is due to the fact that the human mind is a servant of two masters. It handles both the vital activity of the organic body of man and the cultural life of society. The body pays to the psyche for its work by sensations, and the society pays by ideas. The ideal is a reality entirely social, cultural, and historical through and through. The ideal is present only where there is an individual performing his activity in forms given to him by the preceding development of humanity. Man is distinguished from animals by the existence of an ideal plane of activity. 20 The ideal is therefore nothing else than the form of things, but existing outside things, namely in man, in the form of his living activity, the socially determined form of the human being's activity. 21 The logical structure of ideal representation, in Ilyenkov, appears this way: the essence of thing A is mirrored in the natural form of thing B, and in such a way that the nature of the thing mirror B by no means mingles with the nature of the thing A which it represents. This analogy with the mirror reflection is rather conventional. The mirror reflects objects from their outer side and passively, whereas the ideal reflection grasps the gist of an object and is a form of activity with this object. In this sense Ilyenkov defines the ideal as a subjective being of an object, or the determinate being 22 of the external thing in the phase of its becoming in the activity of the subject. 23 There is nothing ideal beyond human activity. Only at this absolutely highest stage of its development as thought 24 can matter achieve its ideal self-expression. In the physical world, eternal and infinite laws of nature are realized indirectly, over the infinite series of things mutually determining each other in motion. And in the world of ideas, the same laws are realized directly and immediately by one particular finite thing which acts according to the nature of all the other things, ex analogia universi, to use Spinoza's words. This universal form of activity is a distinctive feature of a thinking thing. In nature itself one cannot see directly the pure form of the thing, i.e. its own structure, organization, and form of movement, peculiar to it. In not humanized nature the proper form and measure of a thing is always obstructed, complicated, and distorted by the more or less accidental interaction with other similar things. Man in his practice extracts the proper form and measure of a thing, and orientates himself in his activity right at this form. 25 In the physical world, the essence of everything can realize itself only in part. The character and amount of its realization depend on circumstances and countless external factors, some of which help to disclose the essence of the thing, while others impede and hinder the thing in realizing its potential. That is the reason why ideally pure lines and forms are not observed here. The particular thing can only approximate to its ideal state, but never reaches it in actuality. As in the market, sooner or later, there appears an ideal commodity equivalent which is able to adequately express values of all other commodities, as in nature there emerges with necessity a certain thing whose form of movement, labor, allows one to express adequately the essence of anything. Laboring man dissects the flesh of determinate being, exposing the essence of the thing and representing it in ideally pure form, separately from that very thing to which this essence belongs. Man cleanses and assumes the essences of all other things, turning them into the forms of his own activity. Where the essence of thing A receives such a peculiar other being 26 within the field of activity of thing B, we meet with the phenomenon of the ideal. After ceasing the activity process, the ideal materializes, having hardened in various objective forms. It can be revived and caught only by new, de-objectifying action with the object of culture. The definition of the ideal is thus strictly dialectical. It is that which is not, and at the same that which is, that which does not exist in the form of an external, sensuously perceived thing but at the same time does exist as an active faculty of man. It is being, which is, however, equal to not being, or the determinate being of the external thing in the phase of its becoming in the activity of the subject, in the form of its inner image, requirement, urge, and aim. That is why the ideal being of the thing is distinguished from its real being. The ideal is therefore the subjective being of the object, or its other being, i.e. the being of one object in and through another, as Hegel expressed this situation. 27 By themselves, these objects are material. There cannot be anything in the world besides matter in motion. Ilyenkov repeats this sacramental formula by Lenin. The ideal is only the peculiar nexus of material things, the special form of movement of bodies in the process of labor and within culture. This is the mode of active representation of the nature of things by means of other things. There is not a thing in the world in whose natural body the ideal could not settle down, and equally the nature of anything can be expressed in the ideal form. Our thoughts and ideas are as various as nature itself. Man is an ideal mirror of the world, speculum mundi. All of the infinite universe, from elementary particles to stars and galaxies, is turned into his inorganic body. The artifacts, made by human labor, are, as it were, the money of nature. The essence of each thing and the laws of nature are exchanged for artifacts, acquiring herewith their ideal expression. The sense of beauty is considered by Ilyenkov as an index of the ideality of a representation. Advanced aesthetic feeling makes it possible to discover intuitively, prior to especially logical analysis, the root of the matter, hidden from the ordinary senses. Under the form of beauty the natural measure of the thing is seized. In its natural form, i.e. in nature as it is, this measure never appears in its pure expression, in all its transparency, as it occurs due to human activity, in the retort of civilization, i.e. in the artificially created nature. 28 The natural organs of sense scan the external contours of things. And imagination enables us to look under this shell of the universe to see the internal nexus of things. Beauty is a measure of concordance of the exterior appearance of a thing to its genotype, or Gattungswesen, as the young Marx would say. An animal sees in outward things only that which conforms to its organic need. Aesthetically developed man perceives things as they are, from the viewpoint of their own substance, casting aside all that is attendant and worthless. Wipe off the accidental lines, and you will see, the world is fine. 29 The highest refined forms of sensory perception are created and developed by art. Ilyenkov devoted a lengthy article, on the aesthetic nature of fantasy, to the analysis of interrelations between two ideal forms of human activity, artistic and scientific theoretical. 30 Ilyenkov studied the function of creative imagination in the process of scientific cognition. He challenges Hegel's opinion that art and artistic imagination is a lower form of activity in comparison to science. However, another opinion, affirming the priority of artistic feeling over discursive thought, seems equally unacceptable to Ilyenkov. These spheres of the ideal reality, alongside the third one, the sphere of morality, are equal in rights and equally derived in respect to the substance of human life, which is labor, the process of the practical transformation of the external world and of man himself in his social relations. 2. Ilyenkov's 1962 article The Ideal gave rise to strident debates. The approval of the objectivity of ideal forms was regarded by many as Hegelianism, as sheer idealism. The first critical article against Ilyenkov's conception of the ideal appeared only at the end of the 1960s though. The attack was launched by a little-known philosopher David Dubrovsky. To his mind, each sensation, or an image of a thing in the brain, or any impression at all, is ideal. For instance, upon seeing a tree, in my brain is being formed some neurodynamical system, caused by the impact of the tree and responsible for the image of the tree I experience. The latter is not a material, but strictly ideal reflection of the object. This ideal reflection is a subjective reality, information, appearing to me in a pure form, in its seeming separation from its material substratum, viz. That neurodynamical system which is activated at the present moment in my brain by the external impact. 31 Since the ideal is a special kind of information, Dubrovsky places responsibility for the final solution to the problem of the ideal upon cybernetics. Relying on the data of neurophysiology and mathematical logic, cybernetics will decrypt the neurodynamical code of subjective phenomena and simulate thinking, communication and other ideal processes. From such a perspective, the ideal entirely loses any objectivity, turning into the full synonym of the subjective, into its dumb shadow. The ideal is a property of the brain neurodynamical structures, which are the objective reality. Dubrovsky's reasonings are replete with references to the contemporary achievements of the natural sciences. He is prudent to avoid political economy, and does not try to follow Ilyenkov into the labyrinths of capital and still hope to examine Marx's concept of the ideal. If Dubrovsky announces, for example, that price, as an ideal being of a commodity, is a subjective reality, then it becomes hardly possible to distinguish Marx from Keynes. And anyone who suggests to cybernetic eons that they venture to decrypt the neurodynamical code of price or other ideal forms of value would be considered simply a cretin. An old materialistic notion, that the soul is a property of the body, is concealed under the newfangled neurocybernetic suit. Such a materialism may be called somatic, in order to distinguish it from practical materialism, which considers the objective activity of man, social labor, to be the substance of all ideal phenomena. 3 months later, Voprosi Philosophiae published Ilyenkov's answer to Dubrovsky. 32 Oddly enough, the term ideal does not figure there, while the matter concerns such purely ideal subjects as personality and talent. Ilyenkov agrees readily that the mental functions, one and all, are realized by the brain, and naturally have their correlates in the neurodynamical architectonics. And these brain structures in turn are determined partially by genetics and partially by the living circumstances of each individual. The question is whether these structures can be regarded as the first origin, substance of the ideal form of human activity. Ilyenkov gives a negative answer to this question, referring to the simple scientifically certified fact that in the course of the evolution of living creatures, the number of degrees of freedom of their activity is growing. And to an equal degree, the dependence of their behavior from the structure of nerve knots is diminishing. The higher the level of the development of an individual, the less its behavior is determined by genetically assigned stereotypes, and the more diverse are those schemata of behavior which are formed during its lifetime, that is, the psychic in the proper sense of the word. In human beings this freedom reaches its maximum, acquiring complete independence from the genetically inherited structure of the brain. The highest ideal psychical functions are formed only on condition that the schemata of brain activity are dictated utterly and completely by the nature of things, represented in artifacts. And these functions are inherited, propagated not via chromosomes, but via cultural forms of things created by labor. Only on this soil, on the soil of culture, genuine originality blossoms, the genuine, i.e. specifically human, individuality which is called, in the language of science, the personality. 33 Earlier, in the middle of the 1960s, Ilyenkov started to participate in the Zagorsk experiment with deaf-blind children, under the direction of A.I. Meshcheryakov. Here, the process of forming the personality is extended in time, giving the opportunity to witness, as if in slow motion, the moment of birth of the ideal, the emergence of the human self. In the eyes of Ilyenkov, the all-round harmonious development of personality is the final aim and sense of world history. In his book on idols and ideals, metamorphoses of the ideal of perfect personality are traced over the course of human history. The author's intention reminds one of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, traveling through minds and countries. The beautiful ideal proves itself and improves itself after every new clash with reality. The second round of polemics between Ilyenkov and Dubrovsky may have occurred 7 to 8 years later, but Dialectics of the Ideal never saw the light of day during Ilyenkov's lifetime. 34 After the author's death, the manuscript appeared at last, but almost all the criticism at Dubrovsky's expense was for some reason excised by the editors of Voprosi Philosophiae. The affair took a different turn after the publishing of the manuscript by M.A. Lifshitz on the Ideal and the Real. This publication was also posthumous and abridged. 35 Mikhail Alexandrovich belonged to the first Soviet generation of philosophers. By some miracle Lifshitz survived the discussions of Stalin's times when, in Lifshitz's own words, argumentation resembled the sound of a falling mine. Hello from hell. Ilyenkov was acquainted with Lifshitz since the beginning of the 1950s, and they communicated in a friendly way until the end of Ilyenkov's life. It is not easy to understand why Lifshitz commenced the dialogue concerning the ideal only after the death of his friend. He treated the ideal as some limit of sensuously perceived things, the real abstractions to which things can approach, having no prospect of success. Actually, such is the most widespread meaning of the word ideal in ordinary language and the language of science, the imaginary pattern, the acme of perfection in some work or a class of things. Lifshitz had little interest in that phenomenon of representation, which was called the ideal by Marx and, after him, Ilyenkov. Any dialogue or polemic has a sense only on the condition that both parties speak about the same subject. Every disagreement presupposes the tacit consent, at least consent concerning the meaning of the words. But Lifshitz starts his dialogue by changing the meaning of the term. His ideal has as little in common with ideal in Ilyenkov as the constellation of the dog has in common with man's best friend. Ilyenkov looks for ideal forms in the world of human activity, in real objectively practical relationships among people, while Lifshitz's thought hovers in the world of abstractions, such as ideal gas, ideal crystal, and so on. Unlike Dubrovsky, Lifshitz tries to appeal to Marx's works where he finds the distinction of ideal and ideal. Lifshitz complains that the Russian language does not have two terms for rendering the difference of these two categories. Ideal means mental, existing in head, immaterial. Marx's ideal is translated as ideal, but it means the ideas in our heads, something mental, belonging to consciousness. All the excellent quotations Ilyenkov gives to vindicate his thesis, refer not to ideal, but to contents of human thought, which can be as ideal or as not ideal at all. Everywhere in such quotations Marx uses not ideal, but ideal. 36 In this instance, Lifshitz is wrong. Actually, he simply did not even trouble himself to check these excellent quotations. For example, take this one from the Grundriss, in dem die Konsumption das Bedürfnis neuer Produktenschaft, also den Idealen, innerlich treibenden Grund der Produktion, der ihr Voraussetzung ist. I.e. Konsumption den Gegenstand der Produktion ideal setzt, als innerliches Bild, als Bedürfnis, als Tribu and als Zweck. 37 As we can see, the adjective ideal figures here twice, and precisely in the very meaning Lifshitz ascribes to the term ideal, as anticipation of something not yet real, as existent in idea, still not materialist, and above all, as inner image and purpose of human activity. Marx's objectively practical concept of ideal, carried on by Ilyenkov, absolutely does not accord with the contemplatively aesthetic concept of the ideal in Lifshitz. The typical Hegelian term ideal positing is italicized by Marx. It seems strange that Lifshitz could have missed this, reading the famous introduction to the original version of Capital. Ilyenkov cites this passage both in Philosophical Encyclopedia and in Dialectical Logic. Consumption of the product of labor is an internal, ideal moment of production itself. In the process of consumption, man not only really reproduces his labor power, but also ideally produces the form itself of man's living activity, or the faculty of creating an object of a certain form and using it for its purpose, i.e. according to its role and function in the social organism. In the form of a living, active faculty of man as the agent of social production, the object, as an outcome of production, exists ideally, i.e. as an inner image, requirement, and an urge and aim of human activity. 38 If the activity-oriented concept of the ideal in Ilyenkov de facto arises from the logical analysis of the Grundrisse and Capital, among the dozen of quotations with which Lifshitz decorated his work on the ideal there is not a single instance in which the term ideal should be used. If, while reading Marx's writings, he happened upon just one piece of direct textual evidence for his interpretation of the ideal as some standard or pattern which can be achieved only through infinite approximation. 39 Then Lifshitz would hardly have lost such opportunity to cite the testimony of the Church Father. It seems to me that Lifshitz was quite right in considering that Ilyenkov paid too little attention to the difference between the terms ideal and ideal. Another matter is that the terms are not at all directly opposite or contrary, as Lifshitz argued with reference to Schelling. In fact, Marx opposes both idealities to reality. At the same time, ideal and ideal are drawn together, expressing two different aspects of one and the same social relationship. Aside from that, Lifshitz's attack on Ilyenkov rests upon sheer misunderstanding. For some obscure reason, he thought that Ilyenkov limited the ideal to the sphere of social consciousness. But the latter said nothing of the kind. It is Lifshitz himself who has drawn such a conclusion by means of the algebraic conversion of quotations. 40 And then he devotes the main part of his dialogue to a refutation of this misreading. Many times Ilyenkov repeated that the ideal is a form of objectively practical activity, that it is a special relation of things in which they are placed by human labor. 41 The objective ideal relationship between things is only reflected by social consciousness, and most often it is reflected inadequately, in a mystically inverted form, religious or economical. The ideal is not a form of consciousness, on the contrary, consciousness is a form of expression of that ideal relationship of representation, which emerges between material things in the process of labor. Lifshitz interpreted it in reverse. If Dubrovsky considered the ideal as a purely subjective phenomenon, and Lifshitz affirms the absolute objectivity of the ideal, not at all depending on human subjectivity, then Ilyenkov sees in the ideal a subjective image of objective reality. 42 The mutual conversion of object and subject, the dialectical transition of the form of activity into the form of thing, and vice versa, is nothing other than human labor. That is why, in the eyes of Ilyenkov, labor is a living source of the ideal. 3. Soon after the debates on the ideal had started, Karl Popper presented his report at the Third International Congress for Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science in 1967, in which he spoke of the world of objective contents of thought, which he called the Third World. 43 As Popper confesses, he invented this term for want of a better name. For some reason he did not like the classical term the ideal. Since that time, in the philosophical literature not once did there flicker a comparison of Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal with the Third World. Opening the symposium on Ilyenkov, the current chancellor of Helsinki University, Ilkka Niinilato, shared a memory. In the late 1970s I read an English translation of Ilyenkov's article The Concept of the Ideal, which I found strikingly similar to Karl Popper's conception of the world 3 of human social constructions. 44 Apparently, Niinilato believed that he was paying a compliment to Ilyenkov. But the latter should be certainly grieved if he had heard about this striking similarity. Ilyenkov himself spoke of Popper in an extremely disparaging manner, even with a jeer sometimes. The concept of the Third World was familiar to Ilyenkov, and he regarded it as a belated type of archaic objective idealism, closely resembling traditional Platonism. 45 This appraisal is hardly accurate. Popper's Third World is still further from Plato's over-heavenly world of ideas than from Ilyenkov's Dialectics of the Ideal. Firstly, the Third World is open to changes. Secondly, errors dwell here alongside truths. Thirdly, it is being created by people, and does not last from the beginning of time. So, there is almost nothing of Platonism in the concept of Third World. And how could it be otherwise? Popper expended a good half of his life to shatter the spell of Plato. It is mainly the recognition of the autonomy of the ideal that makes Popper related to the Greek idealist. 46 And therein lies Ilyenkov's objection. For Marxists, there exists only one real world, the world of matter in motion. It is the world matter, ideally representing itself in itself and by means of itself, bearing its innermost essence, the laws of nature, in the process of the labor activity of its higher creatures, namely thinking beings. The dialectical circuit of matter within itself disturbs the equilibrium of discursive reason with its formal logic. The world begins to trifurcate in the mind's eye and, as a consequence, the insoluble problem of correlating knowledge and reality emerges. To know an object, and be unable to correlate this knowledge with the object. In actual fact, this paradoxical situation arises where a person does not really know an object, but knows something else. What? Phrases about the object. Words, terms, formulas, signs, symbols, and stable combinations thereof deposited in science, mastered in place of knowledge of the object, as a special object that exists above and outside reality, as a special world of ideal, abstract, phantom objects. It is here that an illusion of knowledge arises, followed by the insoluble task of relating this illusory knowledge to reality, to life. 47. Ilyenkov most probably bears in mind here the Third World by Popper, populated by linguistic entities. 48 The problem of the correlation of knowledge with a thing arises only if they are treated as two primordially different worlds. Reality seems to be transcendent or the beyond with respect to knowledge, while the individual consciousness is allotted a part of a medium, correlating ideas with things. All the while truth is being sheltered between the worlds like Epicurean gods. Little wonder, then, that Popper considered truth to be a purely relative concept and altogether rejected the existence of absolute truths. However, as Ilyenkov's disciple S.N. Maryev noticed, relative truth without the absolute truth is as the North Pole without the South, namely nonsense. The very concept of truth is different in dialectics and formal logic. The latter demands to eliminate subjectivity. This ideal is clearly pronounced in the title of the report by Popper, Epistemology without a knowing subject. By contrast, in dialectics truth is understood as a process of transformation of the subjective into the objective, and vice versa. And the ideal is an objective form of a subject's activity. It is precisely form, not substance. 49 The ideal is not possessed of any autonomy in respect to its material substance. There is no interaction whatsoever between the ideal and the material, body and mind, as Ilyenkov believes. The ideal is a form of representing the wholly material, or practical, to speak more concretely, activity of man. The social labor runs parallel in the attributes of extension and thought, presenting by itself simultaneously mental and corporeal action. Labor, the process of changing nature by the action of social man, is that subject to which thought belongs as predicate. And nature, the universal matter of nature, is its substance. Substance, having become, in the person of man, the subject of all its changes, the cause of itself. 50 Ilyenkov, following his favorite philosopher Spinoza, considers the phenomenon of the interaction of mind and body as an objective appearance, that is, the practically determined illusion, like the rotation of the sun in heaven as it is observed from the earth, or the phenomenon described by Marx, namely the reification of social relations in the market economy. Meanwhile, Popper applied much of his efforts toward defending an interaction of the first and the second worlds. 51 According to Ilyenkov, consciousness is a mode of the ideal reality, and not a separate world. With this view, not each and every psychical phenomenon is included into the concept of consciousness, but only higher functions which are responsible for the orientation of individuum in society, in the historically formed realm of culture. Ilyenkov excludes from the concept of consciousness any lower biological functions that constitute the material layer of psyche. Both Popper's second world and Dubrovsky's subjective reality are a combination of natural and cultural psychical functions. In the course of life, our natural inclinations entangle with ideas so tightly and sophisticatedly that it becomes extremely difficult to separate this or that function into a pure form. In any natural psychical function may well be ideally represented this or that cultural historical reality. The easiest solution to the problem is proposed by somatic materialism. It ascribes social functions, represented in brain structures, to the nerve tissue as its natural properties, or innate faculties of a person. Who would not call to mind here the good Dogberry teaching the night watchman Siko Al, to be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature. 52 The somatic solution to the problem of the ideal fetishes is the body, endowing it with the ideal qualities alien to its biological nature. Ilyenkov conducted a peculiar mental experiment. On behalf of Spinoza, he developed, so to say, the ennobled version of somatic materialism. Having been inherited by Spinoza from Descartes, the concept of the thinking thing was interpreted by Ilyenkov in a materialist way as the thinking body. In so doing, thought becomes treated as a faculty of the body to move along the contours of any other bodies. Having realized the form of its own motion, the thinking body creates an adequate idea about the contours of the external thing. Such is, in Ilyenkov's opinion, the principle of intuitive cognition in Spinoza. 53 While reading the second essay of Dialectical Logic, it may seem that this Spinoza is an alter ego of Ilyenkov. Such is the approval and outright sympathy with which the conception of the thinking body is presented. Meanwhile, it entirely lacks an understanding of the social, cultural historical nature of thought. Ilyenkov himself never considered thought to be a property, predicate, attribute of body. 54 This view of thought was shared by the antagonists of Ilyenkov, the vulgar diameticians and Dubrovsky, as well as the antagonists of the rationalist Spinoza, empiricists like Thomas Hobbes. Body and mind are tied not with the formal logical subject-predicate relationship, but with the dialectical relationship of identity of the diverse, as a twofold expression of one and the same substance. An adequate idea sees not the external, spatial contours, but the very essence of things. To Spinoza, this is the difference between the ideas of intellect and imagination. At the very end of the essay, Ilyenkov sets straight his Spinoza on behalf of Marx, saying that the subject of thought is not the body but social man whose labor changes both external nature and himself. Nevertheless, a good many of Ilyenkov's pupils took the conception of the thinking body at face value. By now, a mighty somatic wing has formed in the Ilyenkov school. A.V. Sermeva, in the manner of Popper's evolutionary epistemology, extends the notion of the ideal to the activities of animals. L.K. Naumenko goes further still, turning the ideal into the property of nejontropicity, inherent in each physical body, from crystal in a solution to Prince Hamlet. With this, the ideal is identified with the reasonable, purposeful, and is obeyed as the law of improbability. For Ilyenkov, he denied in the most insistent tone the existence of the ideal beyond the circle of man's objectively practical activity. In nature itself, including the nature of man as a biological creature, the ideal does not exist. As regards the natural, material organization of the human body, it has the same external character as it does in regard to the material in which it is realized. The material being of the ideal is not itself ideal but only the form of its expression in the organic body of the individual. In itself, the ideal is the socially determined form of man's life activity corresponding to the form of its object and product. Point 55. For a correctly understood category of the ideal includes precisely those, and only those, forms of reflection that specifically distinguish humans, and are completely alien and unknown to any animal, even one with a highly developed higher nervous system, activity, and psychology. Precisely these, and only these, specific forms of reflection of the external world by the human head have always been investigated by the science of philosophy under the designation, ideal forms of mental activity. It retained this term precisely for the sake of their delimitation from all others. Point 56. The assertion of the socially practical nature of the ideal is the most significant distinction and feature of Ilyenkov's theory as presented in dialectical logic, and stands in contrast to the theories of Lifshitz and Popper, Dubrovsky and Naumenko, as well as those of Spinoza materialists. Point 57. All living and non-living creatures, excepting the human being, act according to their own species, selfishly. It is man alone who can act universally, like nature itself, who is able to make himself the measure of all things, the ideal mirror of the world. This universal form of human activity, which, as Marx said, makes all nature his inorganic body, is nothing other than the ideal in Ilyenkov, the active form of expressing or representing the general within the singular, the infinite within the finite, all nature within man, and vice versa. Metamorphoses of meaning, the concept of the ideal from a semiotic perspective. THIRD-WORLDISM. This mystical, mysterious reality does not have its own material body, which is why it easily changes one material form of its incarnation for another, persisting in all of its incarnations and metamorphoses. 1. Introduction. What is the place of the ideal in the material world? And how, in particular, can a decidedly materialist philosophy account for ideal phenomena such as values, abstractions, and meanings? In his essay Dialectics of the Ideal, Evald Ilyenkov attempts to give an answer to this age-old and profound philosophical question concerning the status of immaterial properties in the material world. Although Ilyenkov's answer to this question is ingenious and in line with the recent developments in semiotics, as I will show, the way he casts the problem of the ideal may prove difficult to comprehend for present-day readers. Accordingly, in Dialectics of the Ideal, Ilyenkov repeatedly invokes expressions like form of a thing and form of a social human life activity. The ideal form of a thing is a form of social human life activity, which exists not in that life activity, but, namely, as a form of the external thing, which represents, reflects another thing. Conversely, it is a form of a thing, but outside this thing, namely, as a form of human life activity, in man, inside man. Point 2. Expressions like this may confuse more than clarify, at least for readers not well versed in Marxist philosophy. This applies also to the way Ilyenkov iterates his various characterizations of the ideal, giving it slightly different formulations page after page. To be sure, the way Ilyenkov circles around the ideal without arriving at any definition remains faithful to his conception of the ideal. If the ideal is, as Ilyenkov seeks to show, something that is in the process of continuous movement, being constantly born and reborn, made and remade, in the course of our different activities, then how could it be hypostatist, frozen into an object of definition? Maybe it can only be shown, pointed at and then carefully followed in its dialectical metamorphoses. Instead of getting lost in the philosophical subtleties of the question of how to capture a phenomenon as volatile as the ideal, I shall take a shortcut. The phenomena of meaning and meaning-making are perhaps the most familiar examples of the ideal. Ilyenkov himself draws heavily on Marx's analysis of the value form in his attempt to pinpoint the concept of the ideal. Although he does not say that much about the phenomenon of meaning, this theme constantly recurs in his writings on the ideal. It therefore seems worthwhile taking up the theme of meaning, in order to question how the concept of the ideal relates to the study of signs and meanings, namely semiotics. In this paper, I am going to discuss the concept of the ideal in relation to Umberto Eco's semiotic theory and his notion of the encyclopedia. By encyclopedia, Eco means the totality of knowledge generated by humans, which is the cognitive background of any act of understanding or meaning-making. This knowledge is stored in our artifacts, which, for eco, appear as an enormous library composed of all books and encyclopedias, all papers and manuscripts, documents of all centuries, including the hieroglyphics of the ancient Egyptians and the inscriptions in cuneiform. 3 This resembles the way Ilyenkov invokes the Hegelian vision of the whole grandiose materially established intellectual culture of the human race, in and through which this individual awakens to self-consciousness. 4. According to Ilyenkov, it confronts the individual as the thought of preceding generations realized in sensuously perceptible matter, in language and in visually perceptible images, in books and statues, in wood and bronze, in the form of places of worship and instruments of labor, in the designs of machines and state buildings, in the patterns of scientific and moral systems, and so on and so forth. 5. Thus, both Eco and Ilyenkov stress how meanings are objectified into the artefactual sphere. But somehow this insight gets partly lost in Eco's subsequent semantic analysis. I will argue that the artifactuality and the materiality of signs are eventually downplayed in Eco's analysis, since the activity of meaning-making coupled with the transformation of the material world is largely omitted from his otherwise sophisticated and careful semiotic view. As a result, despite his intention to the contrary, Eco seems to pass from the analysis of the ideal to idealism. This happens once the ideal is considered in terms of an independent system of meanings existing quite apart from signifying social practices. As Ilyenkov's account of the ideal focuses on the dialectical process in which the ideal is generated, his perspective provides an important corrective to Eco's vision. Interestingly, the recent developments in social semiotics have moved in the direction outlined by Ilyenkov. To the encyclopedia. According to Umberto Eco, it is widely agreed that most, if not all, sign relations are at least partly conventional. Thus, the concept of convention has been and continues to be a very important one for semiotics. However, too often semiotic analyses become somehow rooted to the notion of convention as if it were a kind of ultimate explanatory principle. It has proven difficult to approach especially the concept of sign and the purported sign systems from any other angle. Umberto Eco has made extensive use of convention in his semiotics, yet he sees clearly that semiotics also has to deal with the genesis of signs and new conventions. But oddly enough, this insight leads Eco to divide his semiotic theory into two parts, on the one hand, a theory of codes, and on the other, a theory of sign production. One may ask why. At first sight, it would seem that Eco divides his theory into two parts because he is following the Saussurean tradition of distinguishing between a signification system and a communication process. But Eco denies that his distinction between a theory of codes and a theory of sign production corresponds to the one between Long and Parole. 6 Eco has something else in mind. He claims, every act of communication to or between human beings, or other intelligent biological or mechanical apparatus, presupposes a signification system as its necessary condition. It is possible, if not perhaps particularly desirable, to establish a semiotics of signification independently of a semiotics of communication, but it is impossible to establish a semiotics of communication without a semiotics of signification. 7 In this view, there is a strange asymmetry, which is certainly reflected in the practice of semioticians, Eco included. Semiotic study has often been understood, especially in the continental tradition, as a study of the different signifying systems. These systems have been understood as being composed of the different codes that govern meaning-making and our cultural behavior. From Eco's point of view, a culture appears to be a heterogeneous set of partly overlapping codes, which are of a different degree of organization. Eco's analysis of the codes is basically componential and has its roots in structural semantics. Codes provide the rules according to which the elements of the conveying system are coupled with the elements of the conveyed system. In other words, codes generate as well as organize sign functions, which correlate two functives, namely expression and content, together. But this is just a first approximation, because the functives are to be further analyzed in their markers. So the sign function becomes a relation between a given set of syntactic markers and a given set of semantic markers. Accordingly, both the expression plane and the content plane of a sign function are composed of more elementary components. As a semiotician, Eco is most interested in the componential analysis of the content plane, that is, the analysis of meanings in terms of semantic units. He approaches this question through the distinction between dictionary and encyclopedia. The dictionary versus the encyclopedia. According to the theoretical concept of the dictionary, the meaning of linguistic expressions can be represented through a finite number of semantic primitives. The basic idea behind the dictionary-based semantics is that there is a set of innate concepts that underlie our inherited human language faculty. These concepts are encoded in words and they are undefinable. We are supposed to know them without having to define them. The meanings of other words are then constructed from these primitives. Point 8 table gives one example of semantic primitives and their classification. In principle, the number of primitives could also be infinite, but obviously this makes the task of componential analysis impossible. So, ideally at least, the dictionary definition of a term should be composed of a limited number of primitives. Then the problems are, firstly, how to determine the primitives, and, secondly, how to guarantee that their number is a finite 1.9. Eco proceeds to claim that the two questions cannot be resolved at the same time. As different researchers have proposed different primitives, one can legitimately ask whether there actually are any primitives intuitively known to all speakers. And if there are not, then the primitives have to be interpreted as well. To make them interpretable, theory usually has to consider them as an unordered set and adopt cross-classificatory relations between primitives. But the only way to limit the number of the primitives is to have the meaning relations hierarchically structured. Point 10 as a consequence, one either has a limited number of uninterpreted primitives, or the primitives are interpreted, but the meaning relations are unordered and potentially infinite. Allowing unordered and potentially infinite meaning relations brings us to the idea of encyclopedia. Any dictionary is but an encyclopedia in disguise. The concept of encyclopedia preserves componential analysis, but denies that signs could be analytically reduced into a limited number of meaning components in any sensible way. In the case of an encyclopedia, then, it is no longer reasonable to talk of primitives. This also means that we have taken a definite step from the innate concepts to the realm of culture. Eco conceives of meaning as cultural units that are composed of all the knowledge made available by our culture. As a result, any analysis of meaning is potentially endless. A sign can invoke a limitless number of markers. Eco explains this by the notion of an interpreton. A sign's interpreton can be defined as another representation which is referred to the same object. Point 11 as a consequence, the only means to establish an interpreton of a sign is by way of using another sign, which in turn invokes another interpreton, and so on and so forth. From this insight Eco proceeds to his idea of a model Q, which is devised in accordance with M. Ross Quillian's 1968 proposal for a model for semantic memory. Model Q is an n-dimensional network in which one can move from a sign by employing a series of sign vehicles to any other place in the network, from the center to the farthest periphery. These sign vehicles, as interpretants, are included in the model as tokens, but each of them becomes in its turn a new type, for example, a type B. The interest in semantic networks and the semantic web have arisen from these kinds considerations. Figure provides an example of a simple semantic network. Point 12 one can think of model Q as an intertextual space or an ever-growing hypertext in which any point could at least in principle be connected to another. However, in practice no interpretative process is endless, and Eco explains this by the fact that some connections are statistically more probable than others. In the distinction between dictionaries and encyclopedias there is more at stake than merely whether the analysis of meaning is based upon a finite or potentially infinite number of innate concepts. In other words, the original insight behind the division between a dictionary and an encyclopedia is simply to distinguish between the knowledge of the semantics of a language and the knowledge of the real world, and it dates back at least to John Locke. Locke wanted to know which complex ideas we know from experience and which are acquired via other ideas. So, the dictionaries relate words to other words whereas encyclopedias relate words to extra-linguistic facts. 13 Bertrand Russell thought that words could be divided into two classes. The so-called object words acquire their meaning by direct association between a word and a thing, then there are dictionary words, the meaning of which we learn through verbal definition. However, for Russell, the distinction between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description varies between people, depending upon their life experiences. 14 With his concept of the encyclopedia, Eco hopes to show that this way of distinguishing between a dictionary and an encyclopedia is untenable. He seems to agree with Hyman that the relations of sense in themselves are useless, unless the words are at some point anchored at reality. 15 He has numerous examples to show how the analysis of meaning is not only dependent upon the contextual, but also extra-linguistic facts. 16 But surprisingly, at the same time, Eco wants to do without the referent in his semiotics. For him, the theory of codes is concerned only with intentional semantics. 17 How can this be achieved if all meaning relationships are tied to our world knowledge? Eco attempts to include these factors in his semantic analysis. His aim is to outline a theory of codes which takes into account even rules of discursive competence, text formation, contextual and circumstantial disambiguation, therefore proposing a semantics which solves within its own framework many problems of the so-called pragmatics. 18 Once all of these things are represented in the language, or by the means of some other signs, then it becomes possible to move in the semantic space without any referral to the real world. Encyclopedia becomes a self-sufficient, self-referring world of our semiotic systems. For Eco, all languages form together an autoclarificatory system. A sort of molecular landscape, as he puts it, emerges. In this landscape the so-called things are only the surface appearance assumed by an underlying network of more elementary units. 19 Yet, according to Eco, our semantic universe in its entirety is unrepresentable. Only parts of it can be analyzed, on a temporary basis, because the semantic universe is highly mobile. But the conception of a self-sufficient semantic/semiotic universe, undergoing constant change resulting from the unceasing semiotic process, is obscure to say the least. It is as if it were somehow self-moving and self-adjusting. No wonder Eco has been accused of idealism, in spite of his claims to the contrary. 20 The question is, why does Eco want to retain this idealistic and unrepresentable construction he calls the encyclopedia? Interestingly, he does not deny its uncertain ontological status, and claims it is ultimately only a semiotic postulate, a regulative idea. 21 Semiotics must proceed to isolate structures as if a definite general structure existed. 22 Otherwise it could not explain how meaning comes into existence. 23 Consequently, Eco appears to think that something like the notion of the encyclopedia is needed in order to explain our linguistic and, more generally, semiotic competence. It is as if the encyclopedia was a common database for us all, and our individual semantic/semiotic competences consisted of our access to that database. 24 Still, individual competences, semantic or otherwise, are very different. It seems that our abilities to use this database vary considerably among individuals. This raises the question of how are our abilities then generated? Surely, this cannot be explained solely by the properties of the database, which means that the relationship between our competences and the encyclopedia is not addressed. Diego Marconi, another Italian who has studied dictionaries and encyclopedias, thinks it unwise to talk about an encyclopedic competence. In the case of words, genuine competence cannot be idealized to include encyclopedic knowledge. The gap is just too wide. We do not work that way. If people like you and me are competent users of whatever language we speak, then it cannot be the case that lexical competence coincides with encyclopedic knowledge, not even idealized competence. 25 To be sure, Eco is not describing any individual or empirical competences with his concept of encyclopedia, but rather the competence of a whole community. But how can a community have a semantic competence? In reality, Eco concedes, This competence is the sum of the individual competences that constitute the code. What was called the code is the sum of the individual competences that constitute the code as a collective convention. Point 26. But then the question arises as to whether there is any language beyond a collection of idiolects. Point 27. Clearly, the point that the encyclopedia is held together by a collection of conventions prohibits this kind of conclusion, and, moreover, it seems problematic how the meaning units can ever become coded into and coordinated by the collective encyclopedia. One surmises that this has something to do with the subjects and the real material world, which were left out of the theory of codes. Eco relegates the burden of explaining the relations between our semantic/semiotic systems and the external world to a theory of sign production. Curiously, although Eco's theory of codes is a theory of public/conventional/coded cultural meanings, he presents his theory of sign production in terms of individual work in general, and artistic creation in particular. Point 28. This might be the basic reason why Eco's semiotic theory divides into two separate parts, the theory of codes and the theory of sign production. The individual, as well as the rather abstract nature of Eco's sign production, is well exemplified by his classification of the modes of sign production. These are outlined by observing four specific parameters: the physical labor needed to produce expressions, the type/token ratio, the type of continuum to be shaped, and the mode and complexity of articulation. Collective work, material tools, and division of labor do not feature in the analysis. The sign production is essentially, for Eco, a question of mapping a certain content or content type onto a material continuum. Point 29. This can be done according to established mapping conventions, and in the case in which these conventions do not yet exist, they have to be somehow created and imposed. For Eco, this is a problem of organizing one's perception according to the new conventions one is inventing during the same process. But how do the fruits of this individual production ever become conventionalist, that is, part of our culture? Eco treats this question simply as a matter of public acceptance. It seems to me that this is an overlooked point of some other interesting semiotic theories as well, such as, for instance, those of Julia Kristeva and Roland Barthes. Rules and conventions are social, but the breaking of the rules, invention and creation are individual and exceptional. The semiotic production is thus apprehended according to an model of artistic creation. In my opinion, this view should be, at least, complemented with another model, the model of social labor, or activity. 3. The concept of the ideal. Writing about the concept of the ideal, Ilyenkov expends much effort in explaining why the ideal cannot be located in consciousness or neural activity. The dividing line between the material or real, and the ideal cannot be drawn according to what is outside or inside the consciousness or brain. Ideal phenomena are, thus, not mental or cerebral, neurodynamic phenomena, nor are they projections onto reality. Point 30. They are, according to Ilyenkov, objective reality that is independent of the individual with his body and soul. 31. Yet the emergence of the ideal is dependent upon conscious human beings. According to Ilyenkov, it would be absurd to speak of any ideal without man, yet this does not mean that it is to be found in the head. 32. Consequently, the ideal is of our creation and clearly also something impalpable. Thus, it is not the existence of the ideal that is in doubt, but rather its objectiveness. In other words, we might ask, where might we touch or see the ideal? The answer being, nowhere. And yet one is conscious of its presence. How, then, can something that is sensuously imperceptible be also objective? The answer Ilyenkov provides is that the ideal is objective and, moreover, part of our objective reality, since it is something that is being objectified, or materialist, in our various activities. The notion of objectification seems to imply that something originally non-objective becomes objectified. Perhaps it is our thoughts that are being objectified. Then, at least the origin of the ideal is in the mental sphere. But this is exactly what Ilyenkov denies. The question then becomes, what is the relation between our thoughts and reality? This question cannot be avoided, and Ilyenkov duly takes up the challenge. In his dialectical logic, Ilyenkov treats the question of the interrelations of thought and being, our ideas and the external world. The book can also be read as a history of the concept of the ideal. In his first essay on the problem of the subject matter and sources of logic, Ilyenkov poses the following question: and what are such objects as concept and thing related? In what special space can they be contrasted, compared, and differentiated? Is there, in general, a third thing in which they are one and the same in spite of all their directly visible differences? 33. This is one formulation for the traditional epistemological question regarding our possibility of gaining truthful knowledge of the world. Only things of the same kind can be compared, thus it seems hopeless to try to confirm whether my idea of a thing corresponds with the thing itself. Am I destined always to compare an idea of a thing with the thing as an object of consciousness, that is, not with the thing but with another idea of it? 34. Is there any third mediating term or factor that would somehow free us from the supposed prison of our consciousness? In dialectical logic, Ilyenkov investigates the thought of several philosophers, from Spinoza onwards, from the point of view of this question. Immanuel Kant finds the third term from the space of representation. Once the thing has been transformed into a representation, it can be compared to another representation. Still, the things in themselves remain unknown. We have seen that the Encyclopedia of Eco remains in the realm of representation and is, as such, a Kantian construction, although Eco does not, of course, believe in any a priori categorizations. As a sphere of interrelated representations, the concept of encyclopedia leaves open the question of reference and the relationship of our representations to the surrounding world. How, then, could our thoughts, or representations, ever get a hold on reality? An answer starts to take shape, as Ilyenkov points out, in the thinking of the German idealists. 35. What if the thing in itself was a product of our consciousness? In Hegel, this insight is already found in its full-fledged form. The thing in itself is not alien to our thought, since a thing for us and a thing in itself are moments of the same substance, spirit. In Hegel's analysis, the ideal plays the decisive part. Spirit posits its other, the material objective world, and reaches its self-consciousness in a dialectical transformation of the ideal into the material and vice versa. 36. But in absolutizing the ideal in this way, as self-evolving spirit, Hegel's idealism is left without a means to explain the possibility of thought itself. 37. For Marx, too, the subject realizes itself by way of objectification, but for him the material world is primary. Prior to contemplation, writes Ilyenkov, the man acts practically with real things, and in the process of this activity all his representations are formed. 38. The ideality is founded upon social consciousness, which is materialist in the man-made culture and environment, in humanized nature. Things, or, better, our human environment, owe their manifested ideality to the sensuous human aim-oriented activity, which is inherently collective. The objective sphere of the meanings, or the significance of things, becomes constructed in the labor process whereby a human being molds her natural environment. The seeming gap between consciousness and the real world becomes bridged, because in actual fact there was never any such gap. And this is not achieved by losing the otherness of the material world into thought, as happens in Hegel's system. Quite the contrary, it is exactly the otherness of the material world that makes thought possible, since in the process of molding her material, social and cultural environment, the human being becomes conscious of the world and herself. In the process of creating her environment, a human being creates herself too, as she becomes an able inhabitant of the world that is also of her own creation. Thus, the ideal, according to Ilyenkov, is not dependent upon the mental for its existence. And the mental itself is social in origin, which is explained by the notion of internalization. In the course of her upbringing and education, the human child internalizes the norms, patterns, and meanings of the surrounding culture. 39 Consciousness and will awaken in the individual as she finds herself confronted by the materially established spiritual culture of humanity. 40 The specific forms of human activity follow rules and patterns, which for the most part do not have any genetic background, and because of this an individual is compelled to distinguish herself from her organic body. An individual gains, through the ideal reified in the forms of collective labor, an outside perspective on oneself, without which neither self-consciousness nor will would be possible. In this way the ideal is something external, collective, and objective from the point of view of an individual, even though she has herself been formed by it in becoming a member of a human society. For semiosis as the becoming of the ideal after the preceding exposition, one may ask what Umberto Eco's idealistic vision of the self-sufficient semantic/semiotic universe has to do with Ilyenkov's materialistic conception of the ideal. The answer is that both Eco and Ilyenkov set out to solve the problem of culturally constructed meanings. And their basic insight is the same: meanings, or the ideal, are objective phenomena whose explanation has no need of any recourse to mental phenomena. Quite the contrary, mental phenomena should be explained with the help of intersubjective meanings, which are embodied in material things. Eco thinks that with the help of the interpretants, which are always materialist in some sign vehicle, the meaningfulness of the cultural world can be approached in an empirically verifiable manner. Furthermore, for Eco, the subject of any semiotic inquiry is nothing more than the historical and social result of the world that a survey on semantic space makes available. 41 This comes close to the view of Marx, who in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 writes, "We see how the history of industry and the established objective existence of industry are the open book of man's essential powers, the exposure to the senses of human psychology in the form of sensuous, alien, useful objects." 42 Yet Eco ends up sketching the signifying system as an autonomous semiotic construct that has an abstract mode of existence independent of any possible communicative act it makes possible. 43 Thus, the sphere of meanings becomes detached from its material embodiment in our actions and things, despite Eco's stated intentions. In addition to the problem of the ontological status of his encyclopedia, Eco has a further problem in not being able to explain how the individual performances become part of the collective knowledge. Time and again Eco invokes the notion of convention in his attempt to describe how the individual creation is dependent upon the social, but it seems to not work so well the other way around. Eventually, following a complicated analysis of the different forms of sign production, Eco simply asserts that, in the end, some of the innovations become publicly accepted. It seems to me that these problems within eco-semiotics are interrelated. In focusing on the culturally constructed artifacts and the supposed meaning units attached to them, Eco loses sight of the social production process, that is, the activities in which these artifacts are created. These activities are historical and local, and only in their context can the created meanings and competences be explained. Actually, there are no such things as meanings existing independently of our life activities. Meanings are produced and reproduced, again and again, in the processes of our varied activities, such is the life of semiosis, the process of meaning-making and meaning-engendering. No separate system of significations needs to be postulated because it is precisely our shared labor, the social activity, which carries them. 44 However, there is a strong temptation to hypostatus meanings and treat them in an idealistic manner, as something thing-like in themselves. The germ of this kind of thinking can also be found occasionally in Ilyenkov's texts. Repeatedly, he writes of ideality as if it represented activity or its results, as if it were a kind of spiritual or non-material image, stamp or form laid on natural physical material or objects in labor process. 45 When writing about the ideal as an image, Ilyenkov comes close to characterizing the ideal as some kind of representation. Thus, according to Ilyenkov, ideality can be found in the relationship of representation where one sensuously perceived thing, while remaining itself, performs the role or function of representing quite another thing, and in this way acquires a new plane of existence. 46 This reminds one of the traditional, and by today's standards somewhat obsolete, definition of representation as that of something standing for something else. However, in the end, approaching the ideal as a representation of some kind can be more deceptive than enlightening. For sure, it cannot be any mental representation without losing its distinctiveness, but it cannot be any material representation either. A person cannot pass the ideal as such to another person, Ilyenkov claims. One can observe the activity of a painter or an engineer as long as one likes, striving to catch their mode of action, but one can thus only copy the external techniques and methods of their work but never the ideal image itself, the active faculty itself. The ideal is only masterable through active operation with the object. 47 It therefore seems fair to say that the ideal dwells in the relationship of representation, but that this relationship is always in a state of becoming. It seems that the ideal is something fluid, flowing in the continuous stream of semiosis understood as practical activity, where the meaning is constantly changing to its other. Since the ideal is in continuous movement, then, strictly speaking, ideality is not a property of any individual thing. Specifically, it is not a property of a thing in the same way as the physical properties of a thing. Allow the activity which carries the thing to die out, and even the memory of it fades away, leaving nothing of the original ideality of the thing. But this should not lead us to think that the ideal forms a sphere of its own, or that it is involved only in certain kind of representations. For instance, Peter E. Jones claims that ideal forms are derived images of material objects and processes, making the ideal the property of words and symbols. 48 This seems to me contrary to Ilyenkov's intention. Firstly, words and symbols as artifacts are not very different from other semiotic devices, or other man-made things. All of them make use of a material medium to convey some meaning. Thus, words, symbols and diverse other representations are not privileged carriers of the ideal or significance. Ilyenkov is very clear on this point. Apart from speech and language, the ideal is also manifested in drawings, models, and such symbolic objects as coats of arms, banners, forms of dress, utensils, and so on. 49 Secondly, the occasional attempts to make language somehow secondary to the practical tool-using activity seem to perpetuate the same tricky distinction between our thoughts/representations and the reality that dialectical thinking actually tries to evade. Trying to discern which events or things are primary, or whether, in particular, it was tools or signs that came first, seems futile. Any first genuine tool had to carry along an elementary sign function too. Otherwise it could not have been recognized as a tool of its kind and would not have preserved its function through continued activity. 50 If the ideal cannot be regarded as a property of a thing, might it be considered a property of the world, as Bakhurst, amongst others, claims? The answer depends upon how we conceive of the world. According to Bakhurst, Ilyenkov's notion of the ideal involves a wholesale idealization of the natural world. Through social forms of human activity, man endows his natural environment with enduring significance and value, thus creating a realm of ideal properties and relations. 51 This step easily leads one to think of the ideal, or the sphere of meanings, as a world of its own, which can be approached as a huge book of our civilization, as a veritable encyclopedia, ready for reading. We can find the symptom of this shift in the way Bakhurst uses the metaphor of writing when trying to explain the idealization of nature by human activity. There is nothing mystical in this, he insists, for ideal phenomena owe this objective existence to human beings. In the course of the transformation of nature by human action, meaning and value are written into nature. 52 This comes close to seeing the ideal as some kind of extra layer imprinted upon the world. This vision easily leads to the conclusion that the ideal is especially prone to be represented by linguistic and symbolic means. Once again, we see how a dividing line emerges, separating the discursive realm from practical and material activity, even though the concept of the ideal strives to overcome this kind of borderline. Consequently, Ilyenkov's insight about artifacts, as Bakhurst puts it, should not be interpreted in terms of the artifacts having both material and ideal form. The latter essentially symbolic or linguistic in nature, which insight could then be generalized to the whole of nature. In my opinion, there is no need to say that we live in a humanist world. it is merely a metaphor, instead of living in the material world. This one and only world we inhabit has been and continues to be changed by our activities, and while living in it we are also trying to make sense of it, and of ourselves as a part of it. I wonder how revealing it is to claim that we humans relate ourselves to a humanized nature as a whole. Do we ever experience nature or our environment as a totality, and why should this supposed totality even be duplicated? We simply do not seem to act and perceive in this way. Instead, we work in our environment in a piecemeal fashion trying to achieve our goals, and to make sense out of it by whatever means are close at hand. The ideal dwells in this continuous labor of intervening, molding and interpretation, a process that leaves traces of itself in our environment. Thus, in addition to the insight about artifacts, the semiotic insight about interpretants is also important as the two are intertwined in our social activities. Moreover, the insight about interpretants serves to underline that we can never completely capture meaning. It always flies ahead of us. Of course, Bakhurst's interpretation of Ilyenkov does not overlook this incessant movement of the ideal. He stresses how the ideal exists as a moment of the constant interchange between acting subject and environment. 53 Yet one finds both from the writings of Ilyenkov, as well as from Bakhurst's readings of it, an occasional tension between the ideal as a property of a thing and the ideal as movement. And the same kind of tension can be found in the semiotic theory of eco. Behind this kind of internally conflicting theorizing about meaning, there seems to lie a vision of the world as a huge cluster of things endowed with steady properties, ideal and otherwise. Our use of language seems to perpetuate this kind of essentialist thinking, even if we find the essentialist idiom unsuitable for the phenomenon we strive to describe. Ilyenkov writes, the ideal form is a form of a thing, but outside this thing, namely in man, as a form of his dynamic life activity, as goals and needs. Or conversely, it is a form of man's dynamic life activity, but outside man, namely in the form of the thing he creates, which reflects another thing, including that which exists independently of man and humanity. Ideality as such exists only in the constant transformation of these two forms of its external incarnation and does not coincide with either of them taken separately. Try to identify the ideal with any one of these two forms of its immediate existence, and it no longer exists. 54. This is an apt characterization of semiosis as well. The last sentence of the quotation is especially important. Doing justice to Ilyenkov's writings on the ideal amounts to understanding that his efforts to explicate the ideal were due to the evasiveness of the phenomenon he was trying to capture. 5. Epilogue. From culture to the multitude of practices, Ilyenkov approached the ideal primarily in terms of the value form, which in his view is completely ideal in that it is distinct from the tangible corporeal form of the commodity in which it appears. 55 Yet what applies to value form also applies more generally to meaning. In this essay I have attempted to tease out the semiotic potential of Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal by reading him alongside Umberto Eco. Apart from the fact that one can find considerable common ground between Eco's semiotic theory and Ilyenkov's theorizing of the ideal, they both also provide fruitful perspectives toward one another. I have argued that Eco's semiotics fails to deal adequately with sign production since his theory lacks the dimension of social activity, something that becomes especially clear if his views are contrasted with those of Ilyenkov. On the other hand, at times Ilyenkov casts the ideal in terms of representation as standing for, which as a static conception does not really capture the metamorphoses of the ideal. The way Eco approaches semiosis as a sequence of interpretants is more enlightening in this respect, especially as he considers interpretants as collective, public, and empirically detectable. Eco's A Theory of Semiotics, and Ilyenkov's Dialectical Logic and Dialectics of the Ideal, were written contemporaneously. In his subsequent work, Eco has further developed the idea of the encyclopedia culminating in the treatise Kant and the Platypus, Essays on Language and Cognition. This book is, in many ways, a companion piece to a theory of semiotics, as Eco also points out. In Kant and the Platypus, Eco finally attempts to relate the encyclopedia to reality by asking how reality constrains and resists semiosis. 56. However, the direction he takes is not towards social activity, but rather to questions concerning perception and cognition. To be sure, there is a way back from cognitive science to the perspective of Ilyenkov, and the activity theory in general. This return is provided by the idea of extended cognition or distributed cognition. 57. But Eco does not go so far. Ilyenkov, in turn, unfortunately died some years after his work on the ideal was published. However, the idea of the interrelationship of the ideal and social labor lives on, for instance, in social semiotics and semiotically oriented science and technology studies. A couple of scholars deserve special mention in this regard. Gunther Kress and Theo van Leeuwen study meaning making in terms of social practices in which signs are produced by making use of various material media and semiotic modes. 58. The social construction of technology movement studies how human practices shape technology. The meanings and uses of technological artifacts are flexible and changing. 59. However, the grand cultural historical vision of Evald Ilyenkov and Umberto Eco has disappeared from these discourses, as the focus is now on the multitude of signifying practices and the aims of various social groups. Evald Ilyenkov's Dialectics of Abstract and Concrete and the recent value form debate Vesa Oittinen and Paula Rauerhala. Introduction. The first book Evald Ilyenkov published was the 1960 work, Dialectica abstractnago I concretnogo v Kapital Marxa. It has since been translated into several languages. And in 1965 Ilyenkov received the esteemed Chernyshevsky Prize for the book. Despite the renown the book received upon its eventual release, there were many obstacles on the way to its publication. The original manuscript was prepared back in 1956, but because it seemed to contain too many controversial assertions which deviated from the standard diamat view on how Marxist philosophy should be interpreted, it disappeared into the desk drawer of the then all-powerful academician Peter Fedosiev. At the time, Fedosiev was not only the director of the Philosophical Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, but also one of the top ideology bureaucrats of the country. After 2 years of pleas, consultations, and a seemingly never-ending rally of expert statements, in 1958 Ilyenkov finally consented to edit the manuscript radically and shorten it by almost half. As A.G. Novikotko writes, the book that finally managed to get published was essentially a new variant. The passages concerning history of philosophy were removed, because most of the assertions and judgments which the evaluators of the manuscript regarded as unacceptable or just controversial, were found in them. In the new version of the book almost all the fragments were removed, which dealt with the relationships between dialectics and formal logic. All this resulted to a substantial attenuation of the thematics of the book. 2 Above all, this editing led Ilyenkov to change the title of the work. The original rubric The Dialectics of the Abstract and Concrete in Thought had echoed Ilyenkov's ambitious project to reinterpret the core ideas of Marxist philosophy, but now he had to accept a more humble domain in which to test his views, namely how the dialectics of the abstract and the concrete was applied in Marx's Chef-d'œuvre. Ilyenkov's original manuscript was published in its entirety much later, indeed after the demise of the Soviet Union, in 1997. It was edited by Alexander Novikotko, the administrator of the Ilyenkov archive. Key ideas in Ilyenkov's book. Comparing the book published in 1960 to the complete edition of 1997, one can feel relieved that the re-editing of the original manuscript, as stark as it was, did not erase Ilyenkov's main theoretical message. One of the leading ideas throughout his career as a philosopher was already present here, namely that in the philosophy of Marxism there cannot be different domains for ontology and gnoseology. This was a serious challenge to the dogmas of the received diamat, since it implied, and Ilyenkov was cautious enough not to explicitly present all the consequences of his thesis, that Marxist philosophy cannot be neatly divided in dialectical materialism on the one side, whose task is to inquire into the general laws of being, and historical materialism on the other side, studying human society and human practice. Rather, they merge into a single science whose business is to examine how the objective forms of external reality come to coincide with human subjectivity. Ilyenkov's famous doctrine of the ideal is a consequence of this approach. The ideal is not something merely subjective, but has, as it were, an objective existence in the forms of the activity, culture, and social institutions created by human beings. Ilyenkov supports his interpretation by citing a dictum of Lenin, the canonical figure of Soviet diemat. In his philosophical notebooks, Lenin tried to analyze Hegel's science of logics in order to bolster the philosophical foundations of Marxism, which the theoreticians of the Second International had tried to interpret either in the light of Kantianism, or as a variant of evolutionism in the positivistic sense. In Lenin's notes we find the famous and often cited passage, "If Marx did not leave behind him a logic, he did leave the logic of capital, and this ought to be utilized to the full in this question." Immediately after these words, Lenin continued, "In Capital, Marx applied to a single science logic, dialectics, and the theory of knowledge of materialism which has taken everything valuable in Hegel and developed it further. 3 This passage and others like it in Lenin's philosophical notebooks, although seldom cited, provided Ilyenkov with the support he needed for his reinterpretation of Marxist dialectics. At the same time, it became more difficult for his adversaries in the Soviet philosophical establishment to play down the theses he put forward. However, it is evident that the references to Lenin served not merely a precautionary role for Ilyenkov. Several testimonies from his contemporaries make clear that he was convinced to represent the genuine Leninist position in the questions of Marxist philosophy, that is, not Ilyenkov but rather the party philosophers actually represented the deviant and aberrant points of view. In any case, in the dialectics of the abstract and the concrete in Marx's Capital, Ilyenkov stresses that it is just the identity of dialectics, logics, and theory of cognition, which characterizes the true Marxian method of ascending from the abstract into the concrete. At the same time, this method, although initially developed by Hegel, is quite contrary to the method of Hegel. Whilst the road from the abstract to the concrete was, for Hegel, a method of creation of the concrete, for Marx it is merely a method of reflection of concrete reality in thought. In other words, the discussion of the mode of logical activity here, too, becomes the study of the objective nature of the objective reality, a further elaboration of the category of concreteness as an objective category expressing the universal form of the existence of reality. Here, too, the principle of coincidence of logic, epistemology, and dialectics is the dominant one, a question that is purely logical at first. Sight is essentially a question of universal forms in which objective concreteness emerges and develops. 4 In other words, the dialectical view on the universal does not regard the universal as a mere logical abstraction, but as an objective concreteness. According to Ilyenkov, Marx proceeded exactly in this manner. When Marx set himself the task of revealing the universal law of capitalism as such, as a historically determined system of social production, he did not take the path of inductive comparison of all cases, without exception, of capitalist development that took place on the planet in his time. He acted differently. As a dialectician, he took the most characteristic and best developed case, namely capitalist reality in England and its reflection in English economic literature, and worked out a universal economic theory. 5 Towards the end of the third chapter of DAC, Ilyenkov attempts to shed light on the question of methodology by looking at the history of political economy. According to him, Adam Smith was led in his inquiries by an insufficient method based upon the empiricism and nominalism of Locke. Through Locke, political economy assimilated the basic methodological principles of empiricism, in particular and especially the one-sided analytical and inductive method, the standpoint of the reduction of complex phenomena to their elementary constituents. 6 The inadequacy of the empiricist approach became especially obvious in the attempts of classical political economy to explain precisely what formed the substance of wealth. In what did wealth consist? This conception of substance, just as in natural science, could not be obtained through empirical induction. But Lockean epistemology was silent on just this point, on the question of the ways of cognition of substance, of the ways of formation of the universal original foundation of science. This foundation, the conception of the substance of wealth, had to be worked out by economists in a purely spontaneous way, without a clear understanding of the ways of obtaining it. However it may be, English political economy practically solved this difficulty when William Petty discovered this universal substance of economic phenomena, the substance of wealth, in labor-producing commodities, in labor performed with the objective of alienating the product of labor in the free market. 7. Of all the classical political economists, Ricardo receives the most praise from Ilyenkov. Ricardo's view of the nature of scientific inquiry is much more reminiscent of Spinoza's method than the epistemology of the empiricist Locke. He consistently adheres to the substantive standpoint. 8. This evaluation may sound somewhat astonishing as it pairs Ricardo with Spinoza, but it is not without its reasons, as we shall soon see. Ilyenkov continues his praise of Ricardo, noting that he wants to deduce any particular, specific form of relations of production and distribution of wealth out of the labor theory of value, out of a theory expressing the universal substance, the real essence of all economic phenomena. This desire of Ricardo is his absolute merit as a theoretician. 9. However, the central fault of Ricardo lies in his methodology, which is empiricist and nominalistic in the sense that abstractions are nothing but subjective generalizations, only concrete phenomena have a real existence. According to Ricardo, value as such can only exist post-rem, only as a mental abstraction from the particular kinds of value, by no means ante-rem, as an independent reality chronologically preceding its particular species. All these particular species of value eternally exist side by side with one another and by no means originate in value, just as the horse does not actually derive from the animal in general. 10. Actually, for Marx, value is a real, objective condition without which neither capital nor money nor anything else is possible. And, if this is the case, value as the starting point of theoretical conception should be understood in science as an objective economic reality emerging and existing before such phenomena as profit, capital, wages, rent, etc., can emerge and exist. Therefore, theoretical definitions of value as such can only be obtained by considering a certain objective economic reality capable of existing before, outside, and independently of all those phenomena that later developed on its basis. 11. For Ilyenkov, value, although ideal, is something which nevertheless exists, as the schoolman said, ante-rem, that is, independently and outside of the cognizing subject. The concrete manifestations of value, such as profit, salary, capital, and so on, cannot be explained before we have the general concept of value. Of course, Ilyenkov knows Hegel's famous joke, in the cow theory who thinks abstractly, about the sick man who asks his friends to bring him fruits. When they arrive with apples, pears, cherries, and so on, he rejects them, crying, "Did you not understand me? I wanted fruits." That is why Ilyenkov hastens to clarify that he does not mean the ante-rem existence of value to be understood in a manner Hegel is criticizing here. Rather, he means that all these concrete forms of value had a historical predecessor in value, as if in their embryonic form. The same applies, according to Ilyenkov, to the animal and plant species. The horse and the cow did not of course descend from the animal in general, just as the pear and the apple are not products of self-alienation of the concept of fruit in general. But the cow and the horse undoubtedly had a common ancestor in the remote past epochs, while the apple and the pear are also products of differentiation of a form of fruit common to both of them. This actual common ancestor of the cow, the horse, the hare, the fox, and all the other now existing species of animals did not of course exist in divine reason, as an idea of the animal in general, but in nature itself, as a quite real particular species, from which divers other species descended through differentiation. This universal form of animal as such, if you wish, is by no means an abstraction comprising in itself only that feature which is common to all the now existing particular species of animals. This universal was at the same time a particular species possessing not only and not so much those traits that were preserved in all the descendants as features common to them all, but also its own specific features, partly inherited by the descendants, partly entirely lost. 12 As to value, what could this ancestral form, the concrete universal from which it stems, actually be? According to Ilyenkov, it is the fact of simple commodity exchange 13 discovered already by such early economists as William Petty. This fact is the most simple and primordial both in a historical and a logical sense, and it fulfills the requirements Marx posed for a definition of a concretely universal concept. Such definitions express that real general moment which constitutes the elementary, generic essence of all the other particular categories, the cardinal difference between Marxian analysis of value as the universal basis for all the other categories of capitalist economy, and that kind of analysis which was attained in bourgeois political economy, lay precisely in the fact that Marx formed scientific definitions of value in general, value as such, on the basis of concrete consideration of direct exchange of one commodity for another involving no money. In doing so, Marx made a strict abstraction from all the other kinds of value developed on this basis. Ricardo's main error, according to Marx, lay in his inability to forget profit in considering value as such, so that his abstraction turns out to be incomplete, insufficient, formal. 14 What Ilyenkov here describes as characteristic for Marx's concretely universal definitions, he had later and in another context found already in Spinoza. In Dialectical Logic, Ilyenkov writes of how Spinoza had in the Tractatus insisted upon the scientific importance of the so-called genetic definitions. Taking his examples from geometry, Spinoza asserted that if we define the circle as a figure, in which all the lines drawn from the center to the circumference are equal, we have only a formal definition of the circle, a definition that mentions only one of the circle's properties. By contrast, if we define the circle as a figure drawn by a line whose one end is fixed while the other moves, we have here given a genetic definition of the circle. Such a definition shows the causa proxima of the circle by indicating how it can be constructed. At the same time, it unites the concrete with the universal. It is obvious that Ilyenkov here sees an analogy between Marx's concretely universal definitions and Spinoza's genetic definition. In every case, as presented in Dialectical Logic, Spinoza's solution is seen as paradigmatic for Marxism too. In the published works of Ilyenkov, there are very few references to the discussions among the economists. However, his views on the methodology of Marx's Capital have a direct relevance to the present-day economic debates. One of the most important problems discussed today concerns the nature of abstraction in Marx's Capital and how this finds its expression in Marx's doctrine of value. How should such concepts, introduced in the first chapter of Capital as substance of value and abstract labor, be interpreted? These questions have recently been posed by the so-called value form approach. Given its contemporary influence, it is worth examining the value form debates in relation to Ilyenkov's work in order to see how the latter may contribute something to the former. Ilyenkov's DAC and the value form debate. There are different value form theories, but what we call here the value form approach includes authors who underestimate the quantitative side of the theory of value and question abstract labor as the substance of value. 15 It is typical for these interpretations to bind the category of abstract labor to exchange and money, in turn rejecting the materiality of abstract labor. The substance of value has been reinterpreted as a reduction taking place in the market, through money, and its definition as a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscle. 16 is rejected. 17 These views are common among the authors from the Rubin School. 18 The monetary theory of value of the German New Marx. Reading 19 and the so-called New Dialectics. 20 In the Anglophone world, the debate started in the 1970s through the writings of Jeff Pilling, Ira Gerstein, Susan Himmelwaite, and Simon Mahan, among others. 21 More recently, it has been promoted by proponents of New Dialectics such as Geert Rutten, Patrick Murray and Chris Arthur. 22 The motivation for these interpretations in the Anglophone world can be traced back to the insufficiencies of traditional Marxism and to the neo-Ricardian attack on value theory. Against the physicalist reading of the latter, These new interpretations stress the historical specificity of value and its special social form. 23 These reflections have also been inspired by the works of Soviet economist Isaac Ilyich Rubin, whose works were rediscovered in the West during the 1970s. By denying the physical reality of abstract labor, the value form approach has reinterpreted it as a category belonging to the sphere of circulation. For this reason, the critics of this approach have called it circulationist, since it overemphasizes the role of money, exchange, and the first chapters of Capital. 24 As Andrew Clement and Ted McGlone have noted, in these discussions, Marx's use of the terms abstract and concrete in Capital, that is, concrete meaning a complex unity of diverse elements, and abstract, in turn, something which is separated from this complex unity, has been disregarded. Often, concrete labor is construed as the work that workers actually do, while abstract labor is seen as something entirely else. 25 We believe that Ilyenkov's DAC might contribute to the debate not only because the nature of abstraction and the relationship of the abstract and the concrete in Marx's method are its major themes, but also because the value form approach, despite obvious differences, seems to have some similar aims with Ilyenkov's interpretation of Marx. In his 2002 book The Value of Marx, Alfredo Sodfio critically examined the views of the new dialectics from the perspective of Ilyenkov's materialist dialectics. Sodfio's analysis shows pronounced differences between these approaches, such as Ilyenkov's conscious historicism, which contrasts to the point of view of new dialectics, which denies that the study of historical development can contribute to the analysis and thinks that the historical passages in Capital serve only as illustrations to the theoretical presentation. 26 In reviewing Sodfio's book, Fred Mosley finds this rare emphasis by a Marxian economist on the philosophical issues of Marx's logical method especially important. He praises Sodfio for introducing Ilyenkov's distinctive and very interesting interpretation of Marx's method to English readers. 27 We naturally agree with Mosley also in that Ilyenkov is an important theoretician worth of further study. 28 Andrew Brown also applies Ilyenkov's ideas insightfully in criticizing the value theoretical views of the new dialectics. 29 Both Brown and Sodfio concentrate on the value form debate in the Anglophone world, but there has been a similar and intensive debate in Germany. Actually, the Anglophone discussion was influenced by Hans-Georg Backhaus's pioneering work from the 1960s, which was a key contribution to the West German current called Capital Logic, later named New Marx Reading. 30 This intensive preoccupation with Marx's method, the nature of value and the logic of capital dates back to the student movement of the 1960s. In this academic type of reading, which has generally kept a distance from the everyday practice of the labor movement, most attention was paid to Marx's critique of political economy, especially to its methodological side. 31 The reading was and remains especially critical of Friedrich Engels's historicist understanding. A central target is Engels's claim of the existence of simple commodity production, which he presented in the afterword for the third volume of Capital. According to the proponents of New Marx Reading, Engels believed that the object of Marx's analysis in the first chapters of Capital was simple commodity production, which historically precedes capitalist production relations. 32 In the second part of Hans-Georg Backhaus's series of articles Materialien zur Rekonstruktion der Marxistischen Werttheorie, written in 1975, Backhaus presents Marx's theory of value as a monetary theory. He labels traditional Marxist interpretations as variants of pre-monetary theories alongside its bourgeois, subjectivist representatives. 33 According to Backhaus, both of these pre-monetary views deviate methodologically from Marx's dialectics. Both try to derive value from the natural basis, and money is not developed dialectically in interconnection with value. Right at the beginning of this essay, Backhaus quotes Ilyenkov, presenting his reading as an archetype of a Marxist variant of the pre-monetary understanding. His elementary objective economic reality existed long before the emergence of capitalism. This reality is direct exchange of one commodity for another commodity. 34 6 years earlier, the third chapter of DAC, including these passages, had appeared alongside Backhaus's article Zur Dialektik der Wortform in Alfred Schmidt's 1969 collection of essays Beitrag zur marxistischen Erkenntnistheorie, which played an important role in the emergence of this current. This fragment of DAC, not much more of Ilyenkov's book, was at this time available in German 35, inspired Backhaus to present his reading, which he declared as properly dialectical, expressly against Ilyenkov's views. Even if both authors share a special interest in dialectics and Marx's early economic manuscripts, they have evidently different understandings of the status of logical and historical material in Marx's analysis. Anyhow, Backhaus seems later to have mitigated his verdict. In the 1997 essay Zur logischen Misere der Nationalökonomie, he even recommends Ilyenkov's book. 36 Ilyenkov, too, showed some interest in Backhaus's work. He translated Backhaus's above-mentioned article into Russian with the title K Dialektik formy stoimosti, though it remained unpublished in his archives. 37 He seems not have made any further judgments concerning Backhaus's views. In the same manner as Backhaus's work inspired a kind of Marxian renaissance in West Germany, so did Ilyenkov's DAC in the USSR. These works appeared at a time when interest in the philosophical and methodological side of Marx's economic works was increasing in not only Western Marxism, but also in Soviet Marxism. Besides Ilyenkov's early work, in the Soviet Union were published other notable contributions, too. For example, Merab Mamardashvili's short but influential article on the analysis of consciousness in Marx's works 38 and Alexander Zinoviev's dissertation on the logics of Marx's Capital. 39 The theoretical focus of the new Marx reading has much in common with the line of tradition that Ilyenkov represents, the creative Soviet Marxism. For example, the question of the ascent from the abstract to the concrete as a methodological principle of capital and the problem of the starting point of the theoretical exposition were in the center of the 1960s Western debate. 40 Ingo Elba is thus quite right in noting, in his extensive history of the new Marx reading, Marx im Westen, that while the academic interest of the student movement in the West paid special attention to the philosophical side of Marx's critique of political economy, similar interest developed in the Eastern Bloc. But although Elba notes the Eastern European interpretations of the method of Marx's Capital, besides Ilyenkov, Vitaly Vygotsky, Polish-born Roman Rostalski and Czech Jindřich Zelený are also mentioned, he dismisses them as developments of Engelschian orthodoxy. 41 As Ilyenkov's work concentrated on the same problems, it is striking that it has had so little resonance in Western discussions. Other Eastern European Marx researchers, such as Rostalski and Zelený too, have been much more widely recognized and dealt with in the West, and even in the new Marx reading, than Ilyenkov. Backhaus's ideas of the special logical character of Marx's analysis have been preserved and further developed in Germany, especially in the work of Michael Heinrich. His interpretation of Capital is quite influential, since the standard work used by the German Capital reading groups is his Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. E9 The book is now into its 10th printing, and is also used widely in the German universities. Heinrich's basic idea is that the Capital is a fundamentally ambivalent book, consisting of the traditional discourse of the labor theory of value and the new and revolutionary monetary theory of value. From this point of view, Heinrich interprets Marx's definitions of abstract labor as a kind of Ricardian residue. 44 Heinrich states that in Marx's new, monetary understanding, abstract labor is as a reduction from the heterogeneity of concrete labors, taking place in exchange. 45 From our perspective, this interpretation does not do justice to the double character of labor in Marx's analysis. Marx is examining labor from the qualitative perspective, as an expenditure of human labor power in a special form and with a definite aim, and from the quantitative perspective, as an identical abstract human labor. 46 Concrete and abstract labor are inseparable dimensions of a single labor process. Heinrich rejects Marx's physiological definitions of abstract labor as transhistorical, and thus false, because any labor is, according to him, expenditure of brains, nerves, and muscles. 47 He compares this to the fact that all people breathe, but that from this fact we cannot infer anything about the social relations of people or anything about their equality. 48 Heinrich insists that what he calls the naturalist view on abstract labor understands it as fully unsocial, even if it does form a constituent of the real labor process. 49 In claiming this, Heinrich does not appear to differentiate between an automatic natural process, such as breathing, and a consciously conducted personal activity of human beings, a process through which man confronts nature as a natural force, and regulates his metabolism with nature. 50 In other words, Heinrich seems to ignore the fact that for Marx, human labor is always teleological, and that it is the telos which directs the labor process although its material execution is physical. Ilyenkov seems to have grasped this point more aptly than Heinrich, since Ilyenkov states that, for Marx, labor, not breathing, is the basis of human existence. 51 In Marx's materialism, labor is not substitutable with any other physiological process. We also believe that understanding the role of abstract labor requires an understanding of Marx's dialectics of form and essence. Marx designates abstract labor as the substance of value, and this signals that abstract labor is the essence of labor under capitalism. Heinrich seems to be bothered by the concept of substance, setting his monetary interpretation of value theory against the substantialist reading of the traditional Marxists, which is combined with the naturalist understanding of abstract labor. Heinrich even characterizes this traditional reading as posing value as a kind of independent substance inside the single commodity. 52 Instead of the substantialist reading, Heinrich offers a monetary reading for which abstract labor is a violent abstraction from the differences of labor, an abstraction which is only present in exchange, in the relation of commodity to commodity. 53 Heinrich interprets abstract labor as a social relation, yet concludes that it cannot, in any case, be expended. 54 In our view, value, not its substance, is, for Marx, a social relationship between producers. 55 To us, it seems, this confusion of categories reflects an exaggerated emphasis on the economic appearances. Stavros Mavroudias characterizes as a common attempt in the recent debates over the nature of abstract labor to discover an unmediated, actual presence for abstract labor within money. 56 Baumgart's critique is based on an outright rejection of the dialectic of form-essence, and therefore of the value-price relationship, as Hegelian sophistry. 57 In turn, some attempts at defending Marxian value theory are based on accepting the methodological assumptions of the refutation he searched for. An unmediated presence of essence within the totality of concretes, while attempting to answer the positivist rejection of essence as non-existent and, hence, as either redundant or a logical trick, falls into the same empiricist error by implicitly attributing the status of the real only to empirically tangible things. 58 As Ilyenkov defines the difference of Marx's dialectical method and empiricism, Marx proceeds from the appearance to the essence. In opposition to the metaphysician who believes the external appearance to be the only reality. 59 Heinrich rejects the idea of form-essence dialectics outright, stating that even if Marx's talk of appearance and content may bring appearance and essence to mind, Marx does not talk about essence in the first chapter of Capital. 60 Elsewhere, Heinrich argues that traditional Marxism, with its bias towards production, undermined the importance of the market, and even tended to interpret the relation of production and circulation as similar to that between essence and appearance, so that the latter was reduced to the role of an inadequate impression, or something incidental only. 61 For Ilyenkov, Marx's method is based upon an attempt to achieve a comprehension of the universal essence of phenomena. As Ilyenkov points out, in Theories of Surplus Value, Marx responded to the English empiricist Samuel Bailey, who could not imagine any value other than exchange value between commodities, as impossible as it is to designate or express a thought except by a quantity of syllables. Hence Bailey concludes that a thought is syllables. 62 Marx reminded Bailey that value is expressed in money, but it is not money. Appearances like prices and profits are as real as the essential side of social reality, its laws and tendencies. 63 Falling profits are no less real for an entrepreneur than the reason for it in the rising organic composition of total social capital. But to anyone who wants to be a successful businessman, staying at the level of appearances is enough. For a businessman making a mental generalization, a notion of profit in order to recognize it is enough. As Ilyenkov states, in doing so, the entrepreneur does not understand, however, what profit is. He does not need it, either. In practice, he acts as an instinctive adherent of positivist philosophy and empirical logic. He merely lends a generalized expression to phenomena that are important and essential from his point of view, from the standpoint of his subjective goals, and this generalized expression of phenomena excellently serves him in practice as a concept permitting him to distinguish with certainty profit from non-profit. As an honest-to-goodness positivist, he sincerely believes all talk about the inner nature of profit, about the essence and substance of this phenomenon, so dear to his heart, to be metaphysical sophistry, philosophizing divorced from life. 64 Instead, the scientist has to be engaged with the essences of things and phenomena. Still, appearances are not merely forms of manifestation of essence, but its mode of existence. Essences only exist in and through phenomena. From Ilyenkov's materialist and dialectical perspective, the essence of a thing must be understood through the role it has in the concrete system of interaction with other things. 65 Understood in such a way, how could the essence manifest itself immediately? To demand an immediate manifestation of the essence is to assert that it should be discernible without any interaction with the surrounding world. Understood in the way Ilyenkov proposes, essence must also emerge and develop historically. This is the point where Marx's substantialism differs from Ricardo's. Backhouse states that Ilyenkov's view cannot be distinguished from the Ricardian perspective, but he did not take into account that Ilyenkov, even if he praises Ricardo for a substantialist point of view on the economy, notices that Ricardo did not grasp the system of capitalist economy as a historically emerging and developing integral totality of relations. 66 For Marx, essences are historically formed and changing. 67 So is the case with abstract labor. Abstract labor is the essence of labor in capitalism. 68 Labor as the universal substance appeared only within specific capitalist relations. Ilyenkov writes, labor as the universal substance, as an active form appeared here, not only in consciousness but also in reality, as that proximate real genus which Aristotle failed to see. The reduction of all phenomena to labor in general, to labor devoid of all qualitative differences, for the first time took place here in the reality of economic relations itself rather than in the abstract making heads of theoreticians. Value became that goal for the sake of which each thing was realized in labor, it became an active form, a concrete universal law governing the destinies of each separate thing and each separate individual. The point is that reduction to labor devoid of all differences appears here as an abstraction, but as a real abstraction which is made every day in the social process of production. As Marx puts it, this reduction is no more and no less of an abstraction than resolution of organic bodies into air. Labor, thus measured by time, does not seem, indeed, to be the labor of different persons, but on the contrary the different working individuals seem to be mere organs of this labor. Here labor in general, labor as such appears as a concrete universal substance, and a single individual and the single product of his labor, as manifestations of this universal essence. The concept of labor expresses something greater than merely the identical elements that can be abstracted from the labor activities of individual persons. It is a real universal law which dominates the individual and the particular, determines their destinies, controls them, makes them into its organs, forcing them to perform the given functions and not some others. A concept is a theoretical expression of this universal. Through the concept, every particular and individual element is apprehended precisely in those aspects which belong to the given whole, is an expression of the given concrete substance and is comprehended as an emerging and disappearing element of the movement of the concrete specific system of interaction. The substance itself, the concrete system of interacting phenomena is understood as system that was historically formed. 69 We apologize for the long quotation, but it was necessary to show that, for Ilyenkov, the substance of value is a concrete system of interacting phenomena. Thus it is evident, primo, that it does not exist inside the commodity, and secundo, it cannot manifest itself immediately. If we referred back to Spinoza's terminology, we might say that value becomes reachable in the concrete world only as modes of the value substance, and only a scientific analysis can reveal the substance behind the individual expressions of value. Ilyenkov, although a pronounced Spinozist, does not here make any explicit comparison between Spinoza and Marx, but he undoubtedly would have accepted the application of Spinoza's view on substance on Marx's theory of value. In the Scholium to Proposition 15 of the first part of Ethics, Spinoza wrote that we have two ways of thinking about quantity, namely abstractly and superficially, as we do in the imagination, or else as substance, which is possible only by the intellect, that is, by the force of abstraction, which, as Marx wrote in his preface to the first volume of Capital, has to replace the microscopes and chemical reagents used by the natural sciences. We already mentioned, above, how Backhaus quoted the passage from Ilyenkov, which states that his elementary objective economic reality, that is, the direct exchange of one commodity for another commodity existed long before the emergence of capitalism 70 and saw here the archetype of a premonetary theory of value in Marxism. However, Ilyenkov is here referring to the nature of complete abstraction in Marx's method. The full abstraction applied by Marx, instead of picking a common trait necessarily present in every particular individual case, defines a particular economic concreteness, a cell form of the investigated concrete whole. Instead of a common feature, it expresses the concrete characteristics of the objectively simplest further indivisible element of a system of interaction. 71 This idea of an elementary cell form identifies the object of study as an organic body. It is historically formed and its parts originate in different time periods, but their essence is defined by the role that they assume in the whole. Although Ilyenkov does not mention the matter in the text of DAC published in 1960, it is obvious, as we already have mentioned, that he sees the methodological role of the cell foreshadowed by Spinoza's idea of a causa proxima. In the same manner as Spinoza insisted that the definition of the circle should not comprise only a set of abstract general features of the circle, but also the manner how it is produced, its proximate cause, Marx, too, located the essential traits of capitalist mode of production in the commodity, which thus forms the cell from which further analysis of capitalism starts. Actually, the idea of the methodological significance of cell forms is not an original insight of Ilyenkov's. It was presented already in the 1930s by the psychologist Lev S. Vygotsky, who explicitly referred to Marx's Capital. 72. In spite of our criticism, we hold that the value form approach has raised interesting and important questions in discussion and has rightly tried to provide a social and historical interpretation of value. We also think, as Alex Kalinikas has pointed out, that besides, for example, Rostalsky, Ilyenkov had already provided a theoretical work on the topic that value form theories aimed to show, namely that Marx's theory is not vulnerable to the neo-Ricardian assault, because rather than being an empirical claim, it offers a wider theoretical view of the capitalist mode of production. 73. Emancipating Open Marxism, E.V. Ilyenkov's Post-Cartesian Anti-Dualism. Alex Levant. Evald Vasilyevich Ilyenkov has had immeasurably more influence on Soviet and post-Soviet theory than on theory in the West. Despite being intellectually mobbed, one prevented from traveling abroad and eventually from teaching, leading to his premature death, his impact has been profound. Ilyenkov is widely recognized as the most influential Soviet Marxist philosopher in the post-Stalin period. In the West, however, despite the availability of some of his work in English translation, his impact has been marginal. To date, only one major book on Ilyenkov has been written in English. One of the principal objectives of this volume has been to help bring the full weight of his work into dialogue with theoretical problems in the West. Despite sharing certain features with Western Marxism, Ilyenkov has been largely excluded from that tradition. In fact, his work illuminates the subterranean world of creative Soviet Marxism, which does not neatly fit into either Western Marxism or Soviet Marxism. However, in addition to helping us reconsider certain hidden remainders that have been left out of our intellectual histories, he also offers insights that are germane to current theoretical issues in the West. Ilyenkov's work should be of particular interest to contemporary theorists who position themselves through a critique of postmodern relativism on the one hand, but who are equally critical of positivistic truth claims on the other. Although writing in a different context, Ilyenkov's work has many affinities with contemporary anti-postmodernists such as Slavoj Žižek and Alain Badiou. However, unlike Žižek, Ilyenkov argues for a post-Cartesian subject based upon a Marxist reading of Spinoza's concept of the thinking body. 2 Like Badiou, he is critical of the fixation on language in phenomenological and post-structural thought, and also shares the view that subjectivity is not an inherently human trait, but rather is the product of a social process. However, his position on science would be much closer to someone like John Holloway than Badiou. 3 There are also some interesting common elements with Walter Benjamin. 4 While all of these connections are worth exploring, in this chapter I aim specifically to bring Ilyenkov's thought to bear on a set of debates about structure and agency that developed in the journal Open Marxism between 1992 and 1995. I focus on Holloway's contribution to these debates, an important contemporary philosopher in the Western Marxist tradition whose book Change the World Without Taking Power has been quite influential and the subject of much debate. 5 In addition to Holloway, a broad range of theorists inhabits the theoretical space of open Marxism, including Werner Bonefeld, Simon Clark, and Tony Negri. Reminiscent of Ilyenkov's critique of Diamat, its primary objective is to emancipate Marxism from the massive dead weight of positivist and scientistic/economistic strata. 6 What it called a Marxism of structures. 7 What unites them is a project of a certain type of renewal of the Marxist tradition. At the heart of the matter is the question of the power of practice. We know from Marx that we make our history, but not in conditions of our own choosing. At issue is the relationship of practice to these conditions. The way this relationship is understood marks the defining line between open Marxism and its other, which stands accused of fetishizing these conditions and hence limiting the full power of human activity, which accepts the horizons of a given world as its own theoretical horizons 8 and results in a politics of accommodation. In this chapter I aim to demonstrate the relevance of Ilyenkov's work to the project of open Marxism. Although excluded from the subterranean tradition in which OM situates itself, there are many affinities between Ilyenkov and the OM project, including a focus on activity, anti-dualism, and anti-positivism. However, I also take seriously recent criticisms of Holloway and the philosophy that informs his political conclusions. Drawing on Ilyenkov's post-Cartesian anti-dualist reading of Marx, I seek to address some of these criticisms, specifically OM's perceived subjectivism. 9. Western Marxism and Soviet Marxism. The term Western Marxism is broadly associated with Perry Anderson's influential work of 1976, Considerations on Western Marxism, where it is understood as a body of theory that emerged in the wake of the defeat of classical Marxism, and is associated with names such as Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Benjamin, Della Volpe, Marcuse, Lefebvre, Adorno, Sartre, Goldman, Althusser and Coletti. 10 According to Anderson, what principally distinguishes this body of thought from classical Marxism is its divorce from revolutionary political practice, that is to say, its main contributions were produced in a context of isolation from mass movements and mass political organizations. However, this tradition is also defined by its shift in emphasis from political economy to problems of culture and subjectivity. As Russell Jacoby argues, these theorists are distinguished not only from classical Marxism but also from Soviet Marxism in their concern to rescue Marxism from positivism and crude materialism. 11 In fact, the term Western Marxism often serves to distinguish certain currents in Marxist thought from theory developed in the Soviet Union, with Soviet Marxism appearing as its other in various ways. Ilyenkov does not easily fit into this binary opposition. If Western Marxism aimed to rescue the Marxist tradition from positivism and crude materialism, then it certainly shared this aim with Ilyenkov. In fact, this commonality was not only theoretical. Soviet Marxism, in the form of Diamat, was their common target. Ilyenkov is not unique in this regard. There were multiple schools of Marxist theory in the Soviet Union, and Diamat was dominant largely from 1931 to the mid-1950s. For instance, the period between 1924 and 1929 stands out for the vigorous debates between two schools of thought, the Mechanists and the Debrunists. The Mechanists were a broad group of theorists who shared the view that the explanatory resources of science are able to provide a complete account of objective reality. Point 12. In contrast, the Debrunists were a more cohesive group of philosophers who were involved in Deborin's seminar at the Institute of Red Professors. The latter dismissed the Mechanists' optimism about the global explanatory potential of natural science and held that the Mechanists were committed to blatant reductionism. Point 13. Deborin wrote, "In our opinion, thought is a particular quality of matter, the subjective side of the objective, material, i.e., physiological processes, with which it is not identical and to which it cannot be reduced." Point 14. During this period, theorists in both schools developed a considerable amount of work, much of it aimed at overcoming reductionism in Marxist philosophy. Many of these debates took place in the pages of the journal under the banner of Marxism. These volumes have yet to be translated into English. New scholarship has been produced in recent years challenging the myth that Soviet Marxism amounted to little more than Diamat. While certain figures from the pre-Diamat era have been well known in the West for many decades, comparatively little work has been done on the post-Stalinist period. Figures like Ilyenkov, Batashchev, Shchedrovitsky, and others have not registered in the West as they have in their country of origin. The legacy of creative Soviet Marxism in the post-Stalin period continues in post-Soviet Russia today. A number of scholarly books and special issues of academic journals have been published in recent years, which indicate a renewed interest in this material. One of the many interesting lines of inquiry has been the debate on continuities between creative Soviet Marxism of the pre-Diamat period and that of the post-Stalin period. This debate is interesting as it both illuminates a body of thought that has not been adequately studied in the West, and also asks us to reconsider the very categories of Western Marxism and Soviet Marxism. In the very sparse scholarship that currently exists in English on this topic, the debate between Ilyenkov and the Diamachiki 15 echoed the debate between the Debrunists and the Mechanists. In the 1920s. As David Backhurst writes, although contemporary Soviet philosophers may not see themselves as recreating the early controversy, the continuity is undeniable. This is particularly so in the case of Ilyenkov, who can be seen as heir to the Deborinides project. Point 16. However, in a recent book on the subject, Sergei Mareev challenges this reading. One of the principal distinguishing features of Mareev's account is that he challenges this reading of the development of Soviet philosophy, which has become dominant in Western scholarship. Point 17. In contrast, he locates the roots of Diamat not only among the Mechanists, but also in the work of the Debrunists. Point 18. In fact, he traces its development back to Deborin himself, and even further back to his teacher G.V. Plekhanov. Point 19. What is particularly interesting in Mareev's account is that he locates Lukács, widely recognized as a founder of Western Marxism, as a key figure in the development of creative Soviet Marxism. Rather than Deborin, Lukács appears as the precursor to Ilyenkov. Mareev suggests that the vulgar materialist positivism of Diamat can be traced back to Soviet philosophy in the 1920s and to Deborin in particular, who read Marx through Plekhanov. He notes that Plekhanov's followers occupied practically all key positions in the newly created Soviet ideological apparatus and the system of higher Marxist education. D.B. Ryazanov headed the Marx-Engels Institute a.m. Deborin became in 1921 the editor-in-chief of the journal under the banner of Marxism. They determined the character of Marxist philosophy in the 20s and 30s. Point 20. Although a direct line has not been established, the early Lukács appears as the theorist who, like Ilyenkov, argues for an activity approach. Recall that Lukács was denounced by Zinoviev at the 5th Congress of the Comintern. This theoretical revisionism cannot be allowed to pass with impunity. Neither will we tolerate our Hungarian comrade Lukács doing the same thing in the domain of philosophy and sociology. We cannot tolerate such theoretical revisionism in our Communist International. 21. It was de Boron who led the charge, dismissing Lukács' history and class consciousness as idealist. 22. Mariv notes that there was a tradition of Soviet philosophy which was counterposed to Diamatskoy. This tradition is related to names such as G. Lukács, L.S. Vygotsky and E.V. Ilyenkov. 23. By noting the importance of Lukács to this anti-Diamat tradition in Soviet philosophy, Mariv invites us to examine a very important point of contact with Western Marxism. The anti-positivist thread we find in both creative Soviet Marxism and Western Marxism share a common focus, which can be seen in the current continuity debates on Soviet philosophy. The categories Western Marxism and Soviet Marxism include the subterranean tradition of creative Soviet Marxism. This tradition is significant not merely as a matter of historical record, but also because it has much to offer to contemporary theoretical problems in the West. To illustrate this fact, I will now examine a specific set of debates developed in open Marxism, which focused on the question of agency, namely on the relationship between human activity and the alienated society it has produced. Structure and agency in open Marxism. In 1992, Pluto Press published the first of 3 volumes of Open Marxism. This publication asserted itself as an alternative reference. 24. In response to the crisis of Marxism, which had been announced by Althusser in 1978. From the perspective of this alternative reference point, this crisis was not located in Marxism per se but was instead found in a Marxism of structures a la Althusser and Poulantzas. 26. It identified a number of recurring problems in this Marxism of structures, but rather than going the way of post-Marxism it instead sought to articulate another Marxism, to emancipate Marxism from these approaches, to clear the massive deadweight of positivist and scientistic/economistic strata. 27. As Bonefeld, Gunn, Holloway, and Psychopedis wrote in the Introduction to Open Marxism Volume 3.28, Open Marxism did not, however, announce itself as a new Marxism. Rather, it located itself in a subterranean tradition within Marxism, whose figures include Luxemburg, the early Lukács, Korsch, Bloch, Adorno, Rubin, Pashukanis, Rostalski and Johannes Agnoli. 29. Thus, open Marxism focused on creating a theoretical space within the Marxist tradition, to mark out an area for discussion. 30. By reasserting certain existing tendencies within Marxism. Although there are clear affinities with Ilyenkov's critique of positivism, OM does not include creative Soviet Marxism from the post-Stalin period in its subterranean tradition. OM defines itself against what it calls closed Marxism, which is a grouping of Marxist approaches that share certain characteristics that OM finds problematic. 31. These approaches include a variety of Marxisms, such as scientific 32, orthodox 33, determinist 34, capital logic 35 and structuralist 36 among others. These types of Marxism overlap in some respects but remain quite varied in others. However, from the perspective of OM, they share certain features that characterize them as closed. According to the editors of Open Marxism Volume 1, Bonefeld, Gunn and Psychopedis, closed Marxism is Marxism which does either or both of two interrelated things. It accepts the horizons of a given world as its own theoretical horizons and/or it announces a determinism which is causalist or teleological as the case may be. 37. According to OM, these limited objectives and/or determinism arise from how we understand the relationship between practice and the society it creates. At issue here is the fact that we produce our social world under alienated conditions, creating a society that stands above us and which informs our activity. Bonefeld cites Horkheimer's remark that human beings produce, through their own labor, a reality which increasingly enslaves them. 38. Bonefeld asks, What constitutes the relation between human practice and the perverted and disenchanted world of capitalism? 39. A central difference between OM and closed Marxism is their respective approaches to this question. According to OM, closed Marxism examines bourgeois society often in isolation from human activity. 40. Attempting to understand capitalism's apparent laws of motion. What troubles OM about this approach is the separation between human activity and its product, and the formulation of this product as the conditions in which people act. The social world examined by closed Marxism comes to be seen as the objective conditions in which struggle takes place. Holloway argues that such Marxism becomes a theory not of struggle, but of the objective conditions of struggle, a very different thing. 41. Holloway locates this problem in the manner in which closed Marxism identifies the concept of science with objectivity. In the tradition of orthodox Marxism, scientific comes to be identified with objective. Science is understood in the positivist sense as excluding subjectivity. The claim that Marxism is scientific is taken to mean that subjective struggle finds support in the objective movement of the contradictions of capitalism. A distinction is thus made between struggle and the conditions of struggle. 42. This identification of scientific with objective involves a pre-Marxist dualism between subject and object, and scientific Marxism comes to be seen as a science of the objective conditions in which class struggle takes place. Holloway cites Marxist economics as an example of such a science. One of the most pervasive forms of this dualist tradition, running from the far left to the revisionism of the late communist parties, is the notion of Marxist economics. Capital, in spite of its subtitle, The Critique of Political Economy, is seen as the key text of Marxist economics, and the categories developed there are understood as economic categories, as having an objective validity which does not depend on class struggle. 43. Capital, thus, becomes an analysis of the society produced by alienated labor, which has certain laws of motion that can be understood and used to inform class struggle. Using the categories in Capital, one can grasp the movement of capital and determine the openings that can be pursued by human activity through class struggle. Holloway argues that this dualist perspective runs through much of Marxism from right to left. Even in the case of what might be called far-left analyses, analyses which emphasize the role of subjective struggle in the transformation of society, as in the case of Pannekoek, Maddock, or Luxemburg, for example, a dualism is assumed between the objective, economic analysis of the development of the contradictions of capitalism and the possibilities of subjective struggle which those contradictions open up. 44.45 The separation of structure from struggle is one of the central characteristics of closed Marxism, which appears in the Marxist tradition in various ways. In addition to the objectification of the social world, another problematic characteristic of closed Marxism, according to OM, is the subjectification of capital. This approach closely resembles the separating of structure from struggle because it likewise separates the product of human activity from class struggle. However, instead of positing it as an object with self-perpetuating laws of motion, it is posited as a subject with its own life impulse. From this perspective, capital appears to confront human beings as an organism with a life of its own. 46 Studying its life process can help guide human activity, but capital itself appears as something distinct from practice. While closed Marxism posits either capital as a subject with its own life process or the social world as a structure with internal laws of motion, both of which confront or constrain human activity, OM sees capital's apparent life process and the social world's apparently internal laws of motion as products of nothing other than human activity. As Bonefeld writes, capital has no logic independent of labor's social practice. 47 From the perspective of closed Marxism, the product of human activity appears to confront its creators like a self-perpetuating organism or structure, a Frankenstein's monster with a life of its own, or a structure with its own laws of motion. In contrast, OM argues that what appears as self-perpetuating is actually perpetuated by human activity. By positing a structure with its own laws of motion, closed Marxism erects a social world that confronts human subjects not as their alienated product, a product of class struggle, but as something separate from class struggle that constitutes the terrain on which struggle is waged. The laws of this social world thus appear as immutable, and their motion creates opportunities that form the horizon of what is possible to achieve through human activity. Bonefeld argues that analytically, the abandonment of the human subject leads to an accommodation to objective conditions. 48 In contrast, OM seeks to theorize a much more volatile social world by reasserting the centrality of human activity. Practice assumes a central role in OM. By approaching the social world as requiring constant reproduction, rather than being ready-made, OM locates the ongoing presence of human activity in what appears in closed Marxism as the objective conditions in which people act. The editors of Open Marxism Volume 2 write, "A common concern of our contributors is their rejection of an understanding of practice as merely attendant upon the unfolding of structural or deterministic laws." 49 Thus, a central objective of OM is to expand the scope of what is possible by overcoming closed Marxism's objectivism. Holloway begins his attempt to overcome the dualism between struggle and conditions of struggle with Operaismo 50 as an example of what he calls anti-orthodox Marxism. 51 He writes, "In recent years, one of its most powerful formulations has come from the current which developed, primarily in Italy, from the 1960s onwards, variously referred to as autonomist Marxism or Operaismo. 52 He focuses on Mario Tronti's reversal of the primacy of capitalist development over workers. This must be the first step, to reverse the polarity of the Marxist tradition and to start clearly from below, from struggle, from negativity. To reverse the polarity is to put us back at the correct starting point, to reassert that Marxism is a theory against society, not a theory of society, a theory of struggle and not a theory of the objective conditions of struggle." 53 Holloway makes clear that Tronti's reversal of polarity is not only a reversal of perspective, but a reversal of cause and effect. Seeing working class struggle as determining capitalist development. 54 Positing capital as a function of the working class is understood by some autonomists, according to Holloway, in two ways. First, the history of capital is a history of reaction to working class struggle. 55 And second, capital is nothing other than the product of the working class. 56 With the first point being the more prominent. He illustrates the first with Negri's assertion that Keynesianism was a response to the Russian Revolution. 57 Holloway begins with Operaismo. However, he claims that this tradition remains plagued by the dualisms that characterize closed Marxism. As he writes, the reversal of polarity between capital and labor, essential though it be as a starting point, ends by reproducing the polarity in a different form. The traditional Marxist analysis emphasizes the logical development of capital and relegates class struggle to a but also role. Autonomist theory liberates class struggle from its subordinate role, but still leaves it confronting an external logic of capital. The difference is that the logic is understood now not in terms of economic laws and tendencies, but in terms of a political struggle to defeat the enemy. Autonomist theory has been crucial in reasserting the nature of Marxist theory as a theory of struggle, but the real force of Marx's theory of struggle lies not in the reversal of the polarity between capital and labor, but in its dissolution. 58 While the dualism between subject and object leads closed Marxism toward objectivism and a concomitant politics of accommodation, the same theoretical weakness leads autonomist Marxism, according to Holloway, toward subjectivism. To overcome this theoretical split between subject and object, struggle and conditions of struggle, he advances the concept of form analysis. Form analysis is based on the concept of form as a mode of existence. 59. He uses form analysis to grasp an alternative understanding of the subject/object relation. Form analysis, the analysis of things and facts as forms of the totality of social relations, dissolves hard reality into the flow of the changing forms of social relations. What appears to be separate can now be understood in terms of their separation in unity or unity in separation. It is now possible to see how the dualism of subject and object might be overcome theoretically, by reconceptualizing the separation of subject and object as a separation in unity, by criticizing the dualism to reach an understanding of subject and object as forms of the same social totality. That which previously appeared to be hard and objective is now revealed as transitory, fluid. The bricks and mortar of capitalist reality crumble. Theoretically. 60. This passage is instructive as it demonstrates both the strength and weakness of Holloway's form analysis. The strength is his orientation around an anti-dualist understanding of form, which resonates strongly with Ilyenkov's view, as we will examine below. This approach helps to overcome both objectivist and subjectivist forms of reductionism, which can lead to a politics of accommodation. However, the weakness of his approach is that in the process of criticizing theories of the conditions of struggle, these conditions seem to dissolve into struggle in general. In my view, this philosophical approach produces the political outline articulated in Change the World Without Taking Power. Holloway and subjectivism. A central objective of the OM project is to challenge the notion of objective conditions of struggle without slipping into subjectivism. Holloway positions theorists into closed Marxism in a similar fashion to the way Marx positioned German idealists and British political economists, namely as fetishizing existing social relations. By positing human activity as the source of social relations, Marx was able to go beyond the apparent self-constitution and inevitability of his social world. Similarly, Holloway stresses that class struggle is the source of what appear as objective conditions. What needs to be considered, however, is that putting class struggle in the center does not necessarily lead to some of his conclusions. In fact, many so-called closed Marxists probably would not have a problem with formulating objective conditions as a form of activity, but they may have a problem with how these objective conditions seem to suddenly vanish with this discovery. They appear to be overcome not only theoretically, but also practically. I am suggesting that there appears to be a slippage from overcoming the subject/object split in theory to overcoming it in practice. For instance, upon advancing his innovative concept of form analysis, Holloway writes, "The objectivity of capitalism, the that's the way things are of capitalist reality, has now dissolved. The concepts of totality, form, and so on provided a basis for overcoming the hard separation between subject and object, for conceptualizing the separation as a separation in unity/unity in separation. However, it is only when those concepts are understood in a practical genetic sense that the symmetry of subject and object disappears. It is only then that it becomes clear that there is not object, there is only a subject." 61. However, the dualism between subject and object cannot be overcome theoretically because it is a practical problem that is grasped theoretically, and which can only be solved by transforming the conditions under which people act, namely the alienating conditions of the capitalist mode of production. It is this alienation, and not faulty theory, which produces an objective world that stands above the subjects who produce and reproduce it. Efforts to solve this problem in theory often lead either to vulgar materialism, objectivism and accommodation on the one hand, or idealism, subjectivism, and voluntarism on the other. 62. If we understand subject and object as forms of human activity. 63. Then it is not necessarily objectivist or idealist to recognize objective reality as alienated class struggle. Simply stressing the centrality of class struggle cannot solve the question of the character of this objective reality. 64. Even if this objective reality is a form of practice, to what degree does it inform activity that is currently in the subject form? In other words, what is the relationship between the object form of practice and the subject form? It seems to me that a distinction must be made between recognizing the power of alienated objective reality over us, and positing this reality as self-perpetuating and inevitable. Holloway appears ambivalent on the nature and significance of the object form of practice. On the one hand, he seems to recognize not only the impact of practice upon the object form, but also that the object form impacts upon practice. He writes, whereas from the perspective of the social flow of doing, the existence of an object is merely a fleeting moment in the flow of subjective constitution, capitalism depends on the conversion of that fleeting moment into a durable objectification. But of course durable autonomy is an illusion, a very real illusion. The separation of done from doing is a real illusion, a real process in which the done nevertheless never ceases to depend on the doing. Likewise, the separation of existence from constitution is a real illusion, a real process in which existence never ceases to depend on constitution. 65 On the other hand, he appears to suggest that the object form of practice has no bearing at all on the subject form. He writes, once it is understood that money, capital, the state are nothing but the struggle to form, to discipline, to structure what Hegel calls the sheer unrest of life, then it is clear that their development can be understood only as practice, as unpredetermined struggle. 66 The objective form of previous alienated activity does not appear to be in any way a determinant of struggle. In fact, Holloway's struggle seems to take place simultaneously in history and in a historical vacuum. In theory and in practice, it appears that we have, on the one hand, a subject acting in the context of the real illusion of durable objectification, while on the other, a subject that is ahistorical, whereby it becomes clear that there is not object, there is only a subject. Ilyenkov's post-Cartesian anti-dualism, emancipating open Marxism. Holloway properly cautions us to avoid the politics of accommodation. However, his politics of the scream has likewise been the object of criticism. 67 I seek to buttress Holloway's critique of closed Marxism, but to also offer an approach that is able to grasp the conditions of struggle non-positivistically. Returning to Marx, I want to posit the conditions of struggle neither scientifically nor economistically, but rather historically, as the dead labor of previous struggles that confronts living labor in the present. After all, it was Marx who wrote that people make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. 68 We may be the makers of our world, but our circumstances continue to haunt us. 69 Marx's conception of the relation between the objective and subjective forms of practice is in keeping with OM's insistence on the centrality of struggle and on the internal relationship between subject and object. In fact, OM's reading of Marx on this point is, in my view, fairly accurate. However, in contrast to Holloway, it becomes clear that there is not only a subject, rather, there is a subject acting under objective conditions, the objective form of its alienated activity, transmitted from the past. 70 The work of Ilyenkov would make an interesting addition to the list of names in the subterranean tradition identified by OM, for he offers some insights into the relationship between subject and object that may help grasp the objective form of alienated activity without slipping into objectivism. Similar to OM, Ilyenkov's aim was to articulate an anti-reductionist Marxism, and the object of his critique was also positivistic interpretations of Marxism. Similar to Holloway, he was responding to the positivism and scientism that was prevalent in Soviet political and intellectual culture. 71 Likewise, he was critical of dualism and had a conception of form similar to that of Holloway. There are many common features, as well as some differences, that I will elucidate below. Ilyenkov articulated his thought in debates with those who he viewed as crude materialists. His work challenged the hegemony of Diamat in Soviet philosophy, as well as its application in psychology. For instance, in his well-known debates with Dubrovsky 72 he sought to criticize crude materialism, which reduced human thought to a purely physiological process. In contrast, Ilyenkov stressed that in addition to physiological capacities, thought required the existence of a set of social practices which must be internalized by the individual and within which the individual awakened to conscious life. He understood these practices as part of a dynamic process that involves the transformation of matter through human activity, which produces an ideal moment, which informs subsequent human activity. In Dialectics of the Ideal he describes it as the process by which the material life activity of social man begins to produce not only a material, but also an ideal product, begins to produce the act of idealization of reality, and then, having arisen, the ideal becomes a critical component of the material life activity of social man, and then begins the opposite process, the process of the materialization of the ideal. 73. A number of interesting consequences follow from this approach. First, both objective matter and the thinking subject exist only as moments of a process, and outside of this process there cannot be a thinking subject. He writes, the ideal form is a form of a thing, but outside this thing, namely in man, as a form of his dynamic life activity, as goals and needs. Or conversely, it is a form of man's dynamic life activity, but outside man, namely in the form of the thing he creates, which reflects another thing, including that which exists independently of man and humanity. Ideality as such exists only in the constant transformation of these two forms of its external incarnation and does not coincide with either of them taken separately. 74. Ilyenkov's dialectical understanding of subject/object helps to avoid both subjectivist and objectivist reductionism. Second, the relationship between the ideal and the material, the objectivity of knowledge. 75, is not a relationship between two discrete substances, but is rather two moments of a process that necessarily involves human activity. As Maidensky writes, the term ideal denotes a relation between at least two different things, one of which adequately represents the essence of the other. 76. This representation arises as a result of and in the course of human activity or transformation of the material. Consequently, the ideal representation of a material object always involves the activity into which that object is incorporated. Since man is given the external thing in general only insofar as it is involved in the process of his activity, in the final product, in the idea, the image of the thing is always merged with the image of the activity in which this thing functions. That constitutes the epistemological basis of the identification of the thing with the idea, of the real with the ideal. 77. This is precisely Ilyenkov's response to Marx's first thesis on Feuerbach, the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism, that of Feuerbach included, is that the thing, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object or of contemplation, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. Hence, in contradistinction to materialism, the active side was developed abstractly by idealism, which, of course, does not know real, sensuous activity as such. Similar to OM, reality is understood not as an object of contemplation, but as practice. However, in Ilyenkov, this practice is understood as part of a process that involves both a material and an ideal product, both of which inform this practice. Third, this approach seeks to overcome not only a passive contemplative materialism, but also Cartesian dualism, by drawing on Spinoza's concept of the thinking body. In his 1974 essay Thought as an Attribute of Substance from Dialectical Logic, Ilyenkov writes, there are not two different and originally contrary objects of investigation, body and thought, but only one single object, which is the thinking body does not consist of two Cartesian halves, thought lacking a body and a body lacking thought. It is not a special soul, installed by God in the human body as in a temporary residence, that thinks, but the body of man itself. 78. This body, however, is not the physical body of the individual, but is what Marx has called man's inorganic body. As Maidensky writes, Ilyenkov insisted that Marx had in mind not the bodily organ of an individual Homo sapiens, growing out of his neck at the mercy of Mother Nature, but precisely the human head, a tool of culture, not of nature. The ideal is not concealed in the heads of people. Its body does not consist only of the brain, but also of anything that is created by people for people. Products of culture are nothing but the organs of the human brain created by the human hand, the reified power of knowledge. Marx writes in the Grundriss. 79. In other words, the thinking thing is not the individual with her brain, but the collective as it idealizes the material and materializes the ideal. Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal helps us to address Bonfeld's question, what constitutes the relation between human practice and the perverted and disenchanted world of capitalism, 80, in an anti-reductionist way, that is, in a way that neither fetishizes the conditions of struggle, nor occludes these conditions or insists that understanding their logic necessarily involves their fetishism. In a manner prefiguring OM, Ilyenkov recognizes the centrality of practice and grasps the ideal in general as a form of that practice. However, his formulation also helps us to recognize the impact of the objective form of previous practice upon activity in the present. From the perspective of Ilyenkov's post-Cartesian anti-dualism, both struggle and the conditions in which struggle takes place are moments of human activity, and whatever independent logic they might appear to exhibit is ultimately a product of that activity. However, he also helps us to develop a nuanced appreciation of the weight of history, how we make our history under conditions inherited from what had been made by previous generations. Marx understood these conditions in the first instance as a mode of production, a set of practices that exhibit certain patterns that can be studied and for which, on that basis, certain predictions can be made, assuming the continuity of these practices. When these patterns appear to have an autonomous existence beyond human activity, they become fetishized. However, Ilyenkov's concept of the ideal enables us to examine these patterns as being both practice and object, as objective activity following the objective contours of the conditions of struggle, which have been produced by previous activity. In this way, we are able to avoid not only the objectivism of which OM correctly accuses certain approaches in Marxism, but also the subjectivism of which OM has likewise been accused. More broadly, Ilyenkov's post-Cartesian anti-dualism points to a way forward for anti-postmodernist theorists who are equally critical of positivism. His approach forms an interesting blend of Spinozist and Hegelian Marxism, which yields insights that are pertinent to current theoretical issues in the West. More specifically, I have used Ilyenkov's work to critically reflect on a set of debates on structure and agency from the journal Open Marxism and found in the work of John Holloway. Ilyenkov's reading of Marx has a lot of affinities with OM, and it also helps to address some of the recent criticisms of OM subjectivism. I have sought to show how the dominant categories of our intellectual histories, Western Marxism and Soviet Marxism, exclude the subterranean tradition of creative Soviet Marxism. It is my hope that this chapter helps to draw attention to the value of this body of work. Part 4. Supplementary material.